Dress like a fake rich girl. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What woke Hua Tian up from her deep sleep was a series of crisp bird cries. Looking at the environment she was in, Hua Tian, who was able to remain calm even amidst spacetime turbulence, was so shocked that she could not recover for a long time. The fresh air flowed into the room through the open window. Outside the window was a tall tree, and the crisp chirping of birds came from the lush green canopy. Further away was the clear blue sky. Everything in front of her clearly looked like scenes that had appeared in videos and materials how Earth looked like hundreds of years ago. The next moment, Hua Tian felt a sharp pain in her head and she collapsed onto the bed. In just a few seconds, a memory that did not belong to her appeared in her mind. Only then did Hua Tian understand what had happened. It turned out that the time travel experiment hadn't failed completely. It was just that her body had been ripped apart by the spacetime turbulence, and only her brainwaves or her soul had successfully transmigrated. The Hua Tian, who came from hundreds of years ago, had become this young lady who hid in her room to drown her sorrows in alcohol after suffering a setback. As for why this girl with the same name as her had died from drinking too much, Hua Tian understood after flipping through the memories of this body's original owner. Hua Tian was the only daughter of the Hua family in Shangjing. She was pampered by the Hua family's elders and had been unbridled for more than 10 years. Although she relied on her family background to attend the best elite high school in Shangjing, she was still an ignorant and incompetent idiot. The total score for her grades in all 9 subjects was less than 3 digits. If nothing went wrong, Hua Tian would probably live a carefree life, enjoying herself. But there were always accidents in life. Just yesterday, the Hua Tian parents brought back a girl who was the same age as her. The girl's name was Hua Yu. Hua Tian, we need to inform you of something. Hua Tian's parents didn't consider if Hua Tian could accept this and said directly, we just found out a few days ago that you're not our biological daughter. Our biological daughter is Hua Yu. At first, Hua Tian didn't believe them at all. Dad, Mom, are you kidding me? I know Hua Yu. She's just a poor student who needs a scholarship. Even if you're not satisfied with my results, you don't have to use this method to motivate me, right? Mrs. Hua sneered and put down her coffee cup. Hua Tian, we're not joking with you. After we found out that the hospital you were born in might have accidentally brought us the wrong child due to work negligence, we did a DNA test. You can take a look at the test report. Of course, given your intelligence, you might not understand it. Hua Yu, who was sitting next to Mrs. Hua, smiled at Hua Tian with her lips pursed. Her cold and aloof demeanor was exactly the same as Mrs. Hua's. No one would doubt their biological mother-daughter relationship. Hua Tian's heart sank. She picked up the 2 test reports on the table and looked at them carefully. Sure enough, in her report, she saw the result of them being unrelated. At this moment, Mr. Hua said, Hua Tian, you've always been willful and reckless. We've always tolerated you in the past, but you're not our biological daughter, so we don't have to take care of our willfulness anymore. Hua Tian was at a loss. She subconsciously wanted to grab onto her family. Dad, Mom, don't you want me anymore? Mr. Hua said coldly, I know you can't bear to part with the Hua family's wealth, but we have our own daughter and you have your own mother. I hope you can recognize your own identity. Mrs. Hua paid no heed to Hua Tian, who was looking very helpless. Hua Yu is very outstanding. We plan on holding a banquet at home tomorrow to announce Hua Yu's return to our family and friends. I hope you won't appear at the banquet tomorrow. Mr. and Mrs. Hua stood up and left, leaving Hua Tian, who seemed to be out of her wits, and carefree Hua Yu behind. Hua Tian knew Hua Yu, who was supposed to be the real daughter of the Hua family. They were classmates at the same private elite school. However, unlike Hua Tian, who had gotten into the school through her parents paying a huge amount of money, Hua Yu was offered a place in the school with her first place results in the middle school examination in the entire city. After she entered the school, she represented the school to win a few championship titles in national competitions. Her exam results had always been in the top 3, and later, she had also relied on her outstanding looks to be the school belle in her second year of high school. However, the current Hwayu wasn't as gentle and amiable as she usually was in school. Her eyes were filled with smiles as she said sneeringly to Hwa-tian, you heard what Dad and Mom said. Since you're no longer the Hwa family's young miss, don't stay shamelessly in my house anymore. I don't feel happy to see a thief who took over things that belong to me. Hwa-tian wanted to tear off the fake mask on her face, but after losing her identity as the Hwa family's young miss, she no longer had the confidence to act recklessly. The original owner of this body probably couldn't accept the sudden change in identity, so she locked herself in her room to drink alone. She didn't expect to lose her life just like that. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, The Clown at the Banquet. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hwa-tian, who came from hundreds of years later, did not know what to say. In the era she was familiar with, every baby's genetic code was already been recorded in their household accounts before they were born. The staff at the Artificial Uterus and Infant Care Center would not let an accident like bringing parents the wrong child happen. However, in such a retrogressive era, to think that the hospital could mix up two families' children. This was really unbelievable. When Hwa-tian got up, she still felt a dull pain in her head. She wanted to wash her face and clear her head, but when she saw her appearance in the mirror, she was given a shock. Oh God, her reflection in the mirror had long, bright purple hair, black eye makeup around her eyes, and 2 black tear streaks on her face. Her clothes also had holes here and there. Was this the legendary scene subculture? Hwa-tian did not know how to use the bottles and cans on the counter. She simply washed her face casually with water and then left the room. Hwa-tian had just reached the stairs when she heard a commotion coming from the hall on the first floor. Everyone was laughing and exchanging pleasantries. Ah, she remembered it now. The Hwa family was holding a banquet. There was wonderful music and the sweet smell of food coming from downstairs. Hwa-tian recalled how the room of the original owner of this body was filled with messy wine bottles and the wide-open window. Since no one cared about the original owner of this body, wouldn't that mean that she wouldn't have to care about their opinions either? Hence, she calmly walked down the stairs and appeared at the banquet. Just like an ugly duckling covered in mud suddenly barging into a group of graceful cranes, Hwa-tian's appearance caught the attention of everyone at the banquet. Hwa-tian walked straight to the long table with exquisite desserts. The well-dressed guests made way for her, and after she passed by them, they'd whisper to the people around them. This is the fake miss that the Hwa family raised as their own daughter. Look at her, she doesn't look like the Hwa family at all. I heard that her biological mother is a mistress. How could such a B***tch possibly give birth to a presentable child? Where did you hear that from? Why do I remember her mother giving birth before marriage? She's been living in poverty and living in the slums with the Hwa family's child. Sigh, who knows what's going on? Luckily, Hwayu hasn't been led astray and grew up to become so outstanding. Yeah, the Hwa family's genes are good. These disdainful and harsh words might hurt her original owner of this body, but Hwa-tian didn't care. She only wanted to fill her stomach that hadn't had any food for 2 days. The desserts at the banquet were all small and exquisite. Hwa-tian picked up a few of each and stuffed them into her mouth with her hands. The sweet and soft taste instantly captured her taste buds. Heavens! Was this the kind of dessert described in the restored documentaries, ones that could make people feel blissed? Daddy Spacetime Turbulence, thank you for letting me transmigrate. Hwa-tian was enjoying her food, but wasn't aware that many people at the banquet were feeling uncomfortable with her presence. Of course, other people's feelings didn't feel as strongly as Hwayu. Today, Hwayu appeared in front of the guests as the real young miss from the Hwa family. This was the most important moment since her rebirth. How could Hwa-tian appear here? Hwayu, who had her memories from her past life, knew that as long as Hua Tian was given a chance, she would use her glib tongue to make her parents soft-hearted and allow her to continue staying in the Hua family as their adopted daughter. Then, she would steal the things that belonged to her time and time again. In this lifetime, she would never let Hua Tian have the slightest chance of making a comeback. As someone who didn't fit in with the entire banquet, Hua Tian's position was very conspicuous. Hua Yu walked directly to the long table. Hua Tian, you're really shamelessly refusing to leave the Hua family. Hua Tian was still chewing her food when she turned around and saw Hua Yu in a gorgeous long dress. After swallowing the food, Hua Tian said, "I'm sorry, I'm starving." The Hua family wouldn't be unwilling to just let me have a full meal, right? Hua Yu's face darkened. What was Hua Tian trying to say? Was she accusing the Hua family of not even giving her food in front of so many guests? Could she ignore the Hua family's reputation just because she had been brought up preciously for more than 10 years? If you hadn't locked yourself in your room, you wouldn't have starved for almost 2 days. Hua Yu frowned and said, "I know you can't bear to leave mom and dad, but this isn't the right situation for you to act willfully." Hua Tian clearly remembered that the original owner of this body hadn't locked the door. However, this was something that couldn't be cleared up in a debate. Therefore, she could not be bothered to rebut Hua Yu and tossed another piece of cake into her mouth. Hua Yu was furious at her shamelessness. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Leaving the Hua family's home. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yu is still so sensible. She really has the demeanor of one from an influential family. The guests next to them seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere between them wasn't right. They stepped forward and interrupted, Tian, although you and Yu aren't related by blood, you can be considered sisters given the amazing affinity you share. You mustn't throw a tantrum today. This lady had interacted with Hua Tian before and knew that Hua Tian was a troublemaker who would cause a ruckus once things didn't go her way. Hence, she tried to step in to help Hua Yu control the situation. Sisters? Hua Tian looked at the woman who tried to smooth things over and remembered who she was. Auntie Song, do you think Hua Yu will treat me like a sister? Hua Yu smiled docilely at Auntie Song, but her words were cold. I'm the only daughter of the Hua family, and Hua Tian, I think you've gotten too many things that don't belong to you in the past decade. So, even if you shamelessly stay in the Hua family, I won't acknowledge you as my sister. Auntie Song's expression turned a little bad. She wasn't really concerned about how the Hua family was going to deal with the fake daughter. She just didn't want Hua Tian to make the situation too ugly. Now, Hua Yu's words made her seem like a bad person. At this moment, Mrs. Hua, who had been receiving guests, finally arrived. Mrs. Hua nodded at Auntie Song and stood next to Hua Yu, holding her shoulders. Although they had just reunited, they looked extremely close. Hua Tian, I think we've already made things clear to you yesterday. No matter how much ruckus you cause, you're not our biological daughter. Hua Tian shrugged. You don't have to emphasize my identity over and over again. I know you want me to leave the Hua family as soon as possible. I don't plan to shamelessly stay in a family that doesn't belong to me either. Mother Hua frowned. If that's the case, why aren't you leaving? Please, I've called you mom for more than 10 years. Can't you at least let me fill my stomach before leaving? Hua Tian said, "All right, there's also the matter of removing my name from the household register. If you don't want to trouble yourselves, give me the documents and I'll go take care of it myself later on." Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests looked at Mrs. Hua differently. A straightforward guest couldn't help but say, Hua Tian is quite pitiful too. She was just informed of her true identity yesterday and is being chased away before she can prepare anything. This must be such a big blow to her. Hua Yu smiled coldly. Hua Tian has taken over my identity and had stolen everything that belongs to me over the past more than 10 years. I don't know what she needs to prepare. Hua Tian was finally willing to put down the plate of pastries. She looked at Hua Yu and said, "It seems like you really hate me. We were only infants when we were mistakenly passed to the wrong parents. You can blame the staff for what happened, but there's no need for you to take out your anger on me, right? Do you think I'm taking my anger out on you? Huoyu sneered. No, I don't believe that the staff of a private hospital would make such a serious blunder. Unless someone had colluded with them. The guests let out surprised gasps. Could it be that they were intentionally swapped back then? That is too evil. Huotian looked at Huoyu's resentful expression and knew that Huoyu really thought that she had been intentionally swapped. It seemed like she would have to be careful when dealing with this real young miss from now on. If you think someone has deliberately swapped our lives, you can call the police or find concrete evidence. Huotian said coldly, and not treating me like a criminal just based on your guess. Mrs. Hua's expression was already filled with coldness and annoyance. She gestured for Huoyu to stop talking and stepped forward to say, Huotian, no matter how you were swapped back then, I think the Hua family has already done our best by giving you a luxurious life for more than 10 years. We don't expect you to repay the Hua family's kindness. We only hope that you can leave quietly and not disturb our lives again. Her words instantly changed the guests' opinions. At first, the guests thought that the Hua family was too cold towards Huotian, but after hearing what Mrs. Hua said, they felt that her words made sense. Huotian shouldn't be causing trouble at such an important event. Huotian realized that Mrs. Hua's needs were much higher than Huoyu's. She only needed to use the word kindness to clear their names of all their unreasonable actions. She was too lazy to argue with the Hua family, so she simply said, "Thank you for raising me. Since you care so much about this favor, send me the bill. I'll pay you back all the expenses that you've spent on me in the future." Mrs. Hua only felt that Huotian didn't know what was good for her. She couldn't be bothered to keep up with the superficial politeness anymore. Then please come with me to sign the declaration of severing ties and debt repayment. I hope this isn't just talk. Since she said it out loud, Huotian was planning on keeping her promise. No matter how extravagant the original Huotian was, the current her was going to be a future big shot in spacetime technology. How could it be possible for her to be unable to pay back for all expenses she had spent in the Hua family over the years? Huotian and Mrs. Hua left the banquet hall for the time being, but the discussion about them lingered on among the guests. Comment 1 comment. Vote 2 left. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Hitching a Ride. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the VIP room on the second floor, several men with great statuses and authority had watched a good show. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Mr. Hua, your family matters can even be filmed in a family ethics drama. It's really exciting, don't you think, Ah Huan? It was more accurate to say that the person he called was between the phase of a youth and a young man rather than a man. However, no one present dared to look down on him because of his age. Si Huan's eyes were cold. It's very boring. Wow, you actually find such an interesting plot boring? Zhao Feng clicked his tongue and said, "Oh right, when old Master Hua was still around, he even mentioned to your family that he wanted you to get engaged to that fake Mississippi. That was a woman who almost became your fiancé. Are you really not interested at all?" Mr. Hua quickly said, "My father was muddled back then. How could Huotian be a good match for young Master C? But my biological daughter, Huoyu, is an outstanding girl. If you're willing, we can change the engagement." Before Si Huan could reject him, the man sitting on the other sofa, who had been silent all this while, sneered. "Old Hua, the Si family is already on the decline. I didn't expect you to rush to flatter a brat's smelly feet. With your judgment, no wonder you helped others raise their daughter for more than 10 years in vain." As Si Huan's friend, Zhao Feng found it hard to tolerate someone looking down on him. However, Si Huan didn't care about this kind of provocation at all. He stood up directly and said to Mr. Hua, "Back then, old Master Hua and my grandfather only had the intention of having a marriage alliance. Our two families didn't have a marriage agreement, thus the matter of changing the marriage partner doesn't exist. Mr. Hua, I still have something on, so I'll take my leave first. Zhao Feng followed Si Huan out of the Hua family's villa. He clicked his tongue and said, "That Hua guy doesn't want you to be his son-in-law. He's just thinking of collaborating with you to develop that piece of land. Why didn't you promise him to get along with Hua Yu first? We can talk about marriage later. The most important thing now is to take down the business project for the new shopping district. The Hua family is too narrow-minded in the way they do things." Si Huan said, "The Hua Corporation is not a good partner to work with. Moreover, there's also the Hein Corporation who is competing with us." Zhao Feng nodded. "That's true. Although the project is good, I really don't think much of the Hua family. I can be more relaxed without having to deal with them." Ever since his parents passed away in a car accident, Si Huan became distrustful of any chauffeurs. Hence, he drove his own car to attend the banquet. After parting ways with Zhao Feng in the parking lot, Si Huan left an especially modified sports car. The Hua family's villa was built on a beautiful hill in the suburbs of Shangjing. The area was sparsely populated across a few kilometers. Si Huan's sports car didn't drive for long before he saw the girl who was walking slowly by the road. Hua Tian was wearing a ripped t-shirt and jeans. Her bright purple hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She looked no different from the other rebellious teenagers. She strolled leisurely on the mountain road, occasionally bending over to touch the wildflowers on the side of the road. She did not look like a pitiful wretch who had suddenly met with a great change and had lost her identity as the daughter of a wealthy family. Instead, she looked relaxed and at ease. At that moment, Hua Tian also heard the sound of an activated engine. She looked in the direction of the car and her eyes lit up the moment she saw the sports car. She jumped and waved at the sports car. Si Huan wasn't a helpful person, but for some unexplainable reason, he stopped the car beside Hua Tian and asked, "What's the matter?" Hua Tian bent over and gave Si Huan a big smile, not realizing that her bright smile looked so ridiculous on her colorful face. "Sir, you're going down the mountain too, right? Can you give me a ride?" Si Huan's gaze swept across her dirty face and her weird attire. Finally, he nodded and said, "Sure, get in the car." Hua Tian quickly got into the sports car and exaggeratedly praised, "Wow, sir, you're the most helpful person I've ever met." Si Huan sneered. He didn't want to respond to such a simple and straightforward compliment that didn't have any sincerity at all. Hua Tian did not seem to mind if she received a response either. She leaned against the car window and stared at the scenery outside. After a while, she hummed a tune that Si Huan had never heard before. This melody was a little strange but strangely harmonious. "What song are you humming?" "Oh. This? It's a robot liberation song." Hua Tian recalled her life as a scientist and said emotionally, "This is a forbidden song. I only heard it by chance once." Si Huan had never heard of this name before. He thought Hua Tian was spouting nonsense. He did not know that if he continued to ask, he would hear the story of a robot developing a free will, pursuing liberation, and eventually subverting humanity. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Great Beauty in the Slums. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When the car reached the foot of the mountain, Si Huan stopped by a bus stop nearby. "You can get off now. It's very convenient to wait for the bus or take a taxi here." Hua Tian unbuckled her seatbelt but stopped a second before she opened the car door. She turned around and looked at Si Huan with anticipation in her eyes. "Helpful sir, I'd like to ask for a small favor." Her index finger got close to her thumb, with her trying to use gestures to prove how insignificant the help she wanted was. Si Huan took a deep breath. He felt that he had done too many abnormal things today and one more wouldn't matter. "Speak, what is it now?" Hua Tian revealed an ingratiating smile. "I don't have a single cent on me. I won't be able to pay for a ride." Can you lend me some money first? Si Huan was here to attend a banquet. He didn't have his wallet with him, so he couldn't have cash on him. He pulled out his phone and said, "I'll transfer it to you from my phone." Hua Tian shrugged, her palms facing up. The Hua family bought the phone. I didn't take it with me. Si Huan felt a little regretful to have been soft-hearted and picked up trouble on the mountain road. However, he was not cold enough to let a penniless girl wander the streets. He said, "Where is your destination? I'll send you there." Hua Tian did not stand on ceremony with him. She quickly mentioned a place and buckled her seatbelt again. "Sorry to trouble you, sir." The luxurious and clean sports car was incompatible with the dilapidated and messy urban village. Si Huan's car was parked at the outermost street of the urban village. Hua Tian said to Si Huan, "The road conditions inside are very complicated. You can just drop me off here." Si Huan nodded. "Be careful on the road." When the luxury car left the area, Si Huan saw Hua Tian waving at him through the rearview mirror. Her bright smile lit up the dark streets. Hua Tian had obtained her biological mother's address from Huayu and found it near the center of the urban village. The urban village was very large. Shanjing was a place with many high-rise buildings. This area with low buildings and lagging facilities would be what others called a slum. If one looked down from a high altitude, they would find that this area was like an ugly scar attached to the prosperous and beautiful Shanjing city. Hua Tian asked for directions while looking for her biological mother's address. Probably because of the makeup on her face that wasn't cleaned up yet as well as her strange attire, the hooligans in the urban village did not dare to do anything to Hua Tian. She successfully found the two-story brick house with peeling walls. The first floor of the brick house was modified to a shop on the side of the street. The signboard wrote Arong Clothing. When Hua Tian entered the narrow shop, she saw clothes hanging from the ceiling. Rolls of fabric scraps were piled on a table by the wall and there was a piece of unfinished garment on the sewing machine beside the table. There was a small room separated by a curtain. Two people were talking behind the curtain. A gentle female voice asked, "Sister Lin, what do you think of this dress after it has been tailored? Does it fit well? Arong, your craftsmanship is really amazing. You've changed this dress of mine into something fitting and beautiful." The woman called Arong smiled and said, "Sister Lin has lost a lot of weight compared to last year. Those loose-fitting clothes from before don't suit you anymore. You'll look more energetic if you tailor them." Sister Lin's laughter didn't stop upon hearing the unobtrusive compliments. She even said that she wanted to bring all her old clothes over to tailor them. The two of them talked and laughed as they lifted the curtain and walked out. They were shocked by Hua Tian, who was standing in the room. Sister Lin patted her chest. "Young people nowadays really like to dress up weirdly. I thought I saw a ghost." Sister Lin wanted to discuss Hua Tian's outfit with Arong, but she realized that Arong was staring at this strange girl in a daze as if she had been shocked silly. It took a while before Arong came back to her senses. She smiled politely at Sister Lin and said, "Sister Lin, there are a few water pits on the roads nearby. Be careful when you go home." Sister Lin was sent away without a trace. Ding Rong looked at Hua Tian with a complicated expression. Are you Hua Tian?" Hua Tian nodded and also sized up Ding Rong. At the Hua family's banquet, she saw many women and young ladies who were well-dressed and had on exquisite makeup. However, after seeing Ding Rong, all of them seemed very ordinary. She shouldn't be young, but she was still beautiful. Every move she made was filled with charm. Hua Tian tilted her head and asked, "The Hua family gave me a DNA test report. You should be my biological mother, right?" Ding Rong's eyes reddened slightly. "Yes, you are my daughter." At this moment, Ding Rong was feeling particularly unsettled. She had heard from Yu that her biological daughter was a willful and reckless girl. Ding Rong had been very worried about how to get along with Hua Tian, but the moment she saw her daughter, Ding Rong sensed the bond that came from deep within her blood. She was still worried if Hua Tian would accept her. Hua Tian smiled happily. It's great that Mom is so beautiful. I'll definitely be beautiful in the future too. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Ruffian Uncle. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Ding Rong did not expect Hua Tian to call her mom so easily. Tears immediately trickled down her face. Hua Tian took a step forward, wanting to comfort Ding Rong, but was pulled her into her arms instead. Tian, Mom has let you down. I can't give you the life you used to have. Having not heard from you for so many days, I thought you would never come back. But I just found out yesterday that I'm not the daughter of the Hua family. Of course, I didn't hear anything about it before. Hua Tian recalled the treatment the original owner of this body received at the Hua family and said without much surprise, maybe they completely forgot about me. They only remembered that there was still a fake young miss in the villa before the banquet started, so they anxiously asked me to leave. Ding Rong's heart couldn't help but ache as she asked, Tian, were you unhappy in the Hua family? It's alright. At least I've never been aggrieved materialistic-wise. It's just that I only get to see servants through the years. What Hua Tian didn't say was that to attract Mr. and Mrs. Hua's attention, the original owner of this body had deliberately dressed as a punk, submitted blank papers during the exams. She had always yearned for the kinship that didn't belong to her. It's alright. From now on, Tian will live together with Mommy. Mommy will give you even more love. Ding Rong carefully caressed Hua Tian's cheeks, her gaze filled with pity. If Tian feels unhappy in the future, you must tell Mommy. Alright, I understand. Hua Tian gave Ding Rong a wide smile. Hua Tian felt that the original owner of this body had died an unworthy death. As long as she was willing to abandon the aloof parents from the Hua family, she would be able to get a mother who truly loved her. The kinship she had always yearned for was actually close at hand, but she could no longer feel it. Then let her take the original owner of this body's place and cherish this kinship. Ding Rong found a change of clothes for Hua Tian and let her take a shower. She even helped her remove the remaining makeup on her face. Hua Tian walked out of the bathroom wearing Ding Rong's clothes. The eyes of the siblings sitting in the living room lit up. The tall and thin man in a flowery shirt said, "Sister, this is your biological daughter, right? She looks exactly like you when you were young. Both of you are beauties." Ding Rong rolled her eyes at Ding Chen. "You're an uncle. How can you speak to your niece like that?" Hua Tian sized Ding Chen up from head to toe. "Uncle? You look like Mom. Everyone in our family is so good-looking." After washing the makeup off her face in the bathroom, she was very satisfied with her looks that resembled Ding Rong's. Now that she realized that she had a handsome uncle, she was in an extremely good mood. Ding Chen's smile became even friendlier. Tian has good taste. This is my girl, unlike that Hua Yu. Ding Chen. Ding Rong immediately interrupted her brother. Ding Chen snorted unhappily, and the atmosphere became a little strange. A phone ringtone broke the silence. Ding Rong picked up the call and threw a subconscious glance at Hua Tian. It was Hua Yu on the other end of the line. "Mom, Dad, and Mom specially organized a banquet for me today. The guests just left, so I called you immediately." The living room was too small, and Ding Rong's phone had some leakage. Both Ding Chen and Hua Tian heard Hua Yu's words. Ding Rong sighed wearily. "I don't think Mrs. Hua will like you calling me that. Yu, don't make her unhappy. It was just a slip of the tongue. Mom loves me very much, she won't mind," Hua Yu explained casually before changing the topic. "Oh, right," Hua Tian left the Hua family. She even said out of spite that she wanted to return all the money she spent all these years. Sigh. She doesn't know the Ding family's financial situation. She'll only cause trouble for the family. Mom, if you have any difficulties in your life in the future, you must tell me. I'll try to help. Ding Rong's brows gradually furrowed. Miss Hua, you have your mother, and I have my own daughter. I'm happy that she's a strong-willed and responsible child. Since she has agreed to return the Hua family's money, as her mother, I will support her without hesitation. Hua Yu, who was on the other end of the line, immediately lost her cool. Support? Do you know how much she's spent on the Hua family all these years? It's more than 20 million yuan, and you can't even pay that amount in your entire life with that 10 square meter tailor shop of yours. I'm offering to help you out for your own good. Why are you as ungrateful as Hua Tian? Ding Rong wanted to say something, but her phone was snatched away by Ding Chen, who was next to her. Ding Chen said to Hua Yu in a flippant tone, "Hey, isn't this my ex-niece who got hooked up with wealthy parents? Now that you're rich, you're showing off in front of the person who raised you up painstakingly? Let me tell you this. Since you left the Ding family without any hesitation, then cut it off cleanly. Don't let me know that you're trying to find a sense of superiority from my sister and Tian Tian. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." With that, Ding Chen immediately hung up and blacklisted Hua Yu's number. Ding Rong said helplessly, "She had called me mom for more than 10 years. This." Ding Chen shrugged his shoulders at Hua Tian and mouthed, "How did uncle do?" Hua Tian gave him a thumbs up. Uncle is awesome. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Two Different Families. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Yu's face twisted in anger when she heard the busy signal on her phone. She threw her phone on the bed and cursed, "This family is a bunch of useless people. They deserve to be poor for the rest of their lives." The Hua parents were very satisfied with Hua Yu, their biological daughter, and they showed her more patience. On the morning after the day of the banquet, in the presence of everyone from the Hua family, Mr. Hua was generous with his compliments toward Hua Yu. "Yu, you did well yesterday. Hein Corporation's Yu is very interested in your proposal for the new shopping district business project. He is also a handsome and capable young man. You can interact more with him." Hua Yu complained, "Dad, why are you talking about this?" Her shy behavior made Mr. and Mrs. Hua laugh. They felt that their biological daughter was more considerate. They thought to themselves that a blood-related child could indeed bring good luck to the Hua family. Hua Yu had just returned, but she had already facilitated the cooperation between the Hua Corporation and Hein Corporation. Although it was just a verbal agreement, it would bring at least 2 billion yuan of profits to the Hua Corporation in the future. Hua Yu had memories from her past life and knew the future of the Hua family like the back of her hand. She was thinking that in her past life, Hua Tian hadn't left the Hua family, so of course, the marriage agreement decided by her deceased grandfather with the Si family was still there. Si Huan was involved in the Hua family's new shopping district project, but later on, both parties didn't have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. and Mrs. Hua cursed Si Huan countless times for his wild ambitions. After her rebirth, Hua Yu not only wanted to suppress Hua Tian, but she also wanted to build her own business empire based on her understanding of the future. The first step to take was to destroy the collaboration between the Hua and Si families, then find a more suitable partner for the Hua family, Hein Corporation. After breakfast, when Mr. Hua went to work, Mrs. Hua called out to Hua Yu, who was about to attend etiquette class. "Yu, tell me more about Hua Tian's mother and the other people in that family. I want to know more about the life that you led." "Mom, why are you asking this?" "Hua Yu didn't want to talk about the past. They're just people from the lowest level who live in the slums. Hua Tian's mother is a tailor, and her uncle is a thug who spends all his time doing nothing. There's nothing to say about them." "And how are their characters?" Mrs. Hua asked. "Do you think they will come and disturb us in the future?" Hua Yu snorted. "They're all fools who value their pride more than anything else. For her reputation, that woman refuses to find another man for herself. So all the more she wouldn't come to look for me. Mrs. Hua smiled and said, you're still too young. Some people can't put down their pride because they feel that there aren't enough things on the line. No matter what, I hope you can understand your position and don't get involved with them anymore. Huayu nodded and said obediently, I understand, Mom. That's good. Yu is a good child. Mrs. Hua kept up her gentle and demure appearance. So, from now on, Yu mustn't call another woman Mom like you did last night. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. The smile on Huayu's face froze up and she broke out into a chill. She was clearly in her room when she called Ding Rong yesterday. How did Mrs. Hua know that she had called Ding Rong Mom? Uncle, you don't know how crazy the Hua family's parents are. They have a strong desire to control things. Hua Tian chewed on the bun her uncle had bought her while complaining. Before they gave up on me, they placed several surveillance cameras in my room. If I did anything wrong, they would teach me a lesson. I wonder if they'll treat Huayu the same way. Ding Chen squatted by the roadside with a toothpick in his mouth. Huayu deserves it. Hasn't she been wanting to have rich parents for a long time? She can just enjoy a good life from now on. Hua Tian asked curiously, Uncle, why do you hate Huayu so much? Had she offended you before? Ding Chen spat and looked at Hua Tian for a long while before saying, I can tell you if you want to know, but if you're like that ingrate Huayu, don't blame Uncle for not holding back. Hua Tian was speechless. In what ways do I look like the same kind of person Huayu is? I'm just getting things straight, Ding Chen pointed at Ding Rong, who was busy at the tailor shop. Your mother is very pretty. In the past, many men wanted to marry her even though she had Huayu with her. Many big bosses also wanted to keep her as their mistress. Huayu, that ingrate, even persuaded your mother to be a mistress for a rich man. Pfft, if your mother hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten her half to death on the spot. Hua Tian turned around to look at Ding Rong, who was tidying up the clothes she had tailored. She didn't expect that this was the truth behind what the guest said about Ding Rong being someone's mistress. Ding Rong seemed to have sensed Hua Tian's gaze and raised her head to smile at her. She walked over and gave Ding Chen a stack of money. Little Chen, bring Tian to buy a cell phone and have some fun nearby. She'd be bored at home. Ding Chen took the money and stuffed it into his pocket, then beckoned for Hua Tian to follow him. Let's go. Uncle will take you to eat something delicious. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, The Bet on the Bridge. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Tian cheered happily and ran after Ding Chen. Ding Rong shook her head helplessly. The smile on her face seemed to be able to influence the gloomy weather above the slums. Ding Chen asked Hua Tian, what kind of phone do you want? I'll ask someone I know. The phones he sells are cheap. Hua Tian was a little curious about those cheap high-end phones. She followed behind Ding Chen and found a short, sneaky man. After chatting for a while, Hua Tian found out that those phones had all been stolen by the short man from places like shopping malls or train stations. Ding Chen picked up an iPhone and inspected it, then said to Hua Tian, Tian, what do you think of this? It looks 90% new. Hua Tian shook her head. Don't we have old phones at home? I'll just use that first. She did not want such stolen goods. If the owner of the phone happened to call the police, she would also be implicated as the buyer. Ding Chen seemed to understand Hua Tian's thoughts. He rolled his eyes and said, You're just as stubborn as your mother. All right, then we won't get this. I'll bring you to the phone shop to buy a new one. However, Hua Tian said, I don't want a new phone. Uncle, why don't you buy me a computer? I have use for it. Ding Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and patted Hua Tian on the head. You sure talk big. Computers are much more expensive than phones. How can you afford one with so little money? How could Hua Tian understand the current prices? Even if it was the original owner of the body hadn't gone to buy things herself before. Then bring me to dye my hair back. I don't want this color anymore. Ding Chen burst out laughing. That's fine too. Your purple hair is really piercing to the eyes. However, it was too expensive to dye hair at a hair salon. It cost a few hundred yuan to dye her hair black. Hua Tian wanted to save money to buy a computer, so she decided not to dye her hair black. She told the hairdresser to cut her long hair short. Her new hairstyle was refreshing and capable looking, having an androgynous handsomeness. The punk-style purple hair now appeared to be full of character. Ding Chen sighed. It's a good thing that you're a girl. If you were a guy, who knows how many girls would be knocked out by you? Hua Tian asked, Uncle, you're quite handsome too. Why didn't you knock out a few girls? That's enough, Ding Chen looked like he was having a headache. Why do you like to pressure me into getting married like your mother? Although they had only met for the first time yesterday, Hua Tian felt that there was no barrier between her and her uncle. She wondered if this was the power of blood connections. It was too amazing. Ding Chen brought Hua Tian around the urban village primarily to help her identify the complicated roads. In the afternoon, they ate beef noodles in a shop that served good food and was only planning to bring her home in the evening. When the two of them passed by a bridge, they realized that there were 6 or 7 people gathered together, looking at something. It was unknown what they were looking at, but they could only hear their occasional cheers or sighs of frustration. Ding Chen's interest was immediately piqued. He pulled Hua Tian to squeeze over and said, Let's go and join in the fun. Hua Tian was also curious about the entertainment activities from hundreds of years ago, so she obediently followed Ding Chen and squeezed into the innermost area. A dark and skinny man was squatting on the ground. There was a bowl upside down on the space in front of him. He had a handful of melon seeds in one hand, then as soon as he said start, he casually scattered the melon seeds under the bowl. Then, the people around him passed money to the man fervently. I'll bet 9. I saw it clearly just now. It's 7. Yes, 7. Why do I feel that it's 6? Alright, hands off after you've placed your bet. The dark skinny man opened the small bowl. There were only 6 melon seeds underneath. The people who guessed it right took back double their money while those who guessed wrongly sighed and felt frustrated. However, they were unwilling to lose just like that and would continue to take out the money and give it to the dark skinny man. Even after they had lost all their money, they still could not bear to leave and would just stand at the side and watch. Ding Chen watched agitatedly for a long while and could not help but take out the money that Ding Rong had given him. He said to Hua Tian fawningly, Tian, I'll play just once. Don't tell your mother. With that, Ding Chen confidently gave a number and handed a 100 yuan bill to the banker. Without any surprise, he lost. Ding Chen, who had said that he would only play once, lost 500 yuan in a row. This money was enough to buy the almost new iPhone from the seller just now. Hua Tian finally stopped leaving him be. When Ding Chen was about to report the number again, she covered his mouth. The dark and skinny man smiled and said, Little girl, if you guys don't want to play, don't crowd around here. Other people still want to play. Ding Chen's mind seemed to have finally cleared up a little. He realized belatedly that he had already lost 500 yuan. He thought to himself that he was done for. He would be given a beating by his sister with a ruler when he returned. However, Hua Tian took all the money in Ding Chen's pocket and held it in her hand. No, I want to play. And I want to play a big one. There's a total of 1,700 yuan here. I bet there are 13 melon seeds under the bowl. Do you dare to open it? Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Exposing the Scam. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The dark and skinny man could not help but grit his teeth. He looked at Hua Tian's fair face, which had never been exposed to harsh winds and sun, then at the stack of money in her hands. His thoughts started to move. His small business could only earn him about 1,000 yuan from all the winnings and losses in the day. If he could get the money from this young lady, wouldn't he be able to rest for 2 days? Moreover, she was obviously a little girl with little experience in the world. It would be a waste not to earn her money. Thinking up to this point, the dark and skinny man said, "Why wouldn't I dare to open it?" "But little girl, you can't regret it after you've placed your bet." Ding Chen anxiously wanted to snatch the money from Hua Tian's hands. Tian, give me the money. If we lose all the money, your mother will definitely beat me to death. Hua Tian pushed Ding Chen's hand away and handed the money to the dark and skinny man. She did not forget to argue with Ding Chen, "Even if we lose, it's my fault. Why would my mother beat you?" Seeing that there was no turning back, Ding Chen lamented, "How could your mother bear to hit you?" "She would definitely hit me, the uncle who led you astray." The dark and skinny man smiled very brightly. "The two of you don't have to say such depressing things. Who knows, you might win this round?" With that, he opened the bowl and started counting the melon seeds on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Ah, what a pity. The young lady guessed wrongly. There are only 8 melon seeds in this round. Ding Chen seemed to have suffered a huge blow. It's over. I'm really going to be beaten up this time. However, Hua Tian smiled. "Uncle, you didn't count carefully enough." She held the man's wrist and snatched the bowl from his hand with a skillful move. Then, she flipped the bowl over and displayed it in front of everyone. She removed the melon seeds from the bottom of the bowl one by one. "Look, aren't there 5 more here? 5 plus 8, exactly 13. I've won." She stretched her hand out in front of the man and said, "Uncle, since you've agreed to the bet, you must be willing to accept losses." The surrounding people started to react to things, all of them wearing grim expressions on their faces. The ones who had lost the most previously were even more furious. "So that's how it is. There were a few times when I clearly saw it right, but I still lost money. Turns out that you're cheating." Seeing that everyone was about to hit him, the dark and skinny man was so anxious that he wanted to run away. However, he realized that as a man, he could not break free from Hua Tian's grip. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Let go of me." Hua Tian gave Ding Chen a look. "Uncle, count the money we should take and then go home." Ding Chen said excitedly, Tian, you're amazing. As expected of my niece." He quickly counted 3,500 yuan and put it into his pocket, casually placing the rest of the money on the ground. He then said to the people around him, "Brothers, come and take back the money you got cheated. In the future, you'll have to be more careful when you see such small betting stations involving melon seeds." Ding Chen ran far away with Hua Tian, but they could still hear the swindler begging for mercy and wailing. Ha, they did well to beat him up. Ding Chen took out the money and swung it happily. He looked at Hua Tian with admiration. Tian, how did you see through his trick?" Hua Tian said, "The bottom of that person's bowl has an electromagnet hidden under it. Some melon seeds have metal pieces in their shells, and with just a slight movement, he can change the number of melon seeds. That's how he can deceive everyone so accurately." Ding Chen's expression darkened again. These scumbags actually lied to me. If it's not because I have to protect you, I'd have beaten him up. Hua Tian glanced at her uncle, who was definitely not considered strong. "But if I wasn't here, you wouldn't have been able to see through the other party's scam." Looking at Ding Chen's choked expression, Hua Tian said without any mercy, "Besides, they have more than one person with them. Other than the swindler, there should be 2 other people around him. Can you take on the 3 of them by yourself?" Ding Chen guiltily changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Uncle is rich now. Let's go buy some barbecue back for dinner." However, Hua Tian took the money from Ding Chen's hands and left only 5 notes in his hands. "Uncle, the capital was from my mother. The rest were won by me. Therefore, this is my money now. I can only give you 500 yuan as pocket money. Ding Chen knew that he wasn't on the side of reason and could only hold on to the 500 yuan, looking like he was on the brink of tears. Hey, I'm your uncle after all. Give me more pocket money. I'm only giving you this 500 yuan because you said you wanted to treat me to barbecue. Hua Tian rejected coldly. Don't think about it. I'm going to save up this money to buy a computer. I won't let you squander it. I still have to pay for tonight's barbecue? I'm so poor. Although Ding Chen complained that he was poor, he did not hold back when ordering. He flipped through the menu on the barbecue stall and generously ordered everything that Hua Tian was interested in. They ordered a little too much, so they sat by the roadside and waited. After a while, they heard a commotion nearby. It was those two people over there who exposed my scam. Brothers, come with me. We must let them have a taste of suffering today. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Fight. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. F***CK, it's that swindler from earlier. They're indeed a group. Ding Chen immediately picked up a chair and stood up. Tian, stay back, don't let them hurt you. With that, Ding Chen swung the chair and pounced toward those people. Hua Tian realized that Ding Chen was not as useless as she had thought. At least he had some talent in fighting. Hua Tian knew that in a situation where there were many people, Ding Chen could only hold them back for a short while. If this dragged on, the situation would definitely be disadvantageous for him. She weighed the barbecue stall's chair in her hand and realized that it felt quite good to use. Hence, she followed Ding Chen and joined the fight. Damn, look over there, at a table in a corner, Zhao Feng patted his good friend hard. That girl is too rash. No, given how short her hair is, she doesn't look like a girl. Si Huan looked towards the chaos and saw a skinny girl with short purple hair holding a chair and moving around amidst the people fighting. She was able to handle a few men with steel rods with ease and could even divert her attention to help her companion who was in danger. Oh my god, she's pretty good at fighting. Damn, it's exciting. Zhao Feng watched with great interest as if he was watching an action movie. This kid is not bad. If he doesn't lose later, we can go make friends. At this time, Zhao Feng already regarded the short, purple-haired person in the crowd as a guy, and his words were full of admiration. Si Huan was slightly surprised after he managed to get a clear glimpse of the person's face. Back then when the Hua family had mentioned marriage, he had seen a photo of Hua Tian's sweet face without any makeup on. Her eyebrows were exactly the same as this agile person with short purple hair. What kind of girl was she? Si Huan couldn't help but wonder. Was she the arrogant and domineering profligate in school? Or was she a punk who didn't fit in with the banquet by people from the upper society? Was she a pitiful girl who was chased out of the house? Or was she a hooligan who was willful and arrogant? He felt that he had to clarify his doubts. Just like that, Zhao Feng watched as his good friend carried a beer bottle and headed towards the chaotic fight. Zhao Feng's eyes widened, and after being stunned for a moment, he also picked up a beer bottle. With the addition of two powerful combatants, the situation immediately became one-sided. The swindler had his hand on the wound on his face and gritted his teeth, saying, "Just you wait. I will definitely teach you guys a lesson in the future." Ding Chen spat out a mouthful of saliva with some blood. A loser dares to speak so arrogantly? I'll beat you up every time I see you in the future. Ding Chen also had some bruises on his face. He grimaced and turned to look at Si Huan and Zhao Feng. Thank you, but we're strangers, so why did you guys help us? Zhao Feng thought that he understood his friend very well. He chuckled and nodded at Hua Tian. We think this brother is quite good, so we came over to make friends. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to finish, Si Huan said with certainty, "She's Hua Tian." What? Hua Tian? Zhao Feng stared in shock at Hua Tian, who was clearly a handsome short-haired youth. How is this like that punk from yesterday? Ding Chen hissed and said unhappily, Hey, what are you saying? How is my niece a punk? Hua Tian didn't mind Zhao Feng's description of her and smiled at Si Huan. You recognized me? You've helped me again. Thanks. Si Huan nodded indifferently. Before he could speak, Zhao Feng shouted, What do you mean by helping you again? Hua Tian explained, After I left the Hua family yesterday, Si Huan was the one who sent me back. He's really an extremely kind person. That's really kind, Zhao Feng muttered as if he had suffered a huge blow. Si Huan, didn't you say that you weren't interested in Hua Tian? You call this not interested? Si Huan's face darkened and he glared at Zhao Feng. No one will think that you're a mute even if you don't speak. However, the others also heard Zhao Feng's words. Hua Tian looked at Si Huan in surprise. Is that so? But even I couldn't stand looking at myself the way I was yesterday. Is your taste? A little niche? Ding Chen endured his pain and jumped up. What? You like my niece? I was wondering why you were so solicitous. Let me tell you, don't think that I'll agree to you wooing Tian Tian just because you helped us fight once. Si Huan only felt a throbbing headache. Over so many years, there hadn't been once he had felt that Zhao Feng's mouth was a completely unnecessary organ as he was now. He took a deep breath and explained to Hua Tian, Don't listen to Zhao Feng's nonsense. I only recognized you and came to help out on the account that we know each other. Zhao Feng continued to mutter in a low voice, Being helpful isn't a character that suits you. Hua Tian did not doubt Si Huan's words at all. After all, in her heart, Si Huan was a super kind and nice person. She said, I knew it. You're just lending a helping hand when seeing injustice. Thank you for helping me again. Ding Chen looked relieved. It's good that you don't like our girl. I feel at ease now. Si Huan was speechless. Si Huan thought regretfully, why had he been so impulsive earlier? Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Marriage Agreement from the Past. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The boss of the barbecue shop seemed to be used to fights. After things had calmed down outside, he walked out with a cigarette in his mouth and said, Put the tables and chairs back in their original positions and pay up for the things that are damaged. It's you, Ding Chen. What trouble did you get yourself into again this time? Ding Chen waved at the boss with a bitter expression. What does it have to do with you? Stop being such a busybody and hurry up and bringing out the skewers I ordered. The boss said, It's not done yet, just wait. Right, are you going to have them here or take away? Ding Chen said, We'll eat here. He got some beer and side dishes from the boss and invited Zhao Feng and Si Huan to sit down together. Come, I'll give you a treat. Just take it as thanks for your help. Si Huan had wanted to refuse, but Zhao Feng pulled him to sit down. Zhao Feng was extremely curious about Hua Tian. Hua Tian, I couldn't tell that you're quite good at fighting. When did you secretly start practicing? Hua Tian thought to herself that of course the original Hua Tian didn't know any martial arts. This was the physical education lesson for all humans hundreds of years from now. Moreover, her current physique seemed to be changing gradually under the influence of her soul. Therefore, she wasn't as restricted by her body even when fighting. Hua Tian was still thinking of how to answer when she saw Si Huan glance at Zhao Feng. Your curiosity is too high. Zhao Feng pursed his lips. Si Huan, what's wrong with you today? You didn't agree to the marriage agreement with Hua Tian back then, right? Why are you so protective of her? Cough, cough, cough. Ding Chen, who was drinking, choked and coughed. What marriage agreement, Tian Tian? You have a marriage agreement with this guy? Si Huan's expression turned ugly as he spat out the word, no. Ding Chen glared at Si Huan. Shut up. I want to hear it from Tian Tian. Hua Tian did not understand why Ding Chen was so angry, but her intuition told her that her uncle was not to be trifled with when he was in this state. Thus, she carefully searched through the memories belonging to the original Hua Tian. After a while, she shook her head firmly. There's absolutely no such thing as a marriage agreement. Ding Chen's expression eased a little, but he still looked at Si Huan with dissatisfaction. Since Tian Tian said no, I'll let you off this time. But brat, you better explain what's going on. Ever since he took control of the Si family, no one had ever questioned him with such an attitude. Si Huan was displeased, but he suppressed his anger when he saw Hua Tian's curious expression. Si Huan explained, a year ago when old Master Hua and my grandfather were still alive, they had the idea of joining the Hua family and the Si family through a political marriage. However, I didn't agree to it, so the marriage agreement that Zhao Feng mentioned was just a joke. You don't have to worry about it. Hua Tian nodded. So that's how it is. But the Hua family is really too much. They didn't even ask me for my opinion or even inform me on such an important matter. Zhao Feng asked curiously, if the Hua family asked you back then, would you have agreed to be engaged to Si Huan? Ding Chen sneered. Are you kidding me? Our Tian Tian won't be so foolish. At the same time, Hua Tian also said, if it were me, I would probably agree. After all, Si Huan is handsome and kind. He completely suits my taste. In her previous life, Hua Tian was a successful big shot in technology. Her criteria for choosing a partner was a handsome, kind-hearted, gentle, and virtuous little puppy. Unfortunately, in the radiation-filled environment in her previous life, she could not find a man as extraordinarily handsome as Si Huan. Ding Chen seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He looked at Hua Tian, who was not reserved at all, in disbelief. Tian Tian. You're a girl. How can you say such things? Hua Tian looked at her uncle in confusion. What's wrong with girls? Can't girls express their thoughts about their future partners? Zhao Feng covered his mouth and looked at Hua Tian in deep thought. He quietly said to Si Huan, she's already treating you as her future partner. This isn't good. The joke just now was too big. Si Huan glanced at his friend coldly. If you don't learn to shut up, I'll make sure you can never speak again. Zhao Feng shuddered when he thought of Si Huan's method of calming down the chaos in the Si family. He obediently zipped his mouth. Si Huan then said to Ding Chen and Hua Tian, the marriage agreement back then was just a verbal suggestion between the two families. Besides, you've already left the Hua family. There's no need to pay any heed to the things that have happened in the past. Ding Chen said angrily, what do you mean? You don't like our Tian Tian? Hua Tian pulled on Ding Chen's sleeve. Uncle, calm down. I don't even know what you're angry about. Ding Chen paused awkwardly. If Si Huan had admitted to the marriage agreement, he would have exploded in anger. How could their precious girl be engaged to a brat so early? However, the way Si Huan looked as if he didn't care for Hua Tian made him even angrier. Tian Tian was so good, yet he still dared to despise her? However, in front of the people who had just helped him, Ding Chen felt bad to be kicking up an unreasonable ruckus. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. You two brats should hurry up and get lost. If you don't leave now, you'll suffer. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Start of a Career. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Even after Si Huan and Zhao Feng's car drove far away, Zhao Feng was still sighing. I really didn't expect Hua Tian to have such a personality. Hey, don't you think she's quite interesting? It also happens that she seems to have a good impression of you. Why don't you try it out with her? It's not like you'll lose out. Si Huan said coldly, which eye of yours saw that she likes me? Zhao Feng exaggeratedly pointed at his own eyes. I saw it with both eyes. Didn't she just say that if time went back to 1 year ago, she'd have agreed to the marriage agreement? Doesn't this mean that she likes you? However, Si Huan didn't agree with Zhao Feng's opinion. He recalled Hua Tian's bright eyes when she looked at him. There was no infatuation or love in them. It was as if she was simply admiring something beautiful and there were no desires a woman would have toward a man. At that moment, he felt that the way Hua Tian looked at him was like those rich second-generation heirs picking beautiful female companions. Her attitude was high and indifferent. Si Huan didn't reveal his true thoughts. Even he felt that this thought was ridiculous. Hua Tian was just a penniless girl who had been chased away by the Hua family and was now carrying heavy debt. How could she look at him as if she was someone superior? Even after they reached home, Ding Chen still looked angry. Ding Ron was shocked by the wounds on his face. You got into a fight again? Tian was with you. Why couldn't you behave yourself? Ding Chen dodged Ding Ron's slap and begged for mercy. Sister, stop hitting me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, Tian isn't injured. Don't worry. Ding Ron checked Hua Tian from head to toe before she felt relieved. She then asked curiously, didn't you guys go out to buy a phone? Why did you get into a conflict with someone else? Hua Tian said, just find me an old phone that can make calls with. I want to save up money to buy a computer. Ding Ron smiled and tapped Hua Tian's forehead. Silly child, I can afford a computer. If you want it, get your uncle to bring you to buy one tomorrow. Hua Tian thought about it and said, there's no need to buy anything too good. Second-hand ones are fine too. It shouldn't cost too much, right? Ding Chen, who was at the side, interrupted thoughtfully, can a broken second-hand computer work? I'll be able to find one right away and it'll be completely free. Hua Tian thought to herself, how could a big shot in technology not be able to know how to fix a computer? But she didn't say it too definitely. That depends on the computer's condition. But if there are replacement parts, it should be possible to fix it. Ding Chen said, I'll bring the computer back. You can see if you'll be able to fix it. With that, he dashed out. Ding Ron looked helplessly at Ding Chen's back and said to Hua Tian, your uncle is not very reliable. Fixing computers is a technical job. It's not that easy. Tian, why don't you buy a new one? A new one would be more durable. Hua Tian consoled her and said, Mom, don't worry. I'll just be trying it out. There's nothing to lose. If it can be fixed, won't it save us some money? Not long after, Ding Chen brought a laptop back. There were scratches on the surface of the laptop, and when it was opened up, a large amount of dust flew up. After the laptop was plugged in, it didn't turn on. Hua Tian examined it carefully and said, it's not seriously damaged. We just need to repair it a little and then reinstall the system. Ding Rong and Ding Chen watched as Hua Tian used the simple tools at home to dismantle the computer, fiddled with it, and then reassembled it. The computer switched on. Ding Rong and Ding Chen were surprised. It's fixed so easily? Hua Tian's fingers danced on the keyboard as she said without looking up, it's not that fast. We still need to reinstall the system. Alright, now we just need to wait for it to install the program by itself. Ding Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Tian, you're really amazing. Would you be able to fix computers that have other problems? Hua Tian said reservedly, I can give it a try, but most of the problems won't be able to stump me. Ding Chen laughed. That's great. I'll find you some second-hand computers. You'll be in charge of repairing them, and I'll be in charge of selling them. How about we uncle and niece work together to get rich? This was a money-making idea that Hua Tian had never thought of before. However, her pockets were cleaner than her face right now, so every little bit of money counts. Hence, Hua Tian nodded and said, sure. As long as you can find second-hand computers, you can bring them all to me. Even if I can't fix them, I can still remove the parts and reuse them. Ding Chen left happily once again. Only then did Hua Tian ask Ding Rong curiously, "Mom, where did Uncle get this second-hand computer from? To think that it's actually free." Ding Rong said, "There's a dumping ground nearby. Your uncle had probably gotten it from there. It's not really free. He probably gave the boss of the dumping ground a few dozen yuan." Hua Tian wore a complicated expression on her face. She thought of how, back in her previous life, she had relied on assembling robots, the parts she picked up from the dumping ground, to gather the tuition fees for higher education. She didn't expect that the start of her career in this life was also a dumping ground. Was she destined to pick up trash? Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Electric Appliance Technician. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Tian's computer repair workshop opened and business was booming. Initially, Ding Chen had only brought back some spoiled computers for Hua Tian to repair. Ding Chen would then sell the repaired computers at a low price. Usually, they'd be able to earn more than 1,000 yuan for each computer. However, the residents of the urban village did not have much demand for computers. After a few days, the second-hand computer business gradually started to decline. Ding Chen started introducing Hua Tian to the residents of the urban village to fix mobile phones, televisions, and other electronic appliances. Hua Tian was now a well-known electronics technician in the urban village. When there were no jobs, Hua Tian would go to the dumping ground with Ding Chen to search for treasures. She managed to find many usable parts. Hua Tian used those parts to make a robotic arm that could move objects for her mother. It could easily help her mother move the heavy fabric from the attic to the workroom on the first floor. When Ding Chen was chatting with the boss of the dumping ground later on, he mentioned the robotic arm Hua Tian made. "I'm not bragging, but my niece is really amazing. She used the parts she picked here to make a robot hand for my sister and installed it at the staircase to help her move things." That's not all. That day, a hooligan went to look for trouble when I wasn't around. That robot hand threw that hooligan out with a few swooshes, just like the Transformers in the movies. The owner of the dumping ground was Ding Chen's friend. He sneered. "Keep on bragging. How can you make a robotic arm like a transformer with those scrap metals you picked from this place? Hey, you don't believe me, do you?" Ding Chen was not willing to let anyone doubt his niece. He threw down a circuit board that he had just pulled out. "I'll let you see with your own eyes today that there are geniuses like my Tian who can turn wastes into treasures." Ding Chen stopped picking up the parts and brought the dumping ground's owner home. Ding Rong was tidying up the fabric. When she saw him coming back with someone, she thought it was a customer looking for Hua Tian's help to fix things. She said, "Have you found work for Tian again? She's tired of fixing things these past 2 days. Be careful, she might give you a bad face." Ding Chen also remembered that during the past 2 days when he was introducing the jobs of repairing electrical appliances to Hua Tian, she had always looked impatient and would always mutter, "It's such a simple job. Even if I'm able to fix it, I won't be able to earn much money. It's such a waste of my time. Can't someone give me a smart robot to repair?" Although she was always impatient, Hua Tian would always fix the electrical appliances seriously. She would always say, "Everyone isn't rich. Even if their electrical appliances broke, they can't bear to throw them away. Some people would just casually connect the wires and continue to use them. Who knows when an accident might happen? It's not troublesome for me to fix them. It's better than letting them mess around with the appliances at home." It was precisely because of Hua Tian's warm-heartedness that was incompatible with her appearance that all the surrounding neighbors all liked this little girl very much, even though it hadn't been long since she came to the urban village. In the morning, Hua Tian would go to the breakfast shop on the street to buy buns. The breakfast shop owner would always smile and give her 2 more buns. Ding Chen could not understand why the couple from the Hua family could bear to be cold to such a likable girl for such a long time. Fortunately, they did not know how good Hua Tian was, allowing her to return to the Ding family so easily. Ding Chen could not help but smile at the thought of his niece. He said to Ding Rong, "This is my friend. He's not here to find Tian Tian to fix things. He just wants to see the robotic arm we have at home." Ding Rong smiled too. "Let him see it then. After we threw that hooligan out that day, the neighbors also liked to come over to look at it. They all said that this robotic arm is well made, but when Tian Tian asked them to pay to install one at home, they were unwilling to do so. Tian Tian had been promoting it for several days, but there wasn't a single request one. This made her really depressed. This silly child. Given her personality, how could she do the marketing work? She should leave it to me to do the selling." Ding Chen chuckled and pulled his friend towards the staircase at the back. "Brother, if you think that robotic arm is useful, you'll have to patronize our girl's business." His friend scolded him jokingly, "I knew you were up to no good. So you're thinking of earning the money from my pocket." The boss of the dumping ground did not take the robotic arm Ding Chen mentioned too seriously. He felt that a teenage girl could at most repair computers or mobile phones. How could it be possible for her to make something like a robotic arm so easily? However, when he saw the robotic arm that Ding Chen showed him, he was shocked. Although he was only in charge of one dumping ground, all those trash would eventually be sent to the garbage disposal company for processing. When he visited the factory in the center, he had seen many robotic arms in the factory workshops. However, the robotic arms in those factories hadn't astonished him as much as the one installed on the wall next to the staircase in front of him. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Right Way to Get Rich. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Unlike Ding Chen, who was a complete layman, the boss of the junkyard more or less knew some machinery. He remembered the robotic arms he had seen at the garbage disposal center in the past. Those robotic arms would only carry out the work routine after the programmer had set up the work program on the computer. However, the robotic arm the Ding family had was different. Although it was not as huge as the robotic arms found in factories, it was exceptionally agile. Most importantly, this robotic arm could be controlled by voice. Every time Ding Chen gave a simple order, such as open the warehouse door or move the things on the ground to the attic, the robotic arm would flex its joints agilely and execute his orders precisely. The dumping grounds owner wanted to get closer to take a good look at the robotic arm, but he accidentally tripped on the steps and almost fell. The robotic arm moved on its own without any orders and held his armpit firmly to prevent him from coming into contact with the ground. Amazing, truly amazing. The boss of the dumping ground stared at the robotic arm and muttered, "This is no longer a simple robotic arm. This is a smart robot." The joints of the mechanical arm rotated slightly, making buzzing sounds, and faced the dumping grounds owner at a strange angle. It gave him the impression that he was being watched. It didn't take long for the dumping grounds owner to realize that this wasn't his imagination. Because right after he said that, Hua Tian poked her head out the window from the room that was at the far end of the second floor. Her short purple hair was in a mess and she stared at the guest excitedly. "It's been so many days and there's finally someone who knows what's good. This is the first generation robot I made which can move things and look after the house. Customizing one now only requires 10,000 yuan. It's a very fair price." Before the dumping grounds owner could recover from this price that was said to be low, he heard Ding Chen call out to Hua Tian, "Tian Tian, look at your dark circles and pale face. Did you stay up late again yesterday? If you continue like this, Uncle will beat you up." Hua Tian pouted and closed the window, her muffled voice ringing out, "You smoke and drink all the time and your schedule is irregular too. What capacity do you have to tell off?" Ding Chen rebutted loudly, "I'm already very old and can do whatever I want. You're a little brat, you have to be obedient." Hua Tian opened the door and rushed out. "It's precisely because I'm young that you should set an example. Otherwise, I'll learn from you in the future." Before their conflict escalated further, the back door of the tailor's workshop opened. Ding Rome stood there with a black face. Both of you are the same, so don't say anything about each other. In the future, if anyone doesn't take their bodies seriously, I'll give each of you a whipping. Hua Tian and Ding Chen both shut up and nodded quietly. The food chain in this family was very clear. When Hua Tian came down from the second floor, she realized that the person with her uncle was the dumping ground's boss. She had managed to get a lot of good stuff from the dumping ground recently, so Hua Tian was no stranger to him. Oh, it's Boss Zhu. I see that you're quite interested in this artificial intelligence robotic arm. Do you want to install a few at your dumping ground? Ding Chen was also egging him on. That's right. Old Zhu, there's a lot of rubbish there and they are so stinky that you can't even hire a helper even if you want to. Let Tian Tian install a robotic arm for you. It'll save you a lot of trouble. To be honest, as a businessman, old Zhu really wanted to obtain the patent of the artificial intelligence robotic arm and collaborate with a big company to develop this project. He would probably be able to become a billionaire in 2 years. However, old Zhu looked at Ding Chen, whom he had grown up with. He then looked at Hua Tian, who did not seem to take this artificial intelligence robotic arm seriously at all. His conscience still prevailed. Old Zhu sighed. I don't know what to say about the two of you. You're really a family of foolish people. Why aren't you wary of others at all? Ding Chen and Hua Tian, who were called foolish, were both stunned and angry. Ding Chen even wanted to roll up his sleeves and talk to his friend. Old Zhu pulled Ding Chen and Hua Tian to a stone table in the courtyard and sat down. He told them everything. With that, both of them knew how unusual their robotic arm was in this era. Hua Tian found it hard to understand. But I just picked up some parts and did some programming and algorithms, installing a simple robotic arm at home to move things. Old Zhu couldn't help but complain, as a normal person, shouldn't you find a pull cart that can go up and down or install a household hoist? It's overboard to be making an artificial intelligence robotics arm to carry things. Hua Tian's eyes went blank. She was stunned as she thought about how her thoughts were restrained by the current era. In this era where smart machines were not yet popularized, people had simpler and more efficient ways to solve problems. It was no wonder no one wanted to customize a robotic arm even after so many days. However, Ding Chen became excited. I found the right way to get rich. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The Beginning of a Technological Empire. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As old Zhu introduced the scenarios in which the robotic arm could be used, Ding Chen's expression became more spirited. The more they talked, the happier they became. Slowly, they came to the same conclusion. Ding Chen slapped old Zhu's shoulder. You're quite a nice guy. If you hadn't told us about the pros and cons, perhaps Tian Tian would have given the technology to someone else easily. You can tell that although my niece is good at technology, she's a lot worse at grasping people's hearts. Old Zhu rubbed his shoulder that ached from Ding Chen's slap and complained, I don't think you're any better than Tian Tian. Hua Tian agreed. That's right. Uncle still has the cheek to criticize me. In the small and dilapidated courtyard, the three of them were discussing the beginning of the technology empire that would shake the world in the future. However, at this moment, they did not think that they would be able to change the world one day. They only had a simple wish to become rich. Then, there was a series of patent applications and company registration procedures. It was all thanks to old Zhu. He was the one who invested the most money and contributed the most during the processes. Ding Chen only realized that his buddy was not poor at all when they started the business together. Ding Chen's received a blow to his perspectives of the world. You must be lying, right? Does one earn so much from opening a dumping ground? Old Zhu smoked his cigarette, feeling a little proud. How else do you think I have the money to buy so many houses? Hua Tian was not surprised at all. After all, the people in charge of the garbage disposal industry chain hundreds of years later were all rich big shots. Old Zhu looked at Hua Tian hammering and knocking away on a pile of scrap metals. He sighed and said to Ding Chen, "Our urban village is really a piece of treasure land. It looks like a dilapidated slum, but there are so many hidden talents." Ding Chen said unhappily, "What are you talking about? I don't believe that there's another genius in this area who can be compared to Tian Tian." Old Zhu said with a smile, "Don't be unconvinced. You know Bai Long, right? He had been quite arrogant a few years ago and later on landed up in prison. His nephew is also a genius, but he's specialized mainly in computer programming. He earned several 100,000 yuan from a program he made some time ago." Ding Chen was struck by a realization. "I remember now. That child is quite pitiful. He seems to be an illegitimate child and his leg was broken by the child of his father's wife. His uncle went to seek revenge on his father and was sentenced to a few years. He's living with his aunt now, right? That's not the worst part." Old Zhu sighed. Both of his legs were amputated. His uncle's family spent all their money to treat him and fight a lawsuit. Why was his aunt willing to support him? If it wasn't because she was scared that Bai Long would look for her trouble after he comes out from prison, his aunt would have chased him away long ago. Ding Chen sighed. "It's not easy." Hua Tian was listening to them gossiping and was quite curious about the boy called Bai Ying. She asked, "How old is Bai Ying?" Old Zhu said, "I don't know his exact age, but he should be around your age." "Oh right, he seems to have graduated from junior high. I don't know if he will continue to attend school." Hua Tian thought about it for a while. "I want to get to know him. Where is his house?" Old Zhu was puzzled. "Why are you looking for him? His aunt is not to be trifled with." Hua Tian giggled and said, "Didn't you say that he just earned money? I'll go ask him if he wants to custom make a pair of robotic legs." Old Zhu and Ding Chen both looked at Hua Tian with complicated expressions. After a while, Ding Chen said, "If you want to go, then go. If you make a friend, you can go out more often. You won't stay cooped up in the house all day till you're almost growing mushrooms." Hua Tian got Bai Ying's address from Old Zhu and ran out happily. Old Zhu looked at Hua Tian's back view and sighed. "This young lady is so kind. It's just that her luck isn't that good. She didn't do anything and yet she has to bear so much debt." Ding Chen spat out the toothpick in his mouth and said with a cold snort, "What do you mean by bad luck? What's so good about being abused all the time in the Hua family? Moreover, Tian Tian is so capable. When our company opens up, won't the money be returned to the Hua family very soon? Perhaps the Hua family will regret having chased Tian Tian away." "That's true. If it wasn't for the Hua family's poor judgment, this god of fortune wouldn't have fallen into our hands." "Pui, what do you mean by our?" "She's from our family." Bai Ying's house was not far away and Hua Tian found it in no time. She was a little nervous when she knocked on the door. Hua Tian wasn't here to make a genius friend. She only remembered that in the history of robot evolution, it was a scientist named Bai Ying who had designed the computation model for smart artificial intelligence. Later on, people designed what was truly defined as real artificial intelligence under the framework of Bai Ying's algorithm. However, these smart robots tried to subvert humans. After resolving the doomsday crisis, people studied the development of smart robots. They believed that Bai Ying, the initiator of smart artificial intelligence, had deliberately left loopholes in the algorithm, allowing smart robots to inherit the evil side of his character. This resulted in a crisis that almost destroyed humanity. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Genius Bai Ying. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Bai Ying's house was an even more rundown brick house than the Ding family's. Hua Tian could hear a woman's sharp and mean voice from the door. "What kind of joke is this? Bai Ying would never go to that elite school of yours. Isn't his D*MN father the school's chairman? Wouldn't Bai Ying be killed if he went? A familiar voice slowly explained, "You're worrying too much. Our school's management is very strict, and we won't let any student encounter any danger in the school. Given Bai Ying's capabilities, the school will not only waive tuition and miscellaneous fees but also give scholarships depending on his performance. I hope you can take it into serious consideration." Another dry male voice asked, "If I agree to enroll in the school, can I apply for long leave to self-study at home? I will take the exams at school. There are no such precedences in the school, and personally, I also don't recommend that you break away from the school environment completely. But if you really can't adapt to school life, I believe that the teachers will make appropriate adjustments according to your situation." Hua Tian could tell that the person who came to the Bai family to make an offer to recruit Bai Yu was Si Huan, whom she had met twice. Hence, she didn't realize that she'd be disturbing them and knocked on the door in pleasant surprise. "Who is it? Who is it? Why are you using so much force? You're almost breaking the door." The middle-aged woman's impatient voice rang out from behind the door. She pulled the door open and saw an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Hua Tian said happily, "I'm here to look for Bai Ying." "Another one looking for that burden," the woman muttered as she let Hua Tian enter the house. "You'd better be here to give our family money too." Hua Tian shook her head. "I'm not here to bring money. I'm here to earn your family's money." The Bai family and Si Huan, who came to recruit Bai Yu, were stunned. What was wrong with this person? Could she be a swindler? But was there such a foolish swindler in the world? When Si Huan saw the face of the uninvited guest, he knew that even though it was hard to say if this person was a swindler, she was really a foolish person. Hua Tian waved happily at Si Huan. "Si Huan, what a coincidence. You're here too." Si Huan nodded at her as a greeting. Bai Ying, who was sitting in the wheelchair, frowned and looked at Hua Tian with a dark expression. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Hua Tian sat down beside them. "Of course you don't know me. This is our first time meeting." "Oh yes, my name is Hua Tian." Bai Ying's attitude was cold. "What do you want?" "Let me tell you first, I'm not buying insurance or any other products. There's no need to waste your time on me." Hua Tian, who was rejected for any marketing attempts before she could say anything, was dejected. She sighed and said, "Have you already ordered prosthetic limbs from somewhere else?" "Sigh, it seems that I'm still too late." "Prosthetic limbs?" Everyone looked at Hua Tian in surprise. Bai Ying clenched his fists and said hatefully, "This place doesn't welcome swindlers like you. If you don't get lost, I'll call the police." Hua Tian blinked her eyes in confusion. She did not understand why Bai Ying was angry. She thought that with his unpredictable personality, it was no wonder he designed an artificial intelligence that turned against humanity. That's right, after seeing Bai Ying's true nature, Hua Tian matched him with the impression mentioned in history books. This thin and frail youth sitting in a wheelchair was the initiator of smart robots who was talented but died young. Si Huan didn't want Hua Tian to mess up his attempt to recruit Bai Yu, so he helped her explain things to Bai Ying. "Student Bai, there's no need to be agitated. I know this Hua Tian. She's a sophomore in our school. Although she might be in need of money, I believe she's not a swindler." Hua Tian hurriedly nodded. "That's right, how can I be a swindler? I hate swindlers the most." Bai Ying calmed down a little, but his attitude was still very cold. "Even if you're not a swindler, I don't think you have any means to get prosthetic limbs that suit me." "You don't understand what I mean. I'm saying that I can personally make prosthetic limbs for you. They'll be custom-made and definitely suitable for you, and it will also gradually adjust as you develop." Hua Tian stared at Bai Ying excitedly. "How is it?" "My skills are very good." "Do you want to consider it?" Before Bai Ying could reply, the middle-aged woman who had been listening to their conversation sneered, "Little girl, even if you're joking, there must be a limit. How can it be so easy to make prosthetics? Anyway, Bai Ying has gotten used to sitting in a wheelchair, so what's the point of messing around? Wouldn't it be fine to just endure it for the rest of his life?" Bai Ying kept his head lowered. His slightly long fringe covered his expression, but from his slightly trembling body, it could still be seen that he was trying hard to suppress his anger. Hua Tian frowned, thinking that the environment Bai Ying grew up in was probably one of the reasons that led to his evil personality. However, the evil of ordinary people might harm society, while the evil of a genius might bring about a crisis for the whole of humanity 100 years later. At this moment, Si Huan said, "For a genius like Student Bai, it would probably be a regret for the entire era if he just endured things for his entire life." Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Genius and Genius. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. If Bai Ying were to live his life in a muddle-headed state without achieving anything, would it be a blessing or a regret to the future people? Many people would probably think that this was a lucky thing, but Hua Tian had thought differently from the mainstream opinion. She felt that every advancement in technology was in the right direction, and the scientists who brought technological changes could not be distinguished by justice or evil. Hua Tian thought back and remembered that the reason she had decided to conduct the space-time travel experiments was that she had thoughts of changing the past. Hence, when Si Huan said that it'd be a regret for the entire era without Bai Ying, Hua Tian nodded in agreement. "I also feel that Bai Ying can use his own talents to do more meaningful things. It's precisely because of this thought that I want to customize prosthetic limbs for you. After all, I'm also a genius. A genius would always admire another genius." Seeing Hua Tian's smug expression, everyone didn't know what to say. Even Bai Ying, who seemed to have an especially gloomy personality, was also so shocked by Hua Tian that he couldn't utter any more malicious words. He seemed to have given it much thought before saying, "No matter what, I won't easily believe that you're capable of making artificial limbs that suit me." Hua Tian knocked on her palm as realization dawned on her. "That's right, you definitely won't believe me just like that. But it's alright, I can bring you to show you my other works. Once you understand my abilities, you'll believe me." Bai Ying didn't know what to say to Hua Tian, who didn't have any talent in promoting. Although he rationally felt that she was exaggerating things, Bai Ying really wanted to believe that there was a genius who could customize suitable prosthetic limbs for him. Si Huan also felt that Hua Tian was exaggerating, but he didn't mock her. He only said to Bai Ying, "Out of concern for a genius, I personally hope that Student Bai can stand up. Even if this Miss Hua Tian is unable to make prosthetic limbs for you, I can get my own company to sponsor you. I just hope that in the future, when Student Bai looks for work partners, you can prioritize considering the Si family." After Hua Tian boldly said that she would create prosthetic limbs for him, Bai Ying did not feel that Si Huan's words hurt his pride. Hence, he nodded calmly. "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Si." Si Huan understood what Bai Ying's words meant and reached out his hand to him. "It seems that we have reached a consensus regarding the enrollment. We will be schoolmates from now on, Junior." By now, Hua Tian also came to the realization and said happily, "So the three of us are in the same school? That's great, we can play together in school in the future." However, Si Huan shook his head at Hua Tian. "From what I know, the school's management and the board of directors have already decided to persuade you to drop out. This seems to have been suggested by the Hua family. Before the new semester starts, you should try to consider other high schools as soon as possible." Hua Tian asked in disbelief, "Why are they trying to ask me to leave? It's summer vacation now, I didn't violate school rules." Si Huan sighed. "The Hua family are no longer paying to sponsor and your grades are at the bottom. Of course the school can persuade you to leave." Hua Tian was furious, but she could not criticize the school for being unreasonable. After all, the private elite Qingli High School only had two criteria for enrollment: either one's family was rich, or the students themselves had exceptional results. In everyone's opinion, Hua Tian had been kicked out of the Hua family and was a good-for-nothing. How could Qingli High School possibly allow her to remain in school? In the end, Hua Tian only muttered in frustration, "Just wait, I definitely won't get expelled." After that, Hua Tian brought Bai Ying and Si Huan to visit her own workshop. There were now many strange things in her there. Putting aside robot vacuum and voice robots, there were also a few superhero robots that were the size of ordinary figurines on the table. They would dance with the music and perform each superhero's classic action. Hua Tian often played with them when she was bored. Si Huan already had the impression that Hua Tian was ignorant and incompetent. Hence, when he saw the various robots Hua Tian brought out, he was extremely shocked. In comparison, Bai Ying was not that shocked. After all, someone who would dare to call themselves a genius would have some capabilities. However, he did not expect Hua Tian to bring him such a great surprise. Hua Tian shared her toys with them while explaining to Bai Ying the idea she had to customize his prosthetic limbs. "I'm not very proficient in biotechnology, so I can't directly connect the artificial limbs to your leg's nerves. Therefore, the artificial limbs can't be as flexible as real ones. However, we can design a sensor program so that the robotic limbs can determine your movement intentions based on your muscle movements, allowing for you to walk and run easily," Hua Tian explained excitedly. Bai Ying was also gradually filled with anticipation and started discussing with her. Si Huan finally realized what an amazing girl Hua Tian was. He increasingly felt that Hua Tian was very mysterious and wanted to find out more about her. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Never Fall in Love at a Long Age. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ding Chen had been running around outside with old Zhu for the entire day and came back home in a fatigued state. He thought that his sister and niece would praise him for his hard work, but he did not expect them to not care about him at all. His precious niece was holding a tablet computer in her hand and talking nonstop to the boy in the wheelchair. The familiar-looking brat beside them would interject from time to time. The atmosphere between the three of them was harmonious. His sister, Ding Rong, looked at the three youngsters lovingly and warmly invited them to eat fruits and snacks. Ding Chen still remembered that Si Huan had almost gotten engaged to Hua Tian in the past, so he paid extra attention to their interactions. When he was having his meal at the dining table, his eyes never left the three youths who were in a discussion. Ding Rong waved at him speechlessly. "Why do you keep staring at the children? Hurry up and eat your food." Ding Chen pulled Ding Rong to sit beside him and whispered to her, "Sister, didn't Tian Tian say that she was going to play with the Bai family's child? What's up with that brat whose surname is Si?" Ding Rong gave him a slap. "Who are you calling a brat? That child is so nice. He's handsome, polite, and he is also the president of the student union in Tiantian school. He just happened to be at the Bai family to recruit Bai Ying to their school and came over with Tian Tian to play." Ding Chen was conflicted for a while, but he still told him about the engagement. Ding Rong then looked at Si Huan in surprise. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Ding Chen said, "Of course it's true. I would lie to anyone but you." Ding Rong started to feel conflicted too. She sighed and said, "Luckily, Tian Tian has returned to our family. What's so good about wealthy families? The children don't even have the freedom to choose who they marry. It's fine if she were to meet a good child like Si Huan, but if she meets someone with bad morals, her entire life would be ruined." Ding Chen said, "Si Huan isn't good either. Look at how handsome he is. He definitely flirts a lot. If they were to get married, we'll be worrying a lot." Ding Rong nodded. "You have a point. It's best if our Tian Tian were to find an honest young man in the future." Hua Tian, whose constitution had already changed to have sharp hearing and eyesight, could hear what her mother and uncle were saying even from afar. She finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted in the direction of the dining room, "Mom, don't worry about my future partner. I'm not going to look for someone honest and dutiful. I'll look for someone handsome like Si-hwan. Bai-ing, who was calculating the prosthetic limbs data on a piece of rough paper, looked up in surprise. He looked at Hua-tian and then at Si-hwan. It was as if the words "so you guys have such a relationship" were written on his face. Si-hwan's hand that was reaching for the teacup also paused. He looked at Hua-tian, who had a calm expression on her face, and then looked at Bai-ing, who had a complicated expression on his face. He was still in the mood to think that it was fortunate that Zhao Feng was not here. Otherwise, who knew how chaotic the situation would be? Ding Rong felt a little awkward. She walked over and gently patted Hua-tian's head. I know you have sharp ears. Humph. Hua-tian rubbed the place where she was hit indignantly. Who asked you and uncle to talk about me behind my back? Ding Rong patted her again and said awkwardly to Si-hwan, Little Huan, I'm sorry. Our Tian doesn't know how to talk. Don't be angry with her. Si-hwan said calmly, It's okay, Auntie. It's my honor to be Hua-tian's standard for choosing her partner. As expected of someone at the top of the food chain in the family, Ding Rong warned them in a gentle voice, Our Tian just likes handsome boys. She doesn't know about relationships yet. Little Huan will have to take care of Tian more in school, and don't let her be deceived by boys with evil intentions. Although Ding Rong was smiling, Si-hwan could feel the murderous intent coming from her. He knew that Ding Rong was warning him to stay away from Hua-tian and felt a little amused. The Ding family's elders all seemed to think that he was interested in Hua-tian. They had thought too much into things. However, had they thought too much into things? Or had he not given it much thought? Si-hwan did not dare to delve deeper into his heart. Si-hwan only nodded calmly and promised Ding Rong, I'm the president of the student union. After school starts, I'll pay attention to the issues of students getting into a relationship at a young age. I'll pay more attention to Hua-tian. Although Hua-tian didn't have anyone she wanted to date, she still protested unhappily. Falling in love is a student's youth. You guys can't interfere with my love life so blatantly. Ding Rong placed her hand on top of Hua-tian's head and her neck instinctively shrank back. She had the feeling that if she dared to put up a resistance, her head would be twisted off by her mother. Ding Rong said amicably, the role of a high school student is to study hard and then get into a good university. So Tian, don't be distracted by these messy things or Mom will be angry. Hua-tian shuddered. Her animal-like instincts made her raise her hand and swear, Mom, don't worry. I promise to study hard and not fall in love at a young age. Even a handsome guy like Si-hwan won't be able to shake my firm will. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, School Administration Meeting. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Although Ding Rong and Ding Chen were heavily guarded against Si-hwan, after Si-hwan expressed that he wanted to invest in Hua-tian's robotic arm project, they were completely unable to stop the two of them from interacting in the future. After all, old Zhu was just an ordinary rich man. The company that he, Ding Chen, and Hua-tian worked together to set up wasn't big either. In the beginning, they only wanted to register patents for all the technology in Hua-tian's hands and focus their business on managing patents. However, after Si-hwan learned about their simple business, he expressed his interest to invest. Si-hwan had the backing from his entire family business. He proposed to commercialize Hua-tian's patent directly. This way, the company's equity structure would undergo a huge change. Si-hwan would become the largest shareholder. After old Zhu and Ding Chen discussed this, they both felt that it was better to rely on a stronger backing. Thus, the cooperation between the two parties was decided. Hua-tian only found out that Si-hwan had become her business partner after everything had been discussed and decided. She wasn't dissatisfied at all because in the time they had interacted, Hua-tian realized that Si-hwan was a very generous person. Si-hwan provided them with a lot of support during the process of making the prosthetic limbs for Bai-ing. Not only did he spend a lot of money to get them advanced materials, but he also generously lent Hua Tian the company's laboratory to complete the prosthetic limbs production. Bai Ying had started to use Hua Tian's newly made prosthetic limbs and his life had become a lot more convenient. He no longer had to be afraid to drink water for the entire day because it was inconvenient for him to go to the toilet. He looked much more cheerful than before too. These days, Bai Ying often went to Hua Tian's house. It was probably due to the collision of thoughts between geniuses that they often came up with many strange thoughts and then worked together to realize them. Hua Tian felt really happy to be able to work with a genius from several hundred years ago. She even completely forgot that she was still facing a crisis of potentially having no school to attend. 1 week before the end of the summer vacation, Qingli High School had already started preparing for school reopening. As the president of the student union for the next academic year, Si Huan had participated in a lot of work involving the school. Today, the leaders of Qingli High School were having a meeting with the student union members to summarize the recruitment process for the past period. Si Huan had been responsible for a portion of this year's recruitment work. During the meeting, he explained the recruitment situation and the school's management were very satisfied with the results of his work. After discussing the recruitment work, the academic director brought up the issue of whether they should persuade students who had violated school rules to leave the school. Of course, Hua Tian's name was also on the list. With Hua Tian having lost her identity as the daughter of the Hua family, there was no value in keeping her when her grades were always at the bottom of the rankings. Therefore, the leaders only mentioned her name in the meeting as a symbolic gesture. They didn't expect to hear an objection. As the school's management were about to discuss the next issue, Si Huan raised his hand and interrupted the academic director. "Teacher, I think that there's a need to further discuss the matter of Hua Tian's student status." Si Huan sat upright. After the teacher indicated that he could speak, he said, "As far as I know, Hua Tian did not violate any school rules in the last academic year. In the course of the school's history, there had been no student who was expelled because of poor results. Even the outstanding students who entered the school based on their grades would have their grades drop because they are unaccustomed to the new environment. I hope the teachers can give Hua Tian a chance." The school's management were very fond of Si Huan, so they didn't get angry even after their proposal was refuted. The principal explained, "Si Huan, I know you're a kind-hearted child and you can't bear to let Hua Tian suffer a greater blow when her life is going through great changes. However, even public high schools take in students based on the students' results. Hua Tian's middle school examination results can't reach our school's cutoff point. Now, she can't pay any more sponsorship fees, and the school's management are only trying to correct the mess." Si Huan nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. However, I didn't suggest giving Hua Tian another chance out of kindness. I just didn't want the school to lose a genius." The school's management and student union members all laughed. Hua Tian had spread her bad reputation back when she had just entered the school. How could she be related to the word genius? Hua Tian's form teacher when she was a year 1 student felt a headache at the mention of her name. "Si Huan, don't joke around. Last year, Hua Tian had never managed to stay for an entire lesson in our class and she had also gotten a 1-digit number for all the tests. I've never seen her display any talent beyond her studies either. How can she possibly be a genius?" I understand the teacher's perspectives very well. Before this summer vacation, my thoughts were no different from everyone else's. However, a chance encounter allowed me to understand her genius side. Si Huan connected his computer to the conference room's projector and started to show everyone the miracles Hua Tian had created in the small workshop in the urban village. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Give Her a Chance. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After seeing Si Huan's PowerPoint presentation, everyone was deeply shocked. They remained speechless for a long time. After a long while, Zhao Feng, who had the liveliest personality among the student union members, broke the silence with a sigh. "Damn, these pictures must have been photoshopped, right? I don't believe that technology has developed to such a level." Everyone's attitude was the same. After the initial shock, they started to feel suspicious. The principal's attitude towards Si-hwan was no longer as friendly as before. "Student Si-hwan, today is the school administration meeting. It's not an occasion for you to joke around." Si-hwan, who was being questioned, didn't feel nervous at all. He closed the PowerPoint presentation and opened a video file. "Since no one believes me, let's find out the truth of my words through the video." In the video, Hwa-tian helped the crippled boy put on his robotic prosthetics. The prosthetics were like the steel armor of superheroes that automatically buckled onto his broken legs. At first, the crippled boy was a little careful, but later on, he started to follow the voice notifications to slowly make walking and jumping movements. The existence of this video completely exceeded everyone's understanding. It was not that they had never seen prosthetic limbs before, but they had definitely never seen prosthetic limbs that would activate automatic protection function when the owner was about to fall. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Si-hwan said slowly, "I know the school's management and students are still feeling suspicious. Of course, there is a possibility that the video could have been made with special effects. I will not guarantee the authenticity of the video now. As long as we give Hwa-tian a chance, I believe she will personally prove her capabilities to everyone." The school's management discussed in soft voices. Finally, the principal made the call. "If Hwa-tian has such talent in mechanical manufacturing, then our school must not miss out on a genius no matter what." However, because the authenticity of Si-hwan's PowerPoint presentation and video are questionable, the school's management has decided to let Hwa-tian take a test after school starts. If Hwa-tian's results reach the admission criteria, then the school will not only retain her student status but also give her the treatment for students who came in on special admission. Si-hwan sat down in satisfaction. "I believe that Hwa-tian will not disappoint the teachers." After the school administration meeting ended, the vice principal, who was responsible for contacting the school sponsors, called out to the principal. "Principal, I know you value talent, but the Hwa family has already informed the school that they clearly don't want Hwa-tian to continue to stay in the school." The principal opened his vacuum and took a sip of wolfberry tea, saying slowly, "Doesn't the Hwa family's daughter have very good grades? They don't need to pay the school a huge sponsorship fee next year. Why are they still interfering with the student status of an ordinary student in our school?" The vice principal thought about it and felt that it made sense. He chuckled and said, "In the past, we'd flatter the Hwa family a little because of the huge sponsorship fee they give us. If Hwa-tian was really such a genius, our school would treat her like a treasure. How would it be possible for us to expel her?" The principal squinted his eyes happily. "Two geniuses, our school is going to be famous all over the country." Si-hwan gave Hwa-tian a call and told her that after school started, she needed to do a test. Only after passing the test could she continue to study at Qingli High School. Hwa-tian replied NNN, nodding to agree. However, she forgot about this matter later on. She never liked to remember things that had nothing to do with her research. Her life was so muddled that it made people feel helpless. Si-hwan more or less understood Hwa-tian's personality, so he called Ding Rong and asked her to remind Hwa-tian when school was starting and what were the things she needed to take note of. "Auntie, it's easy for Hwa-tian to forget about food and sleep when she focuses on her research. I'm afraid that she won't even remember the start of the school term. You'll have to put more attention to this and don't let her miss the start of the school term test. This is her only chance to continue staying at Qingli High School." Of course, Ding Rong was very concerned about Hwa-tian's studies. She nervously wrote down all the things that Si-hwan had reminded her to take note of for the start of the school term. "I'll remember them. I'll get Ding Chen to send Hwa-tian and Bai Ing to report together." Si-hwan was relieved. "With your reminder, Hwa-tian will definitely not miss the start of school." It turned out that Si-hwan had foresight. On the morning of the start of school, Ding Rong spent a lot of effort dragging Hwa-tian out of bed. "Mom," Hwa-tian sat by the bed and hugged her mother's waist as she whined, "I only slept for 2 hours. I don't want to get up. Ding Rong's heart melted from his daughter's twisting, but she still mercilessly covered her face with a wet towel and forcefully rubbed her face. Today is the day you report to school. You mustn't sleep in. Ding Rong said as she helped Hua Tian to change her clothes. Si Huan told me that you have to take the test after you arrive at school, so you have to wake up. Hua Tian's brain slowly processed the information in Ding Rong's words. She let out a cry and jumped up in shock. What? There's a test? Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Let You Come Back to the Hua Family. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In her previous life, exams were something that Hua Tian abhorred. Although she was a genius, she was only good in certain subjects. Her results for humanities were unbearable to look at. Hua Tian did not expect that she would still have to take exams even though she had transmigrated. Ding Rong had told her that if she did not take the test, she wouldn't be able to go to school in the future. Therefore, when Ding Chen drove Hua Tian and Bai Ying to school to report, Hua Tian was on tenterhooks. Bai Ying, who did not bring anything except his acceptance letter, did not understand Hua Tian's nervousness at all. He probed, Hua Tian, why are you so unsettled? Don't tell me you haven't finished your summer homework? If she hadn't had her seatbelt on, Hua Tian would have jumped up. What? There's summer homework? Bai Ying was confused. Qingli High School doesn't have summer homework? Hua Tian pulled at the memories of her original body and slumped into the chair helplessly. Qingli High School had summer homework, of course. However, when the teachers assigned homework at the end of last semester, the original Hua Tian, as the daughter of a wealthy family who refused to be disciplined, naturally paid no heed to the teacher's words. Therefore, Hua Tian did not think of doing homework for the entire summer vacation. Bai Ying was now able to control his prosthetic limbs with ease. With long pants on, no one would be able to tell that he was disabled. Hua Tian and Bai Ying walked into the school side by side and immediately attracted a lot of attention. As mentioned before, most of the students at Qingli High School came from wealthy families. On the first day of school, all the students did not wear school uniforms, and everyone could judge a person's family background through their clothes. People like Hua Tian and Bai Ying, who wore clothes that were neither new nor old, were usually poor students who were specially admitted to the school because of their outstanding results. However, no one could figure out why a poor student would blatantly dye her hair purple so arrogantly. Shouldn't those poor students be trembling in fear and not daring to make a single mistake? Some students recognized Hua Tian and were shocked to see her. A boy who was showing off his limited edition sneakers to his friend saw Hua Tian, so he whispered to his friend, "It's Hua Tian." Didn't the Hua family chase her away? How could she have the money to continue studying at our school? That friend didn't know much about the Hua family's gossip. Is it that fake daughter of the Hua family? Maybe the Hua family gave her some money after chasing her away? After all, they had been raising her as their own daughter for more than 10 years. They can't be too cruel to her, right? Who knows? Sigh, look, the real young miss has gone over. Oh my god, they won't get into a fight, right? These students were gloating and looking like they wanted to watch a good show. It was impossible to tell that they were worried about someone fighting on campus. Hua Tian yawned as she was led by Bai Ying to the academic affairs office in a daze. She didn't even look at the students around her. Bai Ying also didn't recognize Hui Yu, who was standing in front of him. He only felt that this person was blocking the way with a few followers as if there was something wrong with her brain. Bai Ying tugged at Hua Tian's sleeve. Let's go this way. Be careful not to be bumped by others. Hua Tian obediently let him pull her to the right. Hui Yu finally realized that she had been ignored after the two of them had taken more than 10 steps. She gritted her teeth in anger, but after going through the strict training in the Hua family, she no longer revealed her emotions freely in front of everyone. Luckily, there was a girl called Zhou Yuan who was very good at reading people's expressions. She scolded, Hua Tian. Are you blind? Can't you see that we're waiting for you? Hua Tian yawned and woke up completely after the shock. She turned around and saw several girls staring at her aggressively. The girl in front seemed a little familiar. Bai Ying frowned and asked Hua Tian, "Do you know them?" "The leader seems to be someone I know." Hua Tian tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she suddenly realized something and said, "I remember now, she's the real daughter of the Hua family." Hua Yu was furious that Hua Tian didn't recognize her. However, on second thought, she thought that Hua Tian was just pretending not to know her because she wasn't confident enough. Thinking of this, Hua Yu became even more arrogant. Hua Yu walked up to Hua Tian and Bai Ying with a few of her followers, saying in a hypocritical tone, I can't bear to see you in such a miserable state after leaving the Hua family. Should I go beg my parents to let you come home?" Her followers immediately said, "Hua Yu is so generous even to someone like Hua Tian. You're too kind." Hua Tian said in a sluggish, half-asleep tone, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? How do I look like I'm leading a miserable life? Also, you should just enjoy the Hua family's perverted education. Why do you have to drag me into it?" Chapter 22. Chapter 22, The Real Young Miss Looking for Trouble. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. When Hua Tian mentioned the Hua family's perverse education, Hua Yu's face uncontrollably became distorted for an instant. In her past life, after she returned to the Hua family, her parents didn't pay much attention to the petty Hua Yu. They merely taught her some etiquette lessons and then set her up for an arranged marriage with a family that was befitting of the Hua family. That political marriage that started from an exchange of benefits was the beginning of Hua Yu's unhappiness. Therefore, after she was reborn, she had been working hard to change her fate. The first step she needed to take was to chase Hua Tian away and make herself the child her parents valued the most. However, Hua Yu didn't know that her parents had a strong desire to control their children. Although they valued and doted on her, if she didn't meet their expectations, she would be scolded by her father and mocked by her mother. This wasn't the life of a rich daughter that Hua Yu had dreamed of having, but she would never let Hua Tian see that things weren't going well for her. Hua Yu sneered. "Look at yourself. You look like you haven't had a good night's sleep in your entire life. Don't tell me you've been working to repay your debt?" Her followers all laughed, and a girl echoed, "Yeah, Hua Tian, isn't this miserable? You used to be so arrogant, but now, why are you looking like a defeated dog? She's not the Hua family's daughter now, so how can she still be so arrogant? Of course she's here to withdraw from school." At the thought of having to be expelled if she failed the test later, Hua Tian immediately felt depressed. Hua Yu and her followers thought that they hit her where it hurt and were pleased with themselves. Hua Yu pretended to look worried. "Oh my, what should we do? Hua Tian, will there be a high school that will accept you after you drop out of Qingli?" One of her followers said, "There are probably no high schools who would accept an idiot with a 2-digit score for the total of all her examinations." Everyone laughed. Bai Ying frowned and said to Hua Tian impatiently, "Is it fun to watch these people acting like monkeys? They wasted at least 5 minutes of your time just now. Are you still not leaving?" Hua Tian slowly explained, "I'm just relaxing a little after watching some show. Actually, I'm quite nervous because I'm really not good at some subjects." Only then did Hua Yu and the others realize that they had been treated like a monkey show. They were all furious. Even Hua Yu couldn't maintain her composure anymore. She asked sharply, "Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" One of the girls reached out to pull Bai Ying, but even though he looked skinny and short, he stood rooted to the ground as if he was very heavy. He looked at his sleeve, which was being pulled by a stranger, in disgust. He waved his hand and the girl stumbled and almost fell. Hua Yu looked at Bai Ying in surprise. She thought of something and said to Hua Tian mockingly, "It seems like you know that you don't have a good relationship with people in school. You only have to go through the withdrawal procedures, and you still need a bodyguard? But given your current financial situation, hiring a bodyguard should be very difficult, right? It seems like you're still not used to being an ordinary person. Huayu looked at the gloomy Bai Ying. Your physical conditions look quite good. How much can Hua Tian pay you? You might as well be hired by the Hua family. I can give you more. Bai Ying had probably never seen such an arrogant person before. He could not help but ask Hua Tian in a suspicious tone, is there something wrong with this person's brain? I already told you that I'm not good at biotechnology, so how can I judge if there's a problem with someone's head with my eyes? Hua Tian shrugged and said, but since she has such obvious symptoms, I guess her brain is really not very healthy? Hua Tian, how dare you say that there's something wrong with my brain? Huayu was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, looks like you can't change your arrogance. In the past, everyone tolerated you on the Hua family's account. Do you still think you're the Hua family's daughter? As Huayu said this, her followers seemed to have received a signal. All of them approached Hua Tian and Bai Ying, looking like they wanted to attack them on campus. Bai Ying snorted. So this is what Qingli is like. I really regret agreeing to see Huan's recruitment invitation. Hua Tian suggested excitedly, I also find this school very annoying now. Why don't the two of us leave together and go to another high school? Anyway, you haven't registered. You can just stand Si Huan up. Proposal denied. A cold and authoritative voice rang out. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Si Huan and Zhao Feng, who were wearing the student union tags. They were influential figures in the school, especially since Si Huan had become the president of the student union this year. There weren't many people in the school who didn't respect him. Si Huan said, after one summer vacation, has Hua Tian forgotten the location of the academic affairs office? The teachers have been waiting for you for half an hour. Hurry over now. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Something is wrong with the teachers. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Si Huan arranged for Zhao Feng to bring Hua Tian to the academic affairs office to take the test, then called another male student to bring Bai Ying to make his registration as a new student. The student union's president quickly and easily quelled an impending campus violence, but Huayu and her followers were completely unaware that Si Huan was saving them. Huayu only knew that Si Huan and Hua Tian got married in her previous life. She heard that their marriage had been wonderful. She was filled with distorted hatred toward Hua Tian that she hated him too. Huayu couldn't help but sneer, Si Huan, it looks like you care a lot about Hua Tian, but she's no longer part of the Hua family. She might not be able to help you anymore. Si Huan took a long look at Huayu. He took out a notebook he carried on to record something. I didn't want to establish my authority on the first day of school, but some students don't seem to know how to abide by the school's rules. Neither do they respect the president of the student union. All of you will have your corresponding morality points deducted. I hope you will behave yourself from now on. Huayu's followers were afraid of Si Huan, to begin with. Huayu was also frightened by Si Huan's cold gaze when it swept on her and didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Only after Si Huan left far away did they dare to complain. Is there something wrong with Si Huan? He actually deducted our points for Hua Tian? Isn't she about to be persuaded to leave the school? But from what Si Huan said just now, the teachers seem to be waiting for Hua Tian to take a test. It can't be that she's going to be staying in our school, right? Huayu's face darkened. Impossible. My father has already spoken to the school. He won't allow Hua Tian to continue attending the same school as me. Everyone looked at Huayu carefully, not daring to refute her. On the other side, Zhao Feng led Hua Tian all the way to the academic affairs office. Actually, he had a lot of questions in his heart. For example, were the robots that Hua Tian made real? And if she was so amazing, why did she pretend to be a useless bum in the past? However, he could no longer treat Hua Tian as a normal person. It was as if he was facing an idol he had a great yearning for. When he faced Hua Tian, he was also nervous and agitated. All the questions he had tossed and turned in his heart. When he finally summoned the courage to ask them, they had arrived at the academic affairs office. Zhao Feng could only knock on the door regretfully and then opened it. He handed Hua Tian over to the teachers in the office who were eyeing her covetously. Hua Tian was startled by the teachers' gazes. She stood hesitantly at the door of the office, not daring to enter. The academic director smiled and waved at Hua Tian. Hua Tian, come over quickly. The teachers have come up with some simple papers. They just want to test your current academic level. Don't worry, no matter what your results are, the teachers will let you enter the school. Hua Tian felt that something was wrong. She frowned and explained, "Teacher, no one is paying for my sponsorship this year. Didn't Si Huan say that I won't be able to enroll if I don't pass the tests?" The academic director said firmly, "That's because student Si Huan was trying to scare you. As a school that had indiscriminate education as part of the school's motto, how could we let our students drop out for no reason?" Hua Tian scratched her head in confusion. "Is that so?" The academic director said, "Of course. By the way, let me understand your foundations first. Which subjects are you more confident in?" Hua Tian sighed. "I have confidence in science, but I feel very troubled about humanities. To be honest, I really don't have the confidence to pass this test." The academic director interrupted her and said, "Today, we'll just be testing your knowledge level. Of course, the test papers don't have the content that you can grasp just by memorizing them. Due to the restrictions of time, we can't test you on all your subjects either. You just need to pick some questions from the science paper and do them." Hua Tian was in a bit of a daze as she was pushed to the table by the academic director. He took out a few pieces of paper from a stack of test papers and placed them in front of her. He was also very considerate and prepared rough paper and a pen for her. The academic director smiled and told Hua Tian, "These are the test papers. Take your time and do them. If you need anything, let us know." With that, the academic director waved his hand and chased the other teachers out of the office, leaving Hua Tian alone to do the papers. The other teachers who were chased out of the office looked unhappy, especially the few who taught humanities. The math teacher complained, "The director is too much. We will be Hua Tian's teachers in the future, but she won't let us interact more with her." The history teacher was even more dissatisfied. "How can you say that one can grasp humanities just by memorizing? The director is cutting her too much slack." The physics teacher adjusted his glasses and said, "It's understandable. All of you saw Bai Ying walking with Hua Tian in the surveillance footage. He looked no different from a normal person when he walked. This is enough to prove Hua Tian's ability. The tests are just a formality to give the school's board of directors an explanation." These words made the teachers excited. After all, the person who was about to become their student was a genius. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Competed for by Teachers. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Tian flipped through the test papers that the academic director had handed to her. There was really nothing from the humanities department, not even a Chinese paper, which was supposed to be a core subject. Although she felt that something was amiss, Hua Tian couldn't help but feel happy. She felt that she was really too lucky. She did not have to take the exams for subjects that she was not good at and only had to take the ones she knew. This was probably the dream of all students. Hundreds of years later, people would develop their brains through gene editing techniques. After transmigrating through spacetime, as her soul integrated with the body, Hua Tian's brain had developed to a 50% degree. What did that mean? It meant that Hua Tian could clearly see the intrinsic qualities of an object. It also meant that her brain had already obtained the correct answer the moment she finished reading the question on the paper. Hence, Hua Tian scribbled away on the papers without stopping. It only took about 10 minutes for Hua Tian to finish a paper. She put the finished math paper aside and started writing a physics paper. It took less than an hour for her to finish all the papers. This included the time Hua Tian had even dozed off for over 10 minutes when she was really too tired. Hence, the teachers from the science department were called back by the academic director. The academic director handed the test papers to the teachers. He secretly gave them a look and said, "Come and change the answers for Hua Tian. This is not an official examination anyway, and there isn't a need to have the strict requirements for marking college entrance examinations." All the teachers nodded to show that they understood. It seemed like the academic director did not have much confidence in Hua Tian. However, it was not surprising that the academic director was worried. The teachers flipped through clean test papers in their hands and saw that only the answer was written for each question. They could not help but feel that Hua Tian had just randomly written a number on the papers. However, as the teachers went through the answers seriously, their expressions gradually turned solemn. It was easy to tell if the answers for science subjects were right. The teachers looked up at each other in shock after checking against the answer sheet. The physics teacher managed to maintain his composure. The answers for the physics paper are all correct. What about you guys? The answers for the biology paper are all correct. For chemistry too. The math teacher said in a dilemma, although all the answers for the math paper are correct, the steps weren't written. The English teacher was even more confused. There are no problems with the previous questions, but this essay, why does it look like an academic research report? The academic director flipped through all the papers and asked the teachers who set the questions, "Are you sure these questions are new? Is it possible that Hua Tian has done the original questions before?" The teachers all said, "The papers were just prepared in the past 2 days. It's impossible for there to be an original question." The mathematics and chemistry questions were written by hand too, so there's no way that Hua Tian would be able to get her hands on the papers either. The academic director and the teachers looked at each other. So this is Hua Tian's true standard? The teachers nodded excitedly. It's definitely her real standard. After completing the tests, Hua Tian went to the toilet. When she returned to the academic affairs office, she felt that the gazes of the teachers were so passionate that they could melt her. The academic director smiled kindly. Hua Tian must be tired from the tests. Come in and take a rest. Hua Tian carefully sat down on the sofa and was surrounded by the teachers. She was at a loss and asked, "Why are the teachers looking at me like that? I didn't give any wrong answer just now, right?" "Of course you didn't give the wrong answers. Your answers are all correct." The academic director smiled and said, "The teachers are all very satisfied with your results and all of them want to be your form teacher. Which class does Hua Tian want to go to?" Hua Tian thought for a while, then sighed and said, "Si Huan is in the 3rd year and Bai Ying is in the 1st year. I can't be in the same class as them, so let's just go to any class." "I don't care." A few teachers got close to her again, eager to say something. The academic director coughed. Only then did the teachers control their urge to snatch Hua Tian away. "Since Hua Tian doesn't have a class she wants to go to, then let's draw lots. This is the fairest and most reasonable method." A few teachers went off to prepare the lots. Throughout the whole process, they suppressed each other and said that their class was the best. Hua Tian watched curiously as the teachers fought like children, and she wondered why all of them wanted to be her form teacher even though she wasn't a good student. The academic director said to Hua Tian while the teachers were drawing lots, "Hua Tian, with your ability, you can be eligible for our school's scholarship. However, there are fixed rules for the award. You can only obtain it when your results reach a certain standard. However, your situation is special, so I will put up an application to the school to specially award you with an innovation award." Hua Tian asked curiously, "Does our school have this award?" The academic director affirmed, "Of course there is." This award was created to reward students who have shown innovation in technology. This year's award will definitely be yours. He'd set up an innovation award later. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Assigned Class. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The entire class assignment process was like a farce. While Hua Tian was in a daze, she was snatched away by the lucky physics teacher. The refined physics teacher drew the lot with Hua Tian's name on it and shouted yes, then jumped up excitedly. Mr. Wang came to Hua Tian's side under the resentful gazes of the other teachers. He forced a loving smile on his originally serious face. Hua Tian, from today onwards, you're a student of Year 2 Class 1. I'm your form teacher. Come to the office later. I'll tell you some things to take note of, okay? Hua Tian nodded blankly. Oh, okay, teacher. The academic director smiled and said to the form teacher, Mr. Wang, I'll hand Hua Tian over to you. From now on, you have to shoulder the responsibility of teaching Hua Tian. Don't disappoint me. The form teacher sighed and said, Sigh, your words have given me a lot of pressure. Compared to the other teachers, I'm too young. Moreover, Hua Tian's situation is so special, but I believe that my student and I will definitely bring more honor to the school in the future. The academic director exposed him. Mr. Wang, stop with the humble bragging. Otherwise, the other teachers might not be able to hold back their urge but put a sack over you. He turned around and saw that several teachers were indeed furious and looked like they wanted to roll up their sleeves. Only then did Mr. Wang stop showing off. He coughed and said to the academic director, Is there anything else you need to explain to Hua Tian? If not, I will be taking my student away. He emphasized the words his student, which agitated the other teachers even more. The academic director waved his hand helplessly. All right. Hurry up and take Hua Tian away. All right, later on, explain to Hua Tian about the assistance that our school has for top students and help her go through the applications for waiving tuition and to provide living expenses. Don't let Hua Tian run back and forth. Okay, I'll see to it personally later. Mr. Wang nodded and beckoned to Hua Tian with a smile. Hua Tian, come with me. Let's go to the office to update your records first. Thus, Hua Tian was led by the form teacher to the office of the Year 2 teachers. Mr. Wang asked Hua Tian to sit down at her seat and then took out a blank student record form. She asked Hua Tian to fill in her basic information. After all, the family information and contact details in the student records that Hua Tian had filled in during Year 1 did not match her current situation. Mr. Wang then instructed her, Hua Tian, fill out this form here first. Teacher will go to the classroom to take care of some matters. Got it, teacher. Hua Tian nodded and obediently picked up a pen to start filling in the student records form. From time to time, other teachers would come in and out of the big office. What puzzled Hua Tian was that all the teachers seemed to know her, and they were especially friendly to her. There were even young female teachers who shared their snacks with Hua Tian. This made Hua Tian wonder if she had some sort of buff that people liked that would make everyone involuntarily want to get close to her. However, technology that could deceive other people's senses would only appear 200 years later. Therefore, Hua Tian felt that this right now was very magical. Just as Hua Tian was wondering if there was a problem with herself or with this world, Wei Yu's appearance made her feel like the world had finally returned to normal. After resting for a while, the teachers went to their respective classes to hold a class meeting. Hua Tian was gradually the only one left in the big office. She had already filled up her student record form, so she spun the pen in boredom, dozing while resting her cheek on her palm. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock rang out on the door. Hua Tian was startled and blurted out unconsciously, "Please come in." "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm here to give you our class's student register." The gentle and polite voice stopped abruptly. Hua Yu glared at Hua Tian, who was sitting in Mr. Wang's seat. Hua Tian, why are you here? Why is it you again? Hua Tian cast a dejected look at Hua Yu, who suddenly appeared in front of her again. She really felt that it wasn't a good choice to stay in this school. I should be the one asking you this, right? Why are you like an unkillable cockroach, always coming out to disgust people? Hua Yu sneered and walked to Mr. Wang's desk. She picked up the form in front of Hua Tian and threw a casual glance at it. Your student records? So you're really here today to settle the withdrawal procedures? It's not as if there'd be any other high schools who would want you, so why did you go to the trouble of making this trip to school? You should have just packed your luggage and gone to work at the electronics factory. Hua Tian spun the pen in her hand with great skill, leaning back sluggishly on the chair. She was clearly sitting, but her disposition was stronger than Hua Yu, who was in front of her. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop out even if I wanted to. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Stay Away From Me. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Truth be told, Hua Tian really didn't want to go against Hua Yu time and time again. No matter what was the reason that had caused the two of them to have been switched for more than a decade. It was undeniable that the original Hua Tian had enjoyed a lot of materialistic conditions that should have belonged to Hua Yu. Therefore, no matter how hard Hua Yu tried to provoke her, Hua Tian was always very tolerant towards her. However, she realized that Hua Yu didn't know when to stop and was constantly exhausting her patience. Take now, for example, Hua Tian didn't feel like tolerating Hua Yu's provocation anymore. She snatched the student record form from Hua Yu and said expressionlessly, no matter which teacher you're looking for, he's not here right now. As a good student, I don't think you should enter the teacher's office without permission. It wouldn't be good if the teacher misunderstood your intentions. Don't you agree, student Hua? Hua Yu's eyes widened in anger at Hua Tian's accusation. I've never seen someone like you who distorts right from wrong. You were the one who let me in, and you're also the one who had sneaked into the office when the teacher wasn't around. Oh yeah, you can't be trying to steal something, could you? Hua Tian was speechless by Hua Yu's great imagination. She pointed at the surveillance camera in the corner of the office. Did you see that? That thing is called a surveillance camera. No thief would be stupid enough to steal from a room with surveillance cameras. Hua Yu became even angrier. She probably didn't expect Hua Tian to mock her intelligence. So what if there are surveillance cameras? If I tell the others that you stole something from the teacher's office, who do you think they will believe? Me or you? Why should I care if others will believe me? Is there a reason why I must gain their trust? Hua Tian looked at Hua Yu pitifully and sincerely suggested, I remember that you used to be quite smart. Your results have always been in the top 3 of the cohort, but you always seem so stupid when you meet me. I think you should stay away from me in the future, right? You? Hua Yu was fuming so much that felt like she was going to explode. She really didn't understand why Hua Tian could remain so calm even now. She had already been kicked out of the Hua family, and from now on, she could only live in the dirty and messy slums. She was also about to drop out of school and would probably have to work to survive for the rest of her life. But why didn't Hua Tian show any despair on her face? What Hua Yu wanted to see the most was Hua Tian's despair towards fate. Hua Tian was also afraid that Hua Yu would faint from anger. She frowned and said, What's wrong with you? You don't even like me, yet you keep trying to get close to me. People who don't know you might think that you have a crush on me. You're so shameless. Who would have a crush on you? Hua Yu clenched her fists and wanted to slap Hua Tian, but she remembered the surveillance cameras in the office and could only suppress her anger. At this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. Teacher Wang pushed open the door and came in to see 2 people in front of her desk, one seated and one standing. He nodded at Hua Yu. Which teacher are you looking for? Take a seat on an empty seat and wait. The other teachers should be back soon. Teacher, I am. Huayu wanted to say that she was a student in Teacher Wang's class, but she realized that his attention was not on her. Teacher Wang only had eyes for Hua Tian, who was sitting obediently in front of his desk. Hua Tian, are you anxious from waiting? Hua Tian stood up to give up her seat to Teacher Wang, but he pressed on Hua Tian's shoulder. It's all right, you can sit. Teacher can just sit beside you. Hua Tian placed the student record form she had filled up in front of Teacher Wang. Teacher, this is my student record. Teacher Wang took the form and looked at it happily. It's really not bad. Hua Tian didn't know what the teacher was happy about. She asked curiously, what did you say isn't bad? My handwriting is very ordinary. Huayu, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't help but snort and mutter softly, how can you call such scrawls ordinary? Teacher Wang's hearing was within the range of a normal person. He did not hear Huayu's mumbling, but Hua Tian, who had sharp senses, heard Huayu's complaints clearly. Hua Tian couldn't be bothered to let Huayu continue to ruin her mood. She said unhappily, Teacher Wang, I still have some unfinished work to do. If there's nothing else, I'll be going home. Huayu gloated and said, yeah, Teacher Wang, hurry up and help Hua Tian with her withdrawal procedures. You can't hold her up on her work. After all, Hua Tian will have to work to support herself in the future. Only then did Teacher Wang turn his gaze to Huayu. His face no longer wore the amicable expression he had when facing Hua Tian. His serious expression could make the most mischievous student in the school instantly behave themselves, and it was even harder for Huayu to withstand the pressure from his gaze. Student, I don't know which class you are from, but I think respecting a teacher is a must for every student. When a teacher is talking to someone else, it's a basic courtesy for you to stay quiet at the side. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Teacher. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Huayu's face turned pale. She never expected that she would be mercilessly criticized by her form teacher. She stammered as she explained, Teacher, I'm not. I just feel that you shouldn't waste your time on someone who's about to drop out of school. There are still many students waiting for you to take care of. Mr. Wang's frown deepened. He sized up Huayu and asked unhappily, are you in our class? Huayu lowered her head and replied in a low voice, yes, you asked the class to elect the class committee members and everyone nominated me to be the class representative. Everyone nominated me, so I'm here to ask what are the things that I'll need to do. Mr. Wang waved his hand. All right, you can go back first. Tell your classmates not to run around. I'll go and announce some matters later. Huayu quickly left the office. Hua Tian said gloomily, I didn't know I was in the same class as Huayu. Mr. Wang heard her tone and thought that he mustn't let someone else pick up the treasure that he had gotten. Hence, Mr. Wang put on a display as if he wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Hua Tian. What's wrong, Hua Tian? Did you have a disagreement with that student? Hua Tian sighed and said, she's the Huayu who had her place switched with me. I don't think there are any contradictions between us, but Huayu probably thinks that I owe her. She keeps coming over to find trouble and waste my time. Teacher, why don't I change? Mr. Wang's heart was pounding and he quickly interrupted Hua Tian, so that's how it is. I understand. Later, I will remind everyone in the class to not disturb you. In the future, if you don't get along well with other students, you must tell me in time. Hua Tian thought about it and felt that if she were to change classes, the procedures would be quite troublesome and it'd also seem as if she was afraid of Huayu. Furthermore, if her teacher could get Huayu and her followers to stop bothering her, it would be the same no matter which class she was in. Hence, Hua Tian nodded. I understand, teacher. Mr. Wang heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate that he was quick-witted. Otherwise, this genius would have fallen into someone else's hands. He handed the school card to Hua Tian. I just went to the logistics department to collect your meal card. The logistics department will remit your living expenses to your card on time every month. There's also this note. After the class meeting, take this note to the logistics department to collect your school uniform for free. Hua Tian obediently took the things Mr. Wang passed to her. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. These are things that I should do. Mr. Wang looked at the obedient and polite Hua Tian and thought that the rumors spread by the students were really unbelievable. They all said that Hua Yu was a gentle and generous campus goddess, while Hua Tian was an arrogant and domineering idiot. Now, it seemed that their image was the complete opposite. Mr. Wang led Hua Tian around as if she was carrying a treasure worth showing off. Every time he met a teacher, he would greet them with a smile and introduce Hua Tian to them. Hello, Mr. Su. This is a student from our class. She just took the entrance examination and scored full marks for all the science papers. Mr. Liu? The student who came in first place for the end-of-year examinations last year was assigned to your class, right? That's nice. Our class didn't get anyone with outstanding results. I can only hope that Hua Tian will make me proud in the future. Hey, Mr. He. From the office to the academic building, Hua Tian saw with her own eyes how her form teacher had offended several teachers. She felt as if countless black lines were sliding down her forehead. Teacher, you must be very unpopular. When they were almost in the classroom, Hua Tian couldn't help but sigh at the form teacher. Mr. Wang smiled, then he took his expression in check and said to Hua Tian seriously, Today, I'll teach you a principle: those who don't incur the jealousy of others are mediocre. Hua Tian, you're destined to walk ahead of everyone. So, don't let other people's slanders, insults, or jealousy tie you down. Don't hope for others' understanding. You just need to walk your own path firmly. Hua Tian looked at Mr. Wang steadily. In the era hundreds of years later, all the work in the education industry was handed over to artificial intelligence. The teacher occupation had completely withdrawn from history. After transmigrating, Hua Tian had only come to the conclusion that she had to respect her teachers from the original Hua Tian's experience. However, she didn't really understand why she had to respect a specific profession. At this moment, Hua Tian vaguely understood that the reason why teachers were respected was not only because they were imparting knowledge, but also because they were working hard to guide the students in their lives. Mr. Wang felt that Hua Tian's dazed look was quite cute. He patted her head and said, All right, let's enter the classroom. After pushing the door open, the noisy classroom instantly quietened down. Mr. Wang stood on the podium and said to the entire class, Class, I went to take care of some matters just now. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting for so long. Before I announce the things to take note of for the new semester, I would like to introduce a classmate who was assigned to the class at a slightly later time. He looked toward the door encouragingly and said, Hua Tian, come over here and give a self-introduction. Mr. Wang had just finished speaking when an abrupt "How can she possibly continue to attend school?" rang out in the classroom. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Because I'm a Genius. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the quiet classroom, Hua Yu's sudden outburst could be heard clearly. All the students turned to look at Hua Yu, who was sitting in the middle of the third row. Mr. Wang was also looking at her. The silence in the classroom made Hua Yu lower her head awkwardly, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Hua Yu didn't expect Hua Tian to be the one to break the awkward silence. Hua Tian walked to the podium and stood beside Mr. Wang. She nodded at the students in the classroom and said, I am Hua Tian. From now on, I will be everyone's classmate. I hope you will keep your distance from me. Mr. Wang looked at Hua Tian helplessly and dotingly. He then pointed to the empty seats in the back row and said, Hua Tian, go find a seat and sit down. After Hua Tian took her seat, Mr. Wang said, I believe that many of you have heard of Hua Tian. No matter what kind of image Hua Tian has in those rumors, I hope that everyone can respect your classmates and not look at her harshly. Also, don't disturb her with malicious intentions. That was what Hua Tian's self-introduction meant. Although the teacher didn't point her out to criticize her, Hua Yu could feel that he was reminding her. She couldn't understand why Hua Tian was given differential treatment by Mr. Wang. Hua Yu raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Mr. Wang frowned but still nodded and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Hua Yu stood up and glared at Mr. Wang angrily as if questioning him. "Mr. Wang, I hope that you can explain why the school didn't expel Hua Tian. Given her grades, she doesn't deserve to stay in Qingli High School. She can't pay the sponsorship fee either. Isn't that right?" With Hua Yu's questioning, the classroom was gradually filled with whispers. Even though Mr. Wang looked scary with his solemn expression, the students could not control their desire to watch a show. Mr. Wang's sharp gaze swept across the classroom, causing the students who were whispering to each other to shut up obediently. Then, he said in a low voice, "Whether a student stays or leaves is something that the school's management discusses and comes to a decision on. It's just a rumor that the school is expelling Hua Tian. I hope you guys will improve your ability to discern things and don't take rumors seriously." Hua Yu mustered up her courage and continued, "But Hua Tian clearly doesn't meet Qingli High School's recruitment criteria. It's unfair for the school to keep her student status. How can someone who can't pay the sponsorship fee and has poor grades attend Qingli High?" Mr. Wang took a deep breath. He was not a teacher who liked to suppress his students, but he was being questioned by his students on the first day of school. If he could not convince his students, he would lose his authority as the form teacher. Just as Mr. Wang was about to criticize Hua Yu harshly, Hua Tian, who was sitting in the last row, sluggishly raised her hand. Without waiting for Mr. Wang's approval, she said, "Since Hua Yu is raising doubts about me, let me answer your question." Mr. Wang frowned slightly. "Hua Tian, you." Hua Tian stood up and nodded at Mr. Wang. "Teacher, I know you don't want me to have any conflicts with my classmates, but for the sake of my reputation and the school's reputation, I should respond to the doubts that my classmates have." She met Hua Yu's gaze again and shook her index finger. "I want to refute Hua Yu's bias. Nothing in this world is unchanging. Although I can't always rely on sponsorship fees to be eligible to attend this school, this doesn't mean that my grades will always be at the bottom. I did a test in school this morning, and my results were lucky enough to meet the admission criteria." Mr. Wang smiled and nodded. "Yes, Hua Tian did very well in the test this morning. Her capabilities have been acknowledged by all the teachers." "That's impossible." Hua Yu's expression changed again and again, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. "Everyone knows how bad Hua Tian's grades were in year 1. How could she improve her grades to be eligible for admission to the school in just one summer vacation?" Hua Tian tilted her head and shrugged. "Maybe it's because I'm a genius. It's just raising my results. It's not too difficult for me." Hua Yu was infuriated by her humble bragging behavior. "Why didn't you improve your results in the past?" "That's because there were people to pay for my sponsorship fees in the past. Why do I still have to work hard on my own?" Hua Tian said matter-of-factly, "Not to mention, I was influenced by my family situation in the past, so my personality is more rebellious. Oh, by the way, Hua Yu, you should pay more attention to your results. Don't be like me in the past, letting my results fall because of family factors." Hua Yu couldn't take it anymore. "That's rub." Fortunately, Mr. Wang quickly interrupted her. "All right, Hua Tian has already explained things. If everyone still doubts her results, you can compete with her in future exams and not choose to slander or suppress your classmate." Chapter 29. Chapter 29, The Need to Go to School. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Ever since she was reborn, Hua Yu had set her mind on becoming a socialite from a rich family that everyone would envy. Before she returned to the Hua family, Hua Yu had strictly conducted herself with the standards of a socialite. She worked hard in her studies and entered Qingli High School, which she did not even dare to think about in her previous life, with her excellent grades. She then sped up her return to the Hua family. Over the years, Huayu, who had excellent grades as well as a gentle and generous personality, had gained the favor of almost all the teachers. However, her form teacher this year was clearly unhappy with her. Huayu could tell that every single word he said was warning her. Huayu sat down angrily, anger boiling in her heart. Was this teacher blind? How could he make things so difficult for her over Hua Tian, a student who was a troublemaker and had poor grades? It was Hua Tian again. She had already left the Hua family, so why was she still being an eyesore to her? A dark thought popped up in Huayu's mind. Could it be that the only way she could be completely free from Hua Tian was to have her leave this world? Mr. Wang announced the class rules on the podium, but almost everyone could not concentrate. The boys in the back row secretly turned their heads to look at Hua Tian while Mr. Wang was not paying attention. She sat alone in a corner of the last row, her head propped up on her hand as she listened to the teacher talking. She tried hard to raise her eyelids, but they slowly closed. After a while, her entire body was sprawled on the table, vividly portraying the word tired. There were no lessons scheduled for the first day of school. Every class would be dismissed after the class meeting. By the time Mr. Wang announced that they could do whatever they wished, the students from the other classes were already having fun. Some students from other classes waited outside the classroom. Out of which, the ones who stood out the most were the group of three with Si Huan, Zhao Feng, and Bai Ying. Si Huan and Zhao Feng were famous in the school, so everyone was more curious about Bai Ying's identity. Some students could not help but wonder what kind of outstanding family background this student must have for him to be able to stand next to Si Huan with such confidence. What kind of extraordinary person were they waiting so idly for? Mr. Wang saw Si Huan when he walked out of the classroom. He thought of how it was Si Huan's persistence that allowed Hua Tian to obtain the opportunity to take the admission tests, thus allowing him to obtain such a precious genius. Hence, Mr. Wang smiled at Si Huan in an especially amicable manner. Si Huan? Are you able to get used to the student union's work? Si Huan said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. I heard from the academic director that Hua Tian was assigned to your class and came to look for her with some friends. Looks like you guys are on good terms with Hua Tian. I'm relieved. She doesn't seem to be very good at getting along with her classmates. As her friends, you guys can show her more concern." Si Huan said, "Don't worry, teacher. I promised Hua Tian's mother that I would take care of her." Si Huan. Bai Ying. Are you here to eat with me? Hua Tian stuck her head out of the classroom door. Wait for me, the study representative is handing me textbooks. Bai Ying waved at Hua Tian. Take your time. Don't rush. Suddenly, the classroom door seemed to have been kicked roughly by someone. There was a loud thud, and then Huayu stormed out of the classroom. She didn't seem to see Mr. Wang and walked right past him. Si Huan frowned. Huayu is in this class too? Mr. Wang explained awkwardly, the year 2 students are randomly assigned by the system. The teachers can't change them as they wish. Si Huan said, I just think Hua Tian might be affected. Bai Ying, who looked like a person of few words, suddenly said, it doesn't matter. If Hua Tian is unhappy in school, we'll drop out together. After all, school is not necessary for us. Mr. Wang held his breath. He wanted to grab Bai Ying and shake him hard so that he could forget about this idea. Si Huan said calmly, I've already discussed with the school's management about building a laboratory for the two of you. The workshop you guys have at home won't have better research conditions than the school laboratory. Mr. Wang heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, that's right. Bai Ying, if you attend school, you can at least use the laboratory for free. How would school be unnecessary? Bai Ying looked at Si Huan. But doesn't your company have a professional laboratory? Si Huan said, "Our company will not recruit underage employees who don't have a degree from a key university." And Hua Tian, who had left the classroom, heard part of the conversation. She said to Bai Ying, "Going to school is still beneficial. Besides having access to a laboratory, we'll also have a chance to participate in the world-class technological innovation competition. We can come into contact with the most advanced technological achievements. This is also why I'm wasting my time to come to school." Mr. Wang was rendered speechless by Hua Tian's bluntness, but they did not seem to care about how the teachers felt about this. Bai Ying nodded and said, "I see." Hua Tian added, "But it's more important to be happy. If they keep looking for trouble, I might really not come one day." Mr. Wang promised, "Hua Tian, don't worry. I will definitely manage the class well and not let other students find trouble for you." Hua Tian reminded him, especially that Hua Yu. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Probably Crazy. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On the way to the cafeteria, Si Huan asked Hua Tian about what happened in the morning. Only then did he find out that Hua Tian had been picked on by Hua Yu several times in such a short time. Zhao Feng complained, "Luckily, this Miss Hua has never seen Hua Tian fight. Otherwise, how would she dare to target Hua Tian?" Hua Tian stared at Zhao Feng for a long while before she suddenly realized something and said, "I was wondering why you look so familiar." "So you're the one who helped me fight, My name is Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng said gloomily, "I remember that I had introduced myself back then." Hua Tian did not feel apologetic at all. She circled a small area on her head. "I've placed all my unimportant memories in this region. I'm usually too lazy to go through them. It's not that I don't remember you." Zhao Feng's expression was crestfallen. "Thank you, I wasn't consoled at all." Bai Ying seemed to be very interested in Hua Tian's explanation. The two of them talked excitedly about the different functions of each area of the brain. Their conversation made Zhao Feng shudder. He leaned over to Si Huan and whispered, "Do they usually talk about such scary topics as well? How did you get used to it?" Si Huan chuckled. "They're just exploring the truth. I just need to give them my support so they can implement their thoughts into actions. And don't you think they're cute?" Zhao Feng turned around to look at Hua Tian and Bai Ying, who was one step behind them. Bai Ying had his head lowered, letting Hua Tian circle out the sections on his head, listening to her explain what functions each area of his brain had. "How is that cute? What's wrong with your eyes?" Zhao Feng pulled his hair crazily. "Ever since you got involved with Hua Tian, you've changed. Now even your eyesight is abnormal. Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup?" Hua Tian asked doubtfully, "Which one of you wants to go for a checkup? Is there something wrong with your brain too?" Si Huan shook his head and laughed. "Now your ears aren't working. Both of our brains are pretty good. Zhao Feng was just joking just now." Black lines appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead. "That's right, I was just joking." "But what do you mean by that?" Hua Tian said, "We were talking about Hua Yu. Bai Ying and I both think that there's something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, why would her IQ drop the moment she sees me? I don't want to argue with an idiot, but I find it annoying. It's really upsetting." Mr. and Mrs. Hua also felt that once their biological daughter faced Hua Tian, she would easily lose her cool and led to her always doing stupid things. After hearing Hua Yu's complaints about the school and Hua Tian, they couldn't help but doubt Hua Yu's intelligence. "Mr. Hua said in a low voice, I sent you to school so that you can learn, and not for you to compete with others nor to embarrass the Hua family." Hua Yu felt so aggrieved that tears welled up in her eyes. "Dad, Hua Tian was the one who embarrassed the Hua family. She never studied hard when she was still in the Hua family, but after she left, her grades improved by leaps and bounds." "Isn't she saying that you and my mom don't know how to educate children? I'm just angry that she's deliberately defaming our family's reputation." However, Father Hua was not convinced by Huayu's reason. He said coldly, "You don't have to find an excuse. I know you don't want Hua Tian to appear in school because her existence will remind others that you had been left outside for more than 10 years. In the past, I thought you were a good daughter who could make us proud, so I went along with your wishes to chase Hua Tian away. But now, it seems that my decision back then wasn't wise." Huayu's face turned pale. It was as if she had returned to her past life. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get her parents to take her seriously. Hua Tian, on the other hand, was the opposite. As Si Huan's wife, no matter how cold she was to her parents, they still smiled sweetly at her and praised her in front of outsiders. The father in front of her seemed to overlap with the father from her previous life. Huayu felt like she had become the low-esteem and cowardly woman from her previous life. She pleaded softly, "Daddy, don't treat me like this. I'll work hard." However, Huayu's abnormal behavior was met with a look of disgust from Mr. Hua. He said to Mrs. Hua, "You're her mother, so you should try to persuade Huayu and let her understand what she should do." Mrs. Hua nodded elegantly. "You can go ahead and do your work. Leave this to me." After Mr. Hua left, Mrs. Hua walked up to Huayu, raised her hand, and gave her a tight slap. "Are you sober now?" Huayu covered half of her face, her shoulders twitching, but she didn't dare let out a sob. Mrs. Hua's tone was still slow and composed. "Huayu, you really disappoint me. I don't care if you hate Hua Tian nor what you want to do to her, but I can't stand you using such stupid tricks on her." "Mom?" Huayu looked at her with teary eyes. "Mrs." Hua stroked Huayu's messy hair gently. "Good child, you have to learn how to deal with your enemies without batting an eyelid. Think about it carefully. What advantages do you have compared to Hua Tian? How do you use these advantages to deal a fatal blow to your enemies?" Chapter 31. Chapter 31, School Life. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The fundings for the school's new laboratory needed to be approved by the board of directors. Therefore, during the period when school started, Hua Tian went to class every day like the other students. Hua Tian thought that staying in the classroom every day would give Huayu more opportunities to look for her trouble, but unexpectedly, Huayu had been very quiet during this period of time. Although she often threw her vicious glares, she didn't do anything. This made Hua Tian feel very strange but also relieved at the same time. After all, she really didn't want to waste her time on meaningless things. If only Huayu could keep this up in the future. However, what Hua Tian did not know was that Huayu's silence did not mean that she did not intend to find trouble for Hua Tian. She merely listened to her mother's teachings and planned to use more subtle and efficient methods to deal with Hua Tian. After all, Huayu knew that her advantages over Hua Tian were her family background and strong connections. Huayu and the CEO of Hein Corporation, Yu, had been keeping in touch. The Hua family had expressed their desire for a political marriage, and Yu didn't seem to be against it. However, his attitude towards Huayu had always been lukewarm. This made Huayu unhappy, so their relationship hadn't progressed much. However, Huayu wasn't against using Yu to achieve her goals. Over the past few days, Huayu and Yu had been interacting more frequently. "So this is why you suddenly became so passionate towards me? You want me to help you deal with Hua Tian as the school's chairman?" Yu chuckled and looked at Huayu with an amused expression. As expected of the real Hua family's daughter. "You really are like the Hua family, viewing interests above everything else." Huayu, who was exposed, was a little furious. "So what if that's the case? Are you going to help me or not? Why did you get angry? I didn't say I wouldn't help you." Yu lifted Huayu's hand, gently rubbed her fingertips, then planted a soft kiss on her fingers. "It's no big deal. As long as Miss Hua gives me some benefits, I'll help you get it done." Huayu's cheeks slowly turned pink. She met Yu's gaze and her heart started racing. After returning to school, Why, you would occasionally think about the time she spent with Hiyu, and she would feel a strange emotion rising in her heart. She couldn't tell if it was because her relationship with Hiyu had improved or because she was confident that she could drive Hwatian out of Qingli. Qingli High School was a boarding school, but there were also students who applied to be day students. Hwatian was one of them. Every day, Ding Chen would be the one to pick her up from or send her to school. Usually, things would go very smoothly, but on weekends, the entire street in front of Qingli High School would be blocked. Hwatian's bag was carried by Si Huan. She and her friends had just walked out of the school gate when they saw Ding Chen waving at them. Tian, uncle is here. He was dressed in a cheap short-sleeved shirt and sports shorts, making him stand out from the well-dressed parents around him. However, Hwatian didn't care about the looks of contempt those parents and students gave and ran happily toward Ding Chen. Yay! The uncle and niece jumped up and did a high five happily. Ding Chen took out a can of iced cola. Here, I bought it secretly behind your mother's back. Don't let your mother know, or I'll be in trouble. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. Hwatian drank a few mouthfuls of cola and heaved a long sigh. Si Huan and Bai Ying walked over and exchanged greetings with Ding Chen. Bai Ying said, Auntie Ding doesn't allow Hwatian to drink too much Coke. The sugar she consumes is too much. Ding Chen handed mineral water to Si Huan and Bai Ying and explained, Tian complains about overusing her brain every day and says that she needs to consume more sugar. At home, there's my sister to watch over her, and in school, you guys watch over her. I only buy her some ice cream and cola occasionally. Si Huan also said, it's fine as long as she takes regular medical checkups and pays attention to the intake of other micronutrients, it's fine. There's no need to control her diet too strictly. Ding Chen's attitude towards Si Huan was not as enthusiastic as when he was facing Bai Ying. Although he realized after a period of observation that Si Huan did not seem like he wanted to run off with their Tian, Ding Chen was still wary of him. More and more students and parents gathered at the school entrance. The few of them squeezed through the crowd and walked towards a hotel not far away. Ding Chen said, fortunately, Si Huan asked me to park my car at his hotel. Otherwise, we would have been stuck on this street for half a day. Moreover, there are so many luxury cars here. I'm really afraid that our lousy Shally would scratch someone's Maserati. Hwatian comforted her uncle, it's okay, uncle. I'm going to have money soon. I'll get you a Maserati for you too. You're really uncle's caring child. Ding Chen made an exaggerated expression of feeling touched. But what if uncle wants a Rolls-Royce more? Hwatian waved her hand generously. Don't worry, I'll arrange for you to have both the Maserati and the Rolls-Royce. The uncle and niece were happily boasting when they heard a slightly sarcastic and elegant female voice say, Tian, it seems like you've been doing quite well after leaving the Hua family. Since you're preparing to buy a luxury car, you must have the ability to pay back your debts, right? Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Mrs. was swallowing a bitter pill. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Mrs. Hua was holding an umbrella and standing gracefully by the roadside. Even though most of the parents who came to pick up the students were dressed in bright clothes and had exquisite makeup, Mrs. Hua was still the most eye-catching one. In the eyes of others, Mrs. Hua was the representation of wealthy dignified ladies. When she realized that Hwatian and the others were just staring at her without saying anything, Mrs. Hua frowned slightly. Even when she was displeased, she remained elegant. Tian, have you forgotten all your manners after you left the Hua family? You aren't even greeting your elders when you see them. Hwatian searched through the unimportant memories in her head and finally remembered the identity of the doll-like woman in front of her. I remember now. So you're Mrs. Hua. Are you asking me to pay back my debt? But it's not time for the first payment. Mrs. Hua realized that the parents around her seemed to be consciously or unconsciously looking over in her direction. She changed to say, Tian, you've misunderstood. I'm also your mother. Why would I force you to return the money? I just want to know how you've been doing during this period of time. Sigh, look at how you're right now. It really makes my heart ache. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, Ding Chen really wanted to punch her. He said angrily, "You old woman, you better recognize your own identity and don't come to try acknowledging others as your daughter." Mrs. Hua seemed to be given a shock. She took a step back and looked at Hua Tian in panic. Tian, we've been mother and daughter for more than 10 years. Now that you've returned to your biological mother's side, you aren't going to accept me, who is your adoptive mother, anymore. Mommy is so sad. As she spoke, she even used a handkerchief to gently wipe the corners of her eyes, as if she wanted to wipe away her tears of sadness. Her actions caused the surrounding parents to sympathize with her. Sigh, it's not easy for Mrs. Hua either. No matter how deep her feelings for her adopted daughter are, the girl still favors her own mother. They say that the favor of having given birth isn't as great as that of having brought one up. But that only applies to a child with a conscience. A person's character is inherited. Didn't they say that the mother of the fake young miss is a prostitute? What good can her daughter be? When these unconcealed discussions entered his ears, Ding Chen was so angry that he stomped his feet. He wanted to point at Mrs. Hua's nose and scold her, but Si Huan held him back. Ding Chen glared at Si Huan. Let go of me. Let me teach this lying B*TCH a lesson. Si Huan shook his head and gestured for him to look at Hua Tian. Don't be rash. Hua Tian has a way to deal with this. Ding Chen looked over and saw that Hua Tian was still calm despite everyone's slander. She had the demeanor of a great general. Hua Tian said to Mrs. Hua seriously, "Mrs. Hua, you're not my mother, so don't say such things anymore. You'll make Huayu unhappy. If Huayu is unhappy, I won't be able to have a good school life." Mrs. Hua's face changed slightly. Tian, did you have a disagreement with Yuyu in school? But Yuyu is an obedient and sensible child. She's not as unsociable and hot-tempered as you. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Hua Tian smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. Mrs. Hua, you're so humorous. If I am unsociable and hot-tempered, I would have given you a slap right now. And if your daughter was really obedient, why would she come looking for my trouble time and time again? There were witnesses every time she came looking for trouble. All right, I think the student council president even deducted her morality points because of this. Did I remember wrongly, President? Hua Tian looked at Si Huan with a smile. Si Huan noticed the slyness in her eyes and thought that Hua Tian was quite cute. Si Huan nodded at Mrs. Hua and said, "Mrs. Hua, I saw your daughter trying to cause trouble on the first day of school. Although our families have been friends for very long, I had no choice but to deduct her morality points in order to establish the authority of the student union. You've always been a reasonable person, so you should understand my difficulties, right?" The suspicious gazes of the people around her made her angry. Mrs. Hua almost couldn't maintain her gentle mask anymore. Why would I blame you? But I didn't know that you and Tian were so close. Si Huan said, "It's probably because Hua Tian wasn't as outstanding and cheerful as she is now when she was in the Hua family. That's why we couldn't be friends in the past." What a pity. Hua Tian patted Si Huan's shoulder in agreement. There's no need to feel regretful. You've discovered my genius intrinsic quality, and I've also seen clearly that you have better qualities compared to other wealthy people. That's why we didn't miss each other, isn't it? Mrs. Hua did not expect Hua Tian to become so sharp-tongued, nor did she expect that Si Huan would help Hua Tian and be sarcastic to her. She deeply felt that she had miscalculated today and had not made sufficient preparations before going up against Hua Tian. The loss in verbal confrontation made Mrs. Hua's expression turn even grimmer. Ding Chen was thrilled to see this. Not only was his niece good at fighting, but she was also good at being sarcastic. As her uncle, he couldn't lose either. Mrs. Hua, my sister has raised Huayu so well that she's obedient and sensible. Tian Tian has also become more outstanding after returning to my family. Doesn't this mean that my family is better at raising children? Of course, I'm not saying that there's a problem with the Hua family's upbringing. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, The Perverse Mother-Daughter Relationship. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Hua family was a prestigious family that had a legacy of many years and had a place in the top circles of Shangjing. Before today, no one had ever doubted their upbringing. However, when Ding Chen mentioned this, the others couldn't help but guess. That's right. This fake Miss Hua was famous for being an idiot in the Hua family, but after she left, she became so outstanding that she became friends with the current master of the Si family, Si Huan. Did this mean that the Hua family wasn't as good at educating children as Hua Tian's biological mother? As Mrs. Hua listened to the whispers around her, she felt their suspicious gazes were like sharp blades pressed against her back. She forced a smile and said, Hua Tian can't be considered outstanding no matter what, can she? It's hard for you to make such a joke just to refute me. Ding Chen coughed lightly and said proudly, this isn't a joke. Tian Tian, tell Mrs. Hua how you were fought over by a few form teachers. What did the school do to make you stay? Hua Tian was very cooperative and said in a distressed tone, sigh, on the first day of school, I only did a few sets of test papers that were of competition difficulty and easily got full marks. The teachers even had to draw lots to snatch me for their class, but I didn't expect that Mr. Wang, who drew the lot with my name, was also Huayu's form teacher. I wanted to drop out of school when I realized that, so the teachers said that they were going to give me a scholarship and things like that. They even said that there would be rewards given every time I represented the school in competitions. That's why I reluctantly decided to stay in Qingli for now. The people around them previously didn't have any idea how outstanding Hua Tian was. However, after hearing that the school had given her a scholarship and bursary, they clearly understood how outstanding she was. Qingli's scholarship was only given to students who had made it into the top 100 in the city for the joint examination. Mrs. Hua listened to everyone's exclamations of admiration for Hua Tian and barely managed to maintain her composure. Hua Tian, even if you want to brag, there must be a limit. There's still half a month before the citywide joint examination, so how could the teachers possibly give you a scholarship? Hua Tian was puzzled. Wasn't what the academic director gave me a scholarship? Bai Ying, who had gotten impatient from the wait, said, it's a technological innovation award. It's given out based on patent certificates. It's not a scholarship. Hua Tian nodded in realization. Oh, I remember now. Bai Ying, did you get it too? Yes, but not as much as you did. After all, you have several more patents than I do. Bai Ying looked at his watch impatiently. How much longer are you guys going to chat? You've already wasted almost 20 minutes on this boring old lady. Mrs. Hua was not in the mood to be angry. Her attention was all on the so-called Technological Innovation Award. She wondered why she had never heard of Qingli having such an award before. At the same time, she wondered if Hua Tian really had some talent that they had not discovered. When Mrs. Hua came back to her senses, she realized that Hua Tian and the rest had already left. Most of the people who had gathered around to watch the show had also dispersed, but the rest were all looking at her meaningfully. Mrs. Hua hurried back to the Hua family's car and saw Huayu sitting inside. Huayu said, Mom, let's go home. Mrs. Hua only felt that there was a strong sense of mockery under Huayu's calm gaze. Unable to contain her anger any longer, she slapped Huayu's face. Were you watching me make a joke of myself just now? Compared to the shock from the first time she was beaten, Huayu was much calmer now. After all, it was the same in her previous life. Her mother would vent her anger on her whenever she was unhappy. Huayu ignored her burning face and said calmly, Mom, I wasn't watching you as a joke. After all, the humiliation I suffered when facing Hua Tian isn't any less than you. I think you can understand now why I want Hua Tian to disappear completely from my life." Mrs. Hua looked at Hua Yu coldly. After a moment of silence, she gave her another abrupt slap. The slap this time was completely out of Hua Yu's expectations. Mrs. Hua's loss of her composure had always been something that occurred in an instant. In the past, she could calm down after a slap, but today, her emotions were exceptionally strange. *TCH. You hid Hua Tian's true situation just to make me feel the same humiliation as you? If you used the methods you used to deal with your own mother on Hua Tian, I'll see you in a different light. Hua Yu's body trembled and she finally couldn't help but yell at Mrs. Hua, "What do you want me to do? Do you only treat Hua Tian as your daughter? No matter how hard I try, I can't satisfy you, right?" Mrs. Hua frowned and looked disgusted. It was as if she was not looking at her own daughter but at a good-for-nothing that couldn't be salvaged. Before Mrs. Hua ordered the chauffeur to throw Hua Yu out, she suddenly calmed down. She wiped away the tears on her face and smiled obediently. "I'm sorry, Mom. I lost my composure just now. I'm just worried that I won't be able to become the daughter who can make you and Daddy proud." Looking at the Hua Yu now, Madame Hua felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Two Different Families. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as Hua Tian got out of the car, she could smell the sweet and sour pork ribs coming from her house. She cheered and rushed home. "Mom, did you make a feast? Mom, I love you so much." The quiet and dull house immediately became lively. The neighbor on the other side of the road laughed and greeted Baiying, who had just gotten out of the car. Tian is really lively, but it's just that she's gluttonous." "Baiying, the food in your school must be bad, right?" Baiying was carrying 2 bags, one of which was Hua Tian's. Although he did not like to talk, he would still politely respond to others. "Hello, Auntie Lu. The food in our school is quite good. Hua Tian likes to use her brain, so she gets hungry faster." That's right. Tian is very smart. She definitely needs the energy to learn. I'll send some dumplings over after we're done making them. You guys should get some nourishment." Baiying was not used to accepting goodwill from others. Hua Tian, who appeared at the door, agreed loudly. "Thank you, Auntie Lu. My mom told me that your television is broken. I'll fix it for you after dinner." "Oh, that's great. The child has been making a fuss all day and wants to watch cartoons." Only then did Baiying understand that dumplings were a gift for repairing the television. Hua Tian took her bag from Baiying's hands and tugged on the sleeve of his school uniform with her other hand. "My mom made a lot of dishes today. Come and eat." Baiying was pressed onto a chair. He looked at the ordinary but sumptuous home-cooked dishes on the table, with Ding Rong smiling as she got food for Hua Tian and himself. From time to time, she would ask about their school life. Baiying only felt that the Ding family's small house was just like the home in his dreams. There was a fragrant dinner, as well as close and harmonious relatives. The darkness that had been lingering in the depths of his heart seemed to slowly dissipate. But not every family was as harmonious as the Ding family. The atmosphere at the Hua family's dining table was suffocating. Neither Mrs. Hua and Hua Yu had any appetite, but they could only sit at the dining table and cut the steak in front of them mechanically before the family head was done with his meal. "I'm done eating." The depressing atmosphere was finally broken by Father Hua. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and glanced at Mrs. Hua and Hua Yu, who were both sitting upright. He said, "Come with me to the study. I have something to say to the both of you." Mrs. Hua and Hua Yu's faces turned pale at that moment, but they would not disobey Mr. Hua and followed him upstairs. Mr. Hua looked at Mrs. Hua and Hua Yu, who were sitting on the sofa. They were trying their best to hide their nervousness, but the only difference was that Mrs. Hua controlled her emotions better. He said indifferently, "You two are indeed biological mother and daughter, making the same foolish mistakes. The Hua family is going to be utterly humiliated by you two." Huayu looked down with a pale face, not daring to meet her father's eyes. Mrs. Hua forced herself to remain calm and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't careful enough. I didn't expect Hua Tian to change so much during the time she left the Hua family. She became so eloquent and no longer has the respect she once had for me." Mr. Hua let out a cold snort. "Do you think you know the Hua Tian from the past very well? Do you think a person will change so drastically in such a short time?" Mrs. Hua frowned. "You mean that Hua Tian had hidden her true capabilities and character when she was in the Hua family? Why would she do that? As a mother, you brought up the child into that rebellious state, but now you're asking me why she tried to conceal herself?" Mr. Hua mocked. "I think that the hooligan from the Ding family had said at least one thing right. The Hua family's upbringing is indeed not comparable to that of a single woman living in the slums." Mrs. Hua clenched her fists tightly, her delicate and beautiful nails pierced her palms. She did not dare to vent her emotions on her husband and could only look down silently. In front of Huayu, Mr. Hua's attitude was much more tolerant and amiable. "Yu, I hope you can keep up with the excellence you had shown in the past. It's not just about your grades, but more importantly, you have to maintain your composure. Don't be as rebellious as Hua Tian used to be." Huayu heaved a sigh of relief and promised, "I'll do it, Dad. I won't let you down." "Of course you mustn't let me down. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything from the Hua family." Looking at his daughter's pale face, Mr. Hua smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I'm just reminding Yu that you and He from the Hein Corporation are getting along well. At least I'm satisfied with this." Huayu hadn't made up her mind to spend the rest of her life with He. However, in front of her father, she almost instinctively put on a shy appearance. Her tone carried the shyness of a delicate girl when she thought of her lover. "Dad, He and I recently." Mr. Hua smiled. "Your relationship has improved by leaps and bounds recently, hasn't it? When he mentioned you in front of me, he looked like a young boy." "All right, didn't you tell him about the trouble you encountered at school?" Huayu whispered. "I told him about it. He promised that he would help me to take care of it." Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Huayu's Reinforcements. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Huayu acted as though she was in love with Hiyu in front of her father, but deep down, she knew that she didn't see Hiyu as a true lover. She was still considering whether she should see him as her political marriage partner. Huayu also had a vague realization that Hiyu wasn't as infatuated with her as her father had described. She didn't know if her father had been tricked by Hiyu, but Huayu didn't care what Hiyu thought. She only wanted to use her relationship with Hiyu as a bargaining chip to regain her parents' trust. After all, Huayu knew her parents well. This was how realistic they were. As long as their daughter's marriage partner could bring them benefits, they didn't care if their daughter was really outstanding or not. Wasn't that how their parents treated Hua Tian in their previous life? After returning to her bedroom, Huayu immediately contacted Hiyu. On the other end of the phone, Hiyu's tone was as frivolous as usual. "Oh, isn't this our young miss? Why did you contact me?" Huayu's attitude towards Hiyu was exceptionally gentle tonight. "I missed you, so I called you after talking to my parents." Hiyu smiled, sounding a little infatuated too. "Is that so? Seeing how happy the young miss has made me tonight, I'll tell you a piece of good news. Your wish is about to be fulfilled." Huayu asked in a sweet voice, "Why don't I know what wish I have? Didn't you want your detestable classmate to leave the school? As the school's chairman, I'm already prepared to stand up for you." Hiyu changed the topic and added, "However, this is a rather troublesome matter. The young miss will need to give me more benefits." Huayu couldn't help but sound nervous. What do you want?" Of course I'll ask you for this favor in person. We'll talk about it in detail when we meet tomorrow night. Is that okay? Huayu's heart raced as she hung up the phone. She couldn't help but think about what he wanted from her. A vague guess formed in her mind and her face flushed red. This weekend was a turning point in Huayu's life that could ascertain the direction that she'd be taking in the future, but it was nothing special for Huatian. Huatian immersed herself in her small workshop and enjoyed her mother's meticulous care. The 2-day weekend ended just like that. As usual, Dingchen drove Huatian and Baiying to school. Huatian slumped into the back seat as if she didn't have any bones. Why did the weekend end so quickly? I don't feel anything at all. Baiying was resting with his eyes closed when he heard this. He complained, of course you don't feel anything. You hadn't left the studio for the past 2 days. How would you know that the sky outside had turned dark and then bright and then dark again? Huatian sighed. I can't help it. I'm living too comfortably in school. It feels like I'm on holiday. Baiying said, don't say that in front of the other students. I'm afraid they might beat you up. Huatian said, are you kidding? I'm super good at fighting. Huatian and Baiying chatted idly and then saw Si Huan at the school gate. Huatian thought that Si Huan was checking students' uniforms and name tags at the school entrance, just like the other members of the student union. She waved at him and then proceeded to head to her classroom. However, Si Huan stopped Huatian and Baiying. He didn't look too good, as if something unexpected had happened. Huatian asked curiously, Si Huan, what's wrong? You seem a little weird. Si Huan said, a few representatives from the school's board of directors came to the school today. They said that they wanted to discuss your enrollment qualifications. They didn't come with good intentions. You guys should be careful later. Huatian and Baiying looked at each other. After a while, Huatian said, I was already mentally prepared for the Hua family to think of a way to kick me out of school, but why is Baiying involved? He's the top student in the city for the middle school examination this year, so what's wrong with his enrollment? Baiying pursed his lips and his face darkened. He said, I can guess what happened. Don't worry, those people can't do anything to me. Si Huan nodded. That's what I wanted to tell you guys too. Don't worry. Although my family doesn't have many shares in Qingli, we're still one of the school board members who can speak up. I can guarantee that no one will be able to make you two leave the school. We just have to go through with the process now. Si Huan had always been reliable in Huatian's eyes, so she was relieved to hear him say that. She said casually, then let's go to the conference room quickly. I hate such tedious meetings the most. It's best if no one says too much crap this time. The representatives of the school's board of directors were considerate and didn't say much crap. Of course, it could be because he didn't care about Huatian and Baiying, so his attitude was straightforward. He looked at Huatian and Baiying as though he was sizing them up. He said scornfully, putting the idiot Huatian aside, you guys even recruited a cripple into the school. Aren't you guys too imprudent about things? Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Meeting. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Those who had some understanding of Baiying's physical condition, such as Si Huan and Huatian, as well as the school's management, could sense that there was an unusual feud between Hiyu and Baiying. Huatian looked at Baiying worriedly and realized that the gloomy feeling he gave off when they first met had returned. At that moment, Huatian thought of the anti-human Baiying mentioned in the history books of the future. She subconsciously grabbed the wrist of the boy beside her, as if doing so would stop him from walking towards the future that would bring misfortune to both himself and humanity. Huatian's action seemed to have some effect. Baiying was stunned for a moment. When he turned to look at Huatian, the temperature around him seemed to have warmed up. Baiying smiled reassuringly at Huatian as if telling her not to worry. He met Hiyu's gaze. Long time no see. It seems like you haven't felt any guilt in all these years. He raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Your guts have grown over the years. How dare you talk to me like this? Of course, your older brother here won't feel guilty. Back then, you were the one who had overestimated your capabilities and wanted to attack me. That's why you fell and broke your leg. You only have yourself to blame, isn't that right? Bai Ying closed his eyes and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, back then, you sent away the servants in the villa, then deliberately agitated me so that I would raise my hands against you. After I fell down the stairs, you left me alone in the villa for 3 days. I know you want my life, but I'm sorry to say that I still survived. You sneered. Yeah, it's a pity that the accident only caused you to lose your legs. Bai Ying sneered, back then, you couldn't tolerate an illegitimate child without any background. Now, you can't even tolerate a cripple? Your narrow-mindedness is really admirable. No, of course I'm magnanimous. You opened his arms to show his magnanimity. I just don't want something as disgusting as you to be an eyesore to me. Isn't it normal for me to kick away a pebble on the road that's in my way? The confrontation between Yu and Bai Ying caused the entire conference room to fall silent. Everyone was trying to digest the complicated relationship between the two of them. At the same time, they were also breaking out in cold sweat from Yu's unconcealed malice. In the end, it was the principal who stood up to ease the tension between them. The principal's bald head was covered in a layer of sweat. He said, Mr. Yu, didn't you gather all the board members and management today to confirm the rules of the school's admissions program? There should be no need to discuss your personal grudges with Bai Ying here. Yu nodded at the principal perfunctorily. I'm sorry, principal. Seeing something I hate has made me lose control of my emotions. I think everyone can understand my feelings. Alright, we can officially start today's meeting. The principal signaled for Si Huan to find a seat with Hua Tian and Bai Ying. Then, he opened the document in his hand and said, Dear board members, I've gone through your opinions. All of you think that the school shouldn't continue to retain Hua Tian's student status, right? A slightly older board member nodded and said, That's right. We don't know about the other students' situation, but we found out Hua Tian's results for last year and her records of having violated the school rules. Regardless of where we're looking at this from, Hua Tian can't be called an outstanding student. Although the school claims that Hua Tian has passed the entrance examination, we are unable to confirm the authenticity of this test. The principal said, The teacher's in charge of the test and I can guarantee the authenticity of this test. Hua Tian also achieved outstanding results. She scored full marks in all her science subjects. In addition, Hua Tian has also applied for national patents many times over this summer vacation with her inventions. After taking into consideration the various aspects, the school believes that we cannot lose such an outstanding student. Other than Yu, the other board members nodded. They were surprised that Hua Tian had such achievements. One of them looked at her in surprise. Hua Tian, is what the principal said true? Hua Tian nodded listlessly and said, Of course it's true. You can go to the patent website to look up relevant information. By the way, Bai Ying also has a few patents. He's a genius on par with me. If you want him to drop out of school, you can help me with the withdrawal procedures while you're at it. That way, we can continue to work together in our research. He laughed and said, It seems like you guys have a good relationship. Let's do as you wish. I think the school will be able to help you with the withdrawal procedures very soon. No, the school won't let them drop out. A serious-looking board member interrupted Yu. Today, the other board members and I are only here to understand the situation. Under the premise that the school's admissions process is not violated, we are proud that Qingli High School has 2 geniuses like them. If Mr. Yu insists on letting them drop out of school, then we will call a meeting for all the board members to come together and cast a vote to decide on this. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Board Meeting in a Deadlock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Not every board member was on EU's side, so he couldn't deal with the issue of Hua Tian and Bai Ying's student statuses in one go. However, Yu wasn't too disappointed by his failure. After all, Yu had only come today to test the bottom line of the school's management and other board members. Only then could he adjust his strategy and slowly take over Qingli High School. Yu was a shrewd hunter. He wasn't in a hurry to achieve his goals, but Yu didn't have much patience. Year 2 Class 1 was in the middle of a math class. The students were listening attentively when there was a knock on the door. Reporting. The math teacher's originally unhappy expression instantly disappeared when he saw Hua Tian outside the door. He smiled until his face was full of wrinkles. Hua Tian, come in quickly. The hands of Yu, who was taking notes, trembled and she ended up drawing an ugly line on the paper. Yu thought in irritation, why is Hua Tian back in the classroom? Is Yu unable to do anything to her either? The math teacher noticed that Yu was a little distracted, so he picked her up to answer the question. During math classes, it was easy for students to miss out on important points just from bending over to pick up a pen, let alone how Yu wasn't even paying attention in class. Yu looked at the question on the blackboard, thought long and hard about it, but couldn't think of an answer. She shook her head and said, "Teacher, I don't know." The math teacher gave Yu a reproachful look and said, "Sit down. You have to concentrate during class." Her teacher had scolded her, but Yu felt that her face was burning. She quickly lowered her head and sat back down. Yu didn't want to wait until noon, so she called Yu in the short break between classes. After their relationship had taken a step further, Yu's attitude towards Yu now had an additional bossiness of a little girl. "Yu, you promised to help me chase Hua Tian out of school. Why didn't you do it?" A trace of impatience flashed across Yu's eyes, but he still tried to coax her gently. "Baby, of course I'll do what I promised you. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say in the school's board meeting. So, have more patience. When I collaborate with the other board members and find a legitimate reason to convince the school's management, I'll be able to chase out all the people you hate out of the school." Yu felt assured and said sweetly with a smile, "You only know how to coax me. If you can't do it, I'll never talk to you again." "Ah, how can that do?" Yu teased. "I'm really afraid of your threats. Don't worry, you just need to wait for a period of time. I'll properly take care of the things you asked me to do." Qingli High School's board meeting was going to be held 3 days later. Si Huan attended in the capacity of a shareholder. Among all the shareholders, the Hein Corporation held the most shares, while Si Huan ranked third. However, no matter how many shares they had, the board members did not have decision-making rights on school matters. The only people who could participate in the management matters were the school's management. This meant that the board members could get dividends every year, and they could introduce their friends and family's children to attend Qingli High School as well. However, they have no say in what happens to the school's affairs. Yu had wanted to change this a long time ago. Although Qingli was only a high school, if it was managed well, it could generate huge profits. However, the school's management was obstinate and unwilling to reform. Yu wanted to take this opportunity to change the situation as well. Therefore, Yu was the first to raise his doubts at the board meeting. The board members have always believed in the Qingli High School's management. But the truth is, from this year onwards, the school's management has been exploiting loopholes in the regulations and breaking the rules of the school many times. Although the reason they had put in so much effort is to recruit 2 ordinary students, a moment of negligence may result in huge damage. As long as there's a precedent, it will cause the management process to gradually fall into chaos. Yu then brought out the evidence that the school's management had randomly set up prize awards and also applied for a large sum of money to build a laboratory for the students. Some of the board members, who didn't know the truth, began to suspect that the school's management team was trying to find ways to stuff their own pockets. The school's management also took out evidence to prove that Hua Tian and Bai Ying were two extraordinary geniuses. The reason Qingli High School was giving these geniuses such great treatment was in consideration of the school's future. This made the board members who had great foresight nod in approval of the decision made by the school's management. Since everyone has understood the basic situation, let's raise our hands and vote. Those who think that the school's management is biased towards Hua Tian and Bai Ying, please raise your hands. After saying that, He raised his right hand. Some of the board members exchanged glances with each other before raising their hands as well. After the voting, the number of board members who supported and opposed the management's decision was evenly matched. The meeting was in a deadlock. Si Huan had noticed that the situation wasn't looking good not long after the meeting started. Some of the board members had exchanged glances with He several times. It looked like they had already reached an agreement before the meeting. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, He's Real Motive. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When the meeting stopped for a break, Si Huan went to the window in the corridor to take a breather. He could vaguely hear people talking in the stairwell. A man said, "Old Qian, do you think those two students are really geniuses? Then wouldn't it be a pity to expel them?" The man who was called Old Qian sneered. "Are there a lack of geniuses in this world? But who knows if they'll become mediocre when they get older?" A third person added, "Even if they become famous one day, Qingli High School will only earn the reputation of a genius's alma mater. The Hein Corporation and the Hua family can give us actual benefits." They were already preparing to go up the stairs and their voices were getting closer, so Si Huan stopped listening. After the meeting started again, the two sides engaged in another verbal battle, but they still could not reach a consensus. In the end, Si Huan stood up. "We can't continue fighting like this. I have a suggestion. Everyone, please listen." He took a puff of his cigarette and said casually, "Si Huan is also a student of Qingli High School. He understands the school's situation better than us. Let's hear what you have to say." He specifically emphasized Si Huan's identity in order to reduce the trust the other board members had for Si Huan. However, Si Huan didn't mind that. He said in a calm and soothing tone, "First of all, Bai Ying is recruited strictly according to the school's standards and procedures. His enrollment qualification is unquestionable. However, because some of the board members have personal grudges with Bai Ying, they are trying to suppress him. I think there's no need to discuss this any further." The other board members looked at Hiyu with complicated expressions. There were also those who weren't afraid of the Hein Corporation's influence who nodded in agreement. Si Huan continued, "What everyone is concerned about now is whether Hua Tian is qualified to continue studying at Qingli High School. Everyone might think that the school's admission test could be faked. Then, does that mean that as long as Hua Tian proves her ability, her admission can also be recognized?" The board members who had selfish motives like Hiyu didn't actually care if Hua Tian had the ability or not. They just wanted to use this opportunity to attack the school's management team so that they could transfer more power to the board of directors. But in front of everyone, they could not reveal their true intentions. Hiyu frowned. If Si Huan hadn't questioned him about using his position as the school chairman to suppress Bai Ying, he would have been able to refute him. However, he couldn't say anything now. Hence, Si Huan said, "In that case, let's wait for the citywide joint examination that will be held in 2 weeks and let Hua Tian prove her ability with her results from the joint examination." Everyone could afford to wait 2 weeks, so many people nodded in agreement. He took out his phone and checked his WeChat. Hua Yu had found a way to get Hua Tian's test papers and homework. Both the test papers and homework were blank. The teachers marked red crosses one after another on the papers. He didn't think that this was the standard that a genius would have. Hence, he readily agreed to Si Huan's suggestion. Then let's wait and see if Hua Tian is worth letting the school's management make so many exceptions for her. If it turns out that the school's management was wrong, then I think we need to discuss whether we should give them that much power. Only at this moment did he tear off his disguise and reveal his true motive for getting involved in the school's management rights. The management team's expressions changed. Si-hwan already knew everything. He said unhurriedly, on the contrary, if we can prove that the management team had made the right decision, then in order to ensure the normal operation of the school, we need to restrict the behavior of certain board members from interfering with the school's affairs as they please. Hye's gaze met Si-hwan's. The sharp opposing disposition between them caused the others to subconsciously remain silent. After the meeting ended, many people were still lamenting how Si-hwan was actually able to hold his ground against Hye. It seemed like for the short term, the Si family wouldn't be defeated by the continuous problems caused by their family members. After the management team returned to school, they went to talk to Hwa-tian. After their nagging, Hwa-tian finally knew that whether she could continue to study at Qingli High School would depend on the results of the citywide joint examination in 2 weeks. Hwa-tian walked out of the principal's office dejectedly and came into Si-hwan shortly. She greeted Si-hwan without much spirit. "Hello, Si-hwan. Are you also here to tell me about the citywide joint examination?" Si-hwan nodded. "Looks like the principal has talked to you." Hwa-tian sighed. "It's so troublesome. Why don't I just drop out of school? I'll save Hwa-yu from repeatedly thinking of ways to trouble me." Si-hwan explained, "We're not targeting you this time. Some of the board members are using this opportunity to make things difficult for the management team. So they're just using me as an excuse to snatch the school's management rights." Hwa-tian frowned in disbelief. "Isn't Qingli just an ordinary high school? Why are they trying to snatch it? To control the students' lives as well as how many classes they attend every day." Chapter 39. Chapter 39, The Troubles of a Genius. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Si-hwan explained this to Hwa-tian, Hwa-tian finally understood. Si-hwan said, "It seems that you don't know much about our school. When the school was built, the real estate industry was still in its infancy stage. Therefore, the school bought a large piece of land at a rather low price. In addition to the main campus, our school also has a small horse ranch and golf course. Do you know how much profits these pieces of land can generate from commercial development?" Hwa-tian shook her head blankly. "Although I can't imagine it, it must be a huge sum of money." Si-hwan patted Hwa-tian's head and pushed down the tuft of messy hair on her head. "This is why Hye wants the school's management rights. He is too greedy. One day, he will end up stuffing himself to death one day." "I don't care what happens to such people," Hwa-tian frowned and said, "but I'm still worried about the joint examination in 2 weeks. Si-hwan was puzzled. "You're actually afraid of exams? Shouldn't year 2 knowledge be easy for you to grasp?" Hwa-tian sighed worriedly and looked at Si-hwan with a hesitant look. In the student union office during lunch break, Si-hwan looked solemnly at the test papers and homework in his hands that were filled with red crosses. Zhao Feng also flipped through the test papers, pointed at a history paper, and laughed. "Hwa-tian, what the hell did you write? The teacher treats you pretty well to be giving you so many pity points." Si-hwan shrugged the arm Zhao Feng rested on his shoulder in frustration and handed the test papers to Bai-ying, who was sitting quietly at the side. "Bai-ying, take a look. Do you think there's still hope?" After Bai-ying flipped through it, he was also speechless. He asked Hwa-tian, putting aside the humanities papers. "I know you're not good at subjects that require creative writing, but why are marks deducted from the science papers as well?" Hwa-tian explained in an aggrieved manner. The teacher said that since all the students were doing the papers together, they would be graded according to the standards of the revised papers. Therefore, those questions with high points that didn't have any steps written would have points deducted. Bai-ying and Si-hwan had understood long ago how special Hwa-tian was and could roughly guess the reason why she did not write the steps. Only Zhao Feng was very curious. "Then why didn't you write down the steps? Can't tell the answers at a glance? How am I supposed to write the steps?" Zhao Feng didn't quite understand, so Si Huan explained to him, Hua Tian means that these questions are like 1 plus 1 to her. Because they're too simple, she doesn't know how to write the calculation steps. Zhao Feng was shocked speechless for a long time. After a while, he gave Hua Tian a thumbs up and said, "You're indeed a genius." Si Huan said, "The criteria for marking the papers is fixed. Even geniuses have to follow the rules to get a high score. Hua Tian, we will be training you over the next 2 weeks. We will temporarily lower your standard to the standard of a top student. Do you think you can do it?" "Alright, it's not as if there are any other ways, right?" Hua Tian nodded listlessly. Therefore, in the time that followed, Hua Tian went through an extremely painful training process. Si Huan and Zhao Feng sorted out the important points of the humanities subjects for Hua Tian to memorize. Bai Ying sorted out all the formulas and proper steps for solving questions in the various science subjects, finding many questions for Hua Tian to do as part of the focused training. The key points needed to be memorized in the humanities course were relatively easy for Hua Tian. She had never made any mistakes when facing such questions, but those questions that required further understanding and creative writing were an unbearable sight. As for science subjects, Hua Tian habitually ignored some of the steps to solve the problem. However, as she solved more and more questions, she rarely made mistakes like this. In the end, Hua Tian was already able to steadily score full marks in science subjects. As the days passed, the first citywide joint examination finally arrived. The day before the exam, Hua Tian's form teacher, Mr. Wang, called her to his office. Mr. Wang looked at the haggard Hua Tian and sighed. "Hua Tian, I don't want to give you too much pressure, but I think you know how important this exam is. Therefore, I hope you can change the attitude you usually show for your homework and tests and take this exam seriously." Hua Tian still looked dejected, but she still assured him seriously, "Teacher, don't worry. I've already been ravaged by Si Huan and the others for 2 whole weeks in preparation for tomorrow's exam, so I'll definitely work hard tomorrow." Mr. Wang smiled and said, "That's good then. You have to showcase your true abilities." After leaving the teacher's office, Hua Tian met the principal and the academic director and received another round of encouragement. Hua Tian sighed dejectedly and thought, "Why do you have to put me under pressure that I shouldn't need to go through? Can't you let me be an ordinary genius?" Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Before the Results Come Out. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The examinations lasted for 2 days, and then a weekend passed. Everyone was talking about last week's exam on Monday morning. Many people in the class gathered together to compare their answers. There were several people gathered around the table in front of Hua Tian. They were discussing the last few high points questions toward the end of the math paper. Hua Yu was stopped by a classmate as she walked past. "Hua Yu, how did you answer these questions? We all have different answers." Hua Yu took their draft paper and looked at it for a while before saying, "The questions in the math exams this time are very difficult. These questions require some competition-level techniques. You'll understand once I write out the steps." After she wrote down the steps and answers, she passed them to the students. Some of them sighed and said, "I didn't write a single step correctly. I won't be able to get any marks for this." Some of them said thankfully, "Fortunately, I only made a mistake at the last step. I should be able to get some points." However, everyone was impressed by Hua Yu. "Hua Yu, you're amazing. We've been under so much pressure this semester, yet you still have the energy to study the competition-level questions." Hua Yu waved her hand and said humbly, "No, it's hard for me to learn them too. I participated in a few competitions when I was in year 1. My parents thought I liked it, so they specially hired a teacher to teach me. It gave me so much stress." Her classmates laughed and said, "This kind of love is too heavy." Hua Yu glanced at Hua Tian from the corner of her eye and realized that she wasn't affected at all. She was still in the mood to sleep. A classmate accidentally bumped into Hua Tian's table. She was woken up by the commotion and straightened her body sluggishly. Her face was full of fatigue and sleepiness from having been ravaged by the exams. Huayu was secretly happy. She had been tolerating Huatian for too long. Now, all she had to do was wait for her exam results to come out and she would be kicked out of school. How could Huayu not be happy? She even smiled at Huatian. How did Huatian do? Do you want to compare your answers with our classmates? The other students had been very curious about Huatian for a long time. In class, when the teacher asked her questions, she would be able to give the right answers immediately. However, her class test results were very ordinary. Moreover, the teachers always leave her be regardless if she were to sleep in class or did other things. They had never seen such a strange student before. Hence, a girl asked Huatian carefully, "Huatian, we were just discussing the last few questions on the math paper. Did you manage to solve them?" Huatian pulled a long face at the thought of those tedious and long steps. Just when everyone thought that she didn't manage to solve it, Huatian said, "I managed to solve them, but I still have to say that those questions are really difficult." Of course, for Huatian, the difficulty was in writing the steps. A student placed the piece of paper Huayu wrote on in front of Huatian and asked, "Is your answer for the third last question the same as this?" "The third last question? My answer is different from this." A smug smile appeared on Huayu's lips. Then, "Huatian, I don't think you will be able to score points for this question. After all, you usually don't even bother to write the steps." Huatian said calmly, "You used the wrong formula from the start. So there's no way that you'd be able to get the correct answer, right?" "What? That's impossible. I also used this formula." The students all knew that although Huatian didn't like to write down the steps, her answers had never been wrong before. Therefore, all of them started wailing. However, Huayu was very confident in her answer. "You haven't seen the correct answer. How do you know that my formula is wrong?" Huatian glanced at Huayu before pushing the paper away. She yawned and was prepared to lie back down on the table. Huayu said angrily, "Hey, Huatian. Explain yourself." Huatian tilted her head and looked at her. "I'm not your teacher, why should I clarify things?" Just as Huayu was about to continue arguing with Huatian, Mr. Wang walked in. "It's time for class, why are you still gathered over there?" The form teacher could not hide the joy on his face. He gave everyone a huge smile for the first time, giving the students in the front row such a scare that they sat up straight. Mr. Wang said happily, "The teachers have been working overtime over the past 2 days to finish marking the papers. Although the rankings have not been released yet, I can reveal to everyone that the overall results of our class are very good." A guy asked loudly, "Then who has the highest score in our class?" "I just said that the rankings are not out yet." "Don't worry, it'll definitely not be you, Lin Hao." At this moment, Huayu raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, how did Huatian do?" Mr. Wang glanced at Huayu and said, "The humanities teachers are not very satisfied, but her overall results are not bad." Huayu asked again, "Then who has better grades between the two of us?" Mr. Wang frowned and said in a low voice, "We don't know about that yet." "Huayu, why are you so concerned about other people's results?" "Of course I care about Huatian's results. After all, if her results are much lower than mine, not only will she be embarrassed, but she will also be expelled." Chapter 41 Math Results. Chapter 41 Math Results. The moment Huayu finished speaking, the classroom that was originally quiet was immediately filled with noisy whisperings. "What's going on? I didn't hear that one will be expelled if they didn't do well on the joint examination. What do you know? This is because the real young miss doesn't want the fake young miss to be an eyesore in school. She's just finding an excuse to chase Huatian away." "Really? Huayu doesn't look like such a bad person. One can never judge a book by its cover." Huayu vaguely heard the contents of the students' discussion and her countenance turned extremely grim. She glanced at the people who had gathered together and were whispering among themselves. Her dark gaze made the gossipy students immediately shut up. Mr. Wang, who was on the podium, looked even worse. He slammed the book in his hand on the table. His voice was not loud, but it frightened the students so much that they immediately shut up. Mr. Wang looked at Huayu solemnly. Huayu, I don't know where you got this untrue information from. The school won't expel Hua Tian just because her results are ranked lower than yours. Is that so? It seems like you admire Hua Tian very much, teacher. Huayu didn't mind Mr. Wang's attitude towards her and even smiled. Unfortunately, Hua Tian's decision to stay or leave is not decided by the teachers. When Hua Tian's results are out, the school's board of directors will make the decision to expel her. Teacher, you probably can't do anything about it either, right? Mr. Wang frowned and looked at the smug Huayu. Huayu, since you don't respect me as the form teacher, then there's no need for you to stay in my class. The moment these words were spoken, the smugness on Huayu's face froze. Teacher, I'm not. Huayu instinctively wanted to explain, but before she could finish, Mr. Wang pointed at the classroom door. As a teacher, I don't like having students interrupt my classes time and time again. Since you can't concentrate on listening to my classes, then leave my classroom. You're kicking me out? Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to offend me in order to defend Hua Tian, who is a good-for-nothing student? Mr. Wang stood upright on the podium. He did not cower because of Huayu's threat but instead had a dignified aura. I'm a teacher and you're a student, but your attitude is even more arrogant than mine. I'm only getting you to leave my classroom. Huayu, have anything else to say? Faced with Mr. Wang's threatening gaze, Huayu, who was originally full of arrogance, cowered a little in her heart. She didn't understand why Mr. Wang's attitude towards her was so bad. She clearly had excellent grades and a good family background. Wasn't Mr. Wang afraid of offending the Hua family? Huayu's face turned red. She bit her lower lip and reluctantly walked out of the classroom with her books. She slammed the classroom door shut with a loud bang. In the classroom, Mr. Wang pushed his glasses up his nose bridge and glanced at the students who were wearing different expressions on their faces. He said indifferently, I know many students in my class come from good families and that your parents can easily affect my career. As a teacher, when I stand on the podium, you're only my students and not the children or grandchildren of some prominent family. Do you understand? We understand. The students in the class all nodded in agreement. Some of them even thought that Huayu was really muddled. Mr. Wang was not a teacher who had paid his way in but was an outstanding teacher that the school had poached from somewhere else. How could he possibly give Huayu special treatment because of her good family background? If it could be said that the other students in his class made Mr. Wang feel unhappy, Hua Tian's existence was simply like a treasure to him. Alright, next, we'll be distributing the math papers for this joint examination. Mr. Wang picked up an exam paper and broke into an affectionate smile. Hua Tian, you received full marks for your math exam and have the highest score in the class. I hope you can continue to maintain this standard. Hua Tian got up and went to the podium to get her paper. She looked calm and was not surprised by her results at all. Please, did they think that those long preparations and the many college entrance examination questions she had done before the joint examinations were for nothing? Mr. Wang then continued to read out everyone's marks one by one. The students whose marks were read out went to the podium to collect their exam paper. As the points decreased, Mr. Wang's expression became worse. The student sitting in front of Hua Tian also received his math paper. This boy was called Zhang Hao and he had scored more than 130 points in math. This was already a rare high score. While the teacher was still reading out the results on the podium, Zhang Hao turned around and sprawled on Hua Tian's desk. Hua Tian, can you show me your paper? The test this time is so difficult. How did you get full marks? Hua Tian passed her paper to Zhang Hao, shrugged, and looked puzzled. Is it very difficult to get full marks? I just did the questions normally. Chapter 42, Study God. Chapter 42, Study God. This paper isn't difficult? Zhang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He took Hua Tian's papers away with a twisted expression. After Mr. Wang was done distributing the papers, Hua Yu's name wasn't brought up at all. A lively boy who wasn't afraid of stirring up trouble raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, how did Hua Yu do for math?" Mr. Wang glared at the boy and picked up the last exam paper on the table. Hua Yu's math result is 147 marks and she's in second place in our class. Can students in the front row please help to pass Hua Yu's paper to her, who is outside the door? Everyone exchanged looks of disbelief. Zhang Hao, who was in the front row, turned around and complained to Hua Tian, "I thought Hua Yu scored full marks too. How is she so confident that she can beat you?" Hua Tian propped her face with one hand and didn't make it seem as if she sounded too full of herself. This is just for math. What if Hua Yu scored better than me in the other subjects? Really? I don't believe that. Zhang Hao shook his head. I just saw your math paper and now completely understand what a true study god is. I don't think Hua Yu will be able to do better than you in any subject. Sigh, Hua Tian sighed and suppressed the worry in her heart. She really didn't have much confidence in her humanities subjects. After class, Hua Yu returned to the classroom and walked to Hua Tian's desk with her paper. Hua Tian, how many marks did you get for math? Did you reach the passing line? Almost all the students who were still in the class were paying attention to Hua Yu's every move. When they heard her talking to Hua Tian in such an arrogant tone, their expressions became distorted. Some students couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hua Yu belatedly realized that the atmosphere in the classroom was a little strange. She looked at the students around her, but no one met her gaze. This attitude puzzled Hua Yu even more, so her attitude towards Hua Tian became even worse. Hua Tian, I know you're afraid, but people have to face the truth eventually. Your results can't compare to mine, and you're destined to drop out of school. Why don't you just pack your things and leave early? You can still save yourself some dignity. But... Cough, cough, Zhang Hao, who was sitting at the table in front, finally could not help but laugh. His shoulders were trembling, and it seemed like he was feeling very uncomfortable from holding it in. Zhang Hao, what are you laughing at? Is what I said funny? Hua Yu glared at Zhang Hao angrily. Zhang Hao was trying to suppress his laughter so hard that his face had become distorted. He kept waving his hands. I'm sorry. I thought of something funny. It's really too funny, ha ha ha. Hua Tian propped up her face on her palm and watched the show for a long while. Only after she lost interest in the comedy in front of her did she say, "This student in front, show Hua Yu my paper and let her see with her own eyes how many marks I scored. This will prevent her from coming to disturb me time and time again." Yes, study God. Zhang Hao saluted Hua Tian mischievously and handed her math paper to Hua Yu in a respectful manner with both hands. Hua Yu's face darkened when she saw the 150 marks written in bright red at the top of the paper. How is that possible? The questions this time are so difficult, how is it possible for someone to get full marks? Hua Tian couldn't be bothered to answer. She glanced at Hua Yu indifferently and took back her math paper. Zhang Hao could not help but feel proud as if he was the one who had gotten full marks. Hua Yu, the reason you can't do it is that your standard is not high enough, but that doesn't mean that others can't get full marks. Our Hua Tian is an utter genius. Isn't getting full marks a common thing for her? However, there was no way that Hua Yu would ever admit that she wasn't as good as Hua Tian. Hua Tian, did you know the answers right from the start? You must have cheated, right? Zhang Hao spoke up first. Hey, Hua Yu, you can't speak recklessly. You're just spouting nonsense. Do you know that this is slander? Unlike how agitated others were, Hua Tian, who was the one being suspected of cheating, had an indifferent expression on her face. She looked straight into Hua Yu's eyes calmly. Is it that difficult to admit that you're not good enough? Is it that painful for you to admit that your results are not as good as mine? Hua Yu's face turned pale. Under Hua Tian's calm gaze, she felt like all her disguise had been ripped off. She gritted her teeth, her expression slightly distorted. Hua Tian, what do you know? You've always been so lucky. Do you think it's lucky to live in a place like the Hua family? Hua Tian seemed to be able to see the source of Hua Yu's gradually distorted personality clearly. She sneered. You've always thought that I owe you, but that's not the case. I was the one who suffered pain that didn't belong to me for 18 years. At that moment, Hua Yu's expression turned blank. Hua Tian's words were like a heavy blow to her heart. In that instant, Hua Yu understood that Hua Tian was right. Living in the Hua family's environment was indeed a painful thing, but that was also the life Hua Yu had chosen for herself. She wasn't going to admit her failure in front of Hua Tian. Chapter 43, Announcing the Results. Chapter 43, Announcing the Results. Hua Yu immediately controlled her expression and regained her arrogance. Hua Tian, don't think that you're amazing just because you scored 3 more marks than me in math. In the end, the decision on whether you'll be staying or leaving will depend on our overall score. You can start the countdown for the time you have left in Qingli High School. After saying that, Hua Yu turned around and returned to her seat. Although she appeared very arrogant, her back gave off the feeling that she had fled from the scene. Zhang Hao asked Hua Tian with a worried expression, "Study God, if your total score can't compare to Hua Yu's, are you really going to be expelled?" Hua Tian nodded, but she still looked fearless. I think so. The school's board of directors seems to treat Hua Yu as a standard for outstanding results. If my results are better than Hua Yu's, then the board of directors will make an exception and approve my right to stay in the school. It's really troublesome. They might as well just expel me. Before she could finish her words, Hua Tian was given a gentle slap on the back of her head. Si Huan retracted his hand and looked at Zhang Hao indifferently. Don't worry, Hua Tian won't be expelled. Facing the student union's president, Zhang Hao, who was an ordinary student, felt a natural fear. He shrank his neck and said, that's good, that's good. I still want to find a chance to consult her about homework in the future. Si Huan nodded and paid no further heed to Zhang Hao. He said to Hua Tian, who was rubbing the back of her head, Qingli is not a high school that only cares about results. As long as your results are outstanding or higher, coupled with the abilities you showed outside of class, it's enough to convince the board of directors and the management. That's so troublesome. Hua Tian pouted unhappily. If my results can't compare to Hua Yu's results and I still have to personally give a report to the school's board of directors, they might as well expel me. Don't say such foolish things. The laboratory that the school specially approved for you is almost done. The school's management won't let you go. Si Huan's expression was calm. The overall results will be released this afternoon. I'll bring you and Bai Ying to attend the board meeting tomorrow. I believe the board members will make the right choice. I get it, Hua Tian waved her hand impatiently. Aren't you a year 3 student? Why are you in my classroom? I passed by, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect to be treated with such disregard. Si Huan sighed helplessly. Hua Tian, you're really heartless. Hua Tian looked up and stuck her tongue out at Si Huan. A trace of a smile appeared in Si Huan's eyes. He thought to himself that she was indeed a heartless and foolish girl. However, this was quite good too. At least she'd live an easy life. Before the overall results were released, countless people were in agony, but Hua Tian was not one of them. She had always been a broad-minded person and did not care if she could surpass Hua Yu in terms of results or if she could continue to attend Qingli High School. Before the overall results were released, the teachers of each subject distributed the papers to the students. Huayu had realized by now that Hua Tian's results might not be as bad as she had thought them to be. Every time the results of a subject were released, Huayu would secretly calculate the gap between her and Hua Tian. Although Hua Tian scored full marks in math and physics, her humanities results were generally not as good as Huayu's. There were only 2 science subjects left which they didn't know the results of. Huayu heaved a sigh of relief after calculating her results. She felt that she would definitely be able to win against Hua Tian this time. As long as she could chase Hua Tian away in one go, she wouldn't have to be affected by her in the future. Before the teachers handed out the remaining 2 science papers in class, the big screen outside the academic building displayed the tabulated overall results. The names of the students appeared in succession, starting from the higher scores to the lower scores. The rows of bright red numbers made the students nervous. When Huayu went to check the results while surrounded by a group of girls, she saw her name flashed by. A girl beside her shouted in pleasant surprise, "Yu, you're too amazing. Your overall results can match last year's top science student." A relaxed smile appeared on Huayu's face. Huayu stared at the results on the screen for a long while, her frown uncontrollably furrowed increasingly tighter. She hadn't seen Hua Tian's name. Other people also clearly realized this problem. Why don't we see Hua Tian's name? The list for the top 100 Year 2 students should be almost over, right? How can Hua Tian get into the top 100 of the cohort with her lousy results? Her name is definitely not on this list of 100 people. Huayu's face became increasingly darker. She knew that things weren't as optimistic as these people said. Although she didn't want to admit it, Huayu knew that Hua Tian's results were good. Even if she couldn't compare to her, her ranking wouldn't be too far off. However, since so many people didn't see Hua Tian's name appearing behind Huayu's name, there was only one situation that Huayu wasn't willing to see. Hua Tian had done better than her. How was that possible? The list of top 100 Year 2 students ended and the list of top 100 Year 1 students started. Bai Ying came in first place. He scored more than 20 points higher than the second place. Huayu knew that Bai Ying was Hua Tian's friend and her expression turned even grimmer. Following that was the list of top 100 Year 3 students. Si Huan was in first place. This was a name that also had a deep connection with Hua Tian. Huayu's disgust for him was only ranked after Hua Tian. Chapter 44, Unwilling to Accept Things in Craziness. Chapter 44, Unwilling to Accept Things in Craziness. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the big screen finally started to display the list of the top 100 Year 2 students, Huayu didn't continue to watch but turned to leave in large strides. A girl fawned over Huayu looked surprised. "Isn't Yu here to see the list? Why did she leave just like that?" Another girl beside her slapped her arm hard and pointed at the big screen with her mouth open. Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out. "Look at the first place of the Year 2 cohort. Is it that Hua Tian? Oh God, it's really her. How did she do so well? She scored more than 10 points higher than Huayu, who is in second place. Do you guys think that Huayu saw Hua Tian's results just now?" The girls looked at each other. They knew how much Huayu hated Hua Tian. Not only did she compare herself to Hua Tian every time, but she even got angry whenever she heard Hua Tian's name. Now that Hua Tian's results were so much higher than her, who knows how angry she might feel. These people had always supported Huayu, but now, they were unwilling to get too close to her for fear of her venting out on them. Huayu was hiding in an empty music room. She kicked a stool away angrily and paced around the room, breathing heavily. She called Hiyu. Why? Why is Hua Tian always going against me? Why can't I get rid of this her? Hiyu frowned impatiently at the hysterical shouting on the other end of the line. What's wrong with you? I can't accept this. I can't accept losing to Hua Tian again. Hua Yu recalled everything that had happened in her previous life and lost control of her emotions even more. Hua Tian is a thief. She stole everything that should have belonged to me. Shut up. Don't be cursing like a shrew. He Yu's voice was cold. You mean that Hua Tian's score is higher than yours, right? Hua Yu probably hadn't expected He Yu to speak to her in such a cold tone and wasn't able to react in time. Hence, He Yu repeated impatiently, I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? This time, Hua Yu finally sensed He Yu's impatience. He Yu! How dare you talk to me like that? What replied Hua Yu was the sound of the line getting cut off. He Yu actually hung up. This made Hua Yu even angrier. She threw her phone on the ground, her beautiful face immediately became distorted. Why? Who are you to do this to me? You're so noisy. A sluggish voice suddenly rang out from the sofa in the last row. Hua Tian rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood up. Hua Yu was stunned when she saw Hua Tian. Hua Tian, why are you here? Are you here to see a joke out of me? I don't have the time for that. Hua Tian's eyes were filled with fatigue. Our classmates were all asking me how I managed to score full marks in science subjects. I was so frustrated that I came out to find a place to sleep. I had just fallen asleep when you disturbed me. With that, Hua Tian strolled sluggishly towards the door. The moment her hand was about to touch the door handle, the sound of anxious footsteps rang out behind her. Hua Tian turned her body and a sturdy chair actually passed by her and smashed against the classroom door, producing a dull thud. Are you serious? I only did better than you in the examinations. Do you have to hate me so much for that? Hua Tian frowned at the furious Hua Yu. There's no law in the world that says I can't do better than you, right? Stop pretending. Hua Tian, you always act like you're so innocent as if you don't owe anyone anything. Hua Yu's eyes reddened. Let me tell you, you owe me. So I'll never allow you to live better than me. Hua Tian didn't understand why Hua Yu hated her so much. She tilted her head and looked at the furious Hua Yu, her tone still calm. No, I don't owe you, and I don't owe the Hua family either. If you guys dare to interfere with my life again, I'll personally go and chop off your claws. Before Hua Yu could rush up to tear up Hua Tian's face apart, anxious knocking rang out from the music room's door. Mr. Wang rushed into the classroom with a few members of the school's management. They first saw the shattered chair at the door, then looked around with pale faces. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Hua Tian was unharmed. Thank goodness you're all right, Hua Tian, mister. Wang patted his chest as if he had just survived a disaster. A student ran to the office earlier and said that someone were fighting in the music room, and that one of them seems to be you. It really gave the teachers a big scare. Are the teachers afraid that I'll hurt someone? Hua Tian tilted her head in confusion. Teachers, don't worry. I know I've always been a little reckless when I fight, so I won't fight in school. The teachers fell into a strange silence, then all of them laughed dryly as if they hadn't heard Hua Tian say anything that didn't conform to the rules. It's good that Hua Tian is fine. You have to protect yourself in school in the future. If you get bullied, you have to tell the teachers. Chapter 45, Mr. Hua. Chapter 45, Mr. Hua. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Yu only felt very ridiculous when looking at this scene. The teacher's favoritism had once belonged to her, but now, they were blatantly biased towards Hua Tian. This made Hua Yu furious. It was this anger that made Hua Yu unable to remain calm anymore. She sneered, pushed aside the few teachers at the door, and dashed out of the classroom. The female teacher, who had stumbled from the push, frowned. Who is this? Why is she so arrogant? Is she a student from the sponsorship class? Mr. Wang's face darkened. It's Hua Yu from our class. The female teacher looked very surprised. Mr. Wang, isn't your class an outstanding class? How can there be such an arrogant student? Although this student is in the top class, her family background is prominent, so she might feel more confident about herself, Mr. Wang said indifferently. I've already reflected the situation to the school's management. I hope the school's management will transfer this student away. She has brought a bad atmosphere to our class. Upon hearing this, Hua Tian couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, do you want Hua Yu to transfer classes? Mr. Wang nodded. What do you think, Hua Tian? I don't have any opinion on that. I think it's quite good. Finally, no one will keep coming to annoy me. Hua Tian let out a long sigh and felt much more relaxed. 1. When school ended at night, Ding Chen came to pick Hua Tian and Bai Ying up again. Hua Tian's eyes lit up when she saw Ding Chen. Uncle! Although Ding Chen did not know why Hua Tian was so excited, he still ran forward with her and hugged Hua Tian, who came running over. Hua Tian hugged Ding Chen for a while, then she took out the report card from her school uniform's pocket and waved it proudly in front of him. Uncle, the results of our joint examination are out. This is my report card. Hua Tian's eyes were bright and she looked like a child who yearned to be praised by her parents. Ding Chen opened the report card in amusement. Looks like you did pretty well. Let me see what place you got. After taking a clear look at the rankings on the report card, Ding Chen gasped. First place? Hua Tian nodded vigorously. That's right. And it's first in the entire cohort. Ding Chen was so agitated that he picked Hua Tian up and spun her around. After he put her down, he reached out and rubbed her head hard. How is my niece so amazing to be able to come in first in the entire cohort? Bai Ying, who was standing beside them, pursed his lips. He strongly felt that these two people were extremely childish. Is it very difficult to get first place? Why are you guys so agitated? Ding Chen laughed and rubbed Bai Ying's head as well. It seems like Bai Ying came in first too. There's also Si Huan. He's in first place too. The three of us are in team first place. Upon hearing Si Huan's name, Ding Chen snorted and said reluctantly, this guy's results are not bad. Alright, why don't I see him coming out with you guys today? Si Huan is the president of the student union. It's his turn to be on duty today. Hua Tian tugged at Ding Chen's arm. Uncle, let's stop talking about Si Huan and hurry home for dinner. I'm going to faint from hunger. Ding Chen was happy that Hua Tian didn't seem to care that much about Si Huan. He pulled Hua Tian and Bai Ying and headed towards the car park. At this moment, a dignified male voice rang out from behind them. Hua Tian, wait a moment. Hua Tian turned around and saw a man in a refined suit. His brows were slightly furrowed as if he was a man who had been in a superior position for a long time. She tilted her head in confusion. Uncle, who are you? Why are you looking for me? Mr. Hua was stumped by Hua Tian's question and wasn't able to give a response at the first instant. This made Hua Tian even more puzzled. Are you crazy? You called out to stop someone but don't say what you want? It's such a waste of my time. Seeing that Hua Tian was about to leave, Mr. Hua realized that Hua Tian really didn't recognize him. His face darkened instantly. Hua Tian, why do you have such a poor upbringing? I'm your father after all. 1. Father? Hua Tian stared at Mr. Hua in confusion for a long while, then slapped her head in realization. I thought it was some shameless person who was randomly acknowledging someone as their daughter. Turns out that it's you, Mr. Hua. I don't find that surprising then. These words made Mr. Hua want to explode with anger. What did she mean by shameless? What did she mean by randomly acknowledging someone as his daughter? What did she mean by saying that she didn't find that surprising then? Hua Tian, I'm not here to argue with you. Mr. Hua took a few deep breaths and barely controlled his anger. He took out a contract from his briefcase. This is the declaration that you had signed to sever ties with us, as well as acknowledging the huge debt you owe to us. I can make this declaration invalid, as long as you agree to my conditions. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ding Chen pulled Hua Tian's arm and pulled her behind him in a protective stance. Back then, it was the Hua family who didn't want Hua Tian. Now, you want to invalidate the tie-severing declaration? Why? Is Hua Tian a puppy that your family can call upon or chase away as they please? I'm not a puppy. Hua Tian was dissatisfied with her uncle's description. She put out a finger and poked Ding Chen's back hard, making him dodge a few times. Ding Chen turned around and glared at Hua Tian, warning her to behave herself with his gaze. Mr. Hua ignored their interactions and even broke into a mocking smile. I think you've made a mistake. A person like Hua Tian will never be recognized by the Hua family. Chapter 46, Confidence. Chapter 46, Confidence. The contempt in Mr. Hua's eyes infuriated Ding Chen. Ding Chen almost wanted to roll up his sleeves and punch him, but was stopped by Hua Tian, who was behind him. Hua Tian looked at Mr. Hua calmly. She wasn't sad or angry because of his attitude. Mr. Hua, what are you trying to do? You can just say it. There's no need to think of ways to anger me and my family. This time, the way Mr. Hua looked at Hua Tian changed a little. He was both surprised and impressed. It seems like you've improved a lot after leaving the Hua family. Mr. Hua walked up to Hua Tian and Ding Chen and placed the huge IOU in their hands. Hua Tian, as long as you take the initiative to leave Qingli High School and don't appear in front of Huayu again, I'll invalidate this IOU. How about that? Has Huayu finally realized that her methods can't force me to drop out of school, so she turned to ask her parents to step in? Hua Tian took the IOU and looked at it carefully, then slowly tore the paper apart. Mr. Hua, you brought a copy to talk to me. This makes it hard for me to believe your sincerity. If what I brought is the original copy of the IOU, would you have agreed to my proposal? Hua Tian shook her head and laughed. How could I possibly agree with that? This is simply wishful thinking. Mr. Hua's expression turned cold. Hua Tian, you should know what this 20 million means to your current family. Without waiting for Hua Tian to speak, Ding Chen sneered. Please, self-righteous Mr. Hua, 20 million might be an astronomical number to a family like ours, but there are things more important than 20 million in this world. That is our family's self-esteem and backbone. We won't compromise because of this. I didn't care about withdrawing from Qingli High School in the beginning. Hua Tian glanced at Ding Chen and Bai Ying, who were beside her, then at Si Huan, who was on duty at the school gate not far away. She eventually then met Mr. Hua's gloomy gaze. Mr. Hua, thank you for making me change my attitude. Regardless of whether it's taking the initiative or being passive in this matter, I won't drop out of school no matter what. If you guys have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. Let's see if you can force me to do so. Do you think you can go against the entire Hua family? Hua Tian, you used to be a part of the Hua family. I think you should understand how influential the Hua family is. Putting aside the fact that we just want you to drop out of school, it's not difficult for us to even have some accidents happen to you or your family and friends. Don't you dare touch them. Hua Tian's expression turned cold instantly. She met Mr. Hua's gaze and repeated each word with a pause in between, don't you dare touch them. Mr. Hua did not want to admit that he had been frightened by the gaze of a little girl who was not even 20 years old. However, at that moment, he did feel like he had been targeted by a prey. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Mr. Hua relied on his strong willpower to force himself not to back off. He wasn't just holding on to his own appearance, but also for the Hua family's honor. However, his expression was a little uncontrollably distorted. Hua Tian, this depends on your choice. If you take the initiative to leave the Hua family's circle, I won't chase after you relentlessly. But if you insist on blocking the path of Hua Yu and the Hua family, it'll be hard to say. Then let's wait and see. I'd like to see how capable your Hua family is. On the way home, Ding Chen could not help but feel worried. He was not worried about his safety, but whether anything would happen to Hua Tian in school. Tian, why don't we transfer schools? Ding Chen was hesitant. Qingli is an elite school. There must be many unbridled second-generation heirs there. I'm worried that you'll be bullied there. Don't worry, uncle. In terms of being unbridled, I don't think anyone in the school can compare to me. Ding Chen was stumped and paused for a long while. That was in the past. Haven't you left the Hua family? With no one to back you up, how are you going to continue to act unbridled? The current me doesn't need any family to back me up anymore. Although Hua Tian was sitting in the backseat of Lousy Xiaoli, she revealed an arrogant demeanor. My capabilities and my knowledge will become my confidence. Uncle, don't worry about me, okay? Ding Chen also felt Hua Tian's oppressive disposition and nodded involuntarily. He was immersed in his niece's domineering disposition. It was after a long while did he realize that Hua Tian and Bai Ying, who were sitting in the back row, were already discussing topics that he did not understand. Bai Ying said, "No, your design will cause an overload of the electrical charge. This is already considered a lethal weapon. According to current regulations, manufacturing will definitely be prohibited." Hua Tian frowned, feeling a little unwilling. Is it really impossible? This intensity won't electrocute someone to death. Not even if it can't electrocute someone to death. Bai Ying's attitude was very firm. Ding Chen could not help but shudder as he listened to them discussing if something would electrocute a person to death. He quietly raised the temperature in the car. Chapter 47, Abiding to the Law. Chapter 47, Abiding to the Law. I want to design a device that, when worn, can automatically generate high-intensity electric currents when the wearer is subject to malicious attacks. Hua Tian felt that her idea was very cool. She didn't want to change her mind. However, Bai Ying's rejection was also very firm. With the current technology, there's no way to determine if the wearer had suffered a malicious attack or not. Moreover, a high-intensity current you want might cause life-threatening danger. It's better to just make an alarm device. Hua Tian pouted a little unhappily. She then realized that Bai Ying was objecting to her coming up with a product that was taking it a little too far. Was this really the initiator of artificial intelligence who had an antisocial personality? Are you stopping me from breaking the law? Hua Tian looked at Bai Ying in surprise. Bai Ying rolled his eyes, feeling a little speechless. If I don't stop you, am I supposed to go crazy with you? In Bai Ying's heart, Hua Tian was someone who was a little childish. He thought that him stopping her might cause her to be unhappy, but he did not expect her to break into a bright smile. Caught off guard, Bai Ying received a tight hug from Hua Tian. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Ying pushed Hua Tian away in confusion. Hua Tian looked at Bai Ying with a relieved and excited expression. That's great. I've finally reformed you into a law-abiding child. What are you talking about? I've always been a law-abiding person, okay? Bai Ying didn't understand Hua Tian's thoughts and looked at her helplessly. Don't be crazy. I'll help you get that alarm device out tonight. Hua Tian looked at Bai Ying, who claimed to be a law-abiding person, and held back her smile. The others, including Bai Ying himself, did not know that one day, he would release the evil in his heart and trigger the end of the world. However, Bai Ying was now using laws and morality to restrict himself and his friends. This was such a wonderful thing. Hua Tian was in a good mood and nodded with a smile. Okay, no problem. When they returned home, Ding Rong was grinning from ear to ear when she found out that Hua Tian and Bai Ying had both gotten first place. She made a sumptuous feast that night to reward the two children who had gotten good results. For Hua Tian and Buying, it was not difficult for them to come in first place in the cohort. However, under the continuous compliments from Ding Chen and Ding Rong, the two of them could not help but feel a little smug. Compared to the harmony in the Ding family, the Hua family's atmosphere was exceptionally depressing. Mr. Hua wore a grim expression. He recalled how he had lowered his stand to specially look for Hua Tian today. He had thought that since he had brought her up, he didn't want to make the situation so awkward. He didn't expect Hua Tian, this ingrate, to not give him any face. At the thought of this, Mr. Hua slammed the table. Both Mrs. Hua and Hua Yu were shocked by him. Hua Yu's body trembled uncontrollably. Glancing from the corners of his eyes how cowardly his biological daughter was, Mr. Hua felt even angrier. Why are you trembling? You're so petty. You don't have the demeanor of a young lady from a wealthy family at all. Mr. Hua looked at Hua Yu angrily. I chased Hua Tian away for your sake back then, and this how you repay me? Hua Yu lowered her head and bit her lip, trying to suppress the sadness and unwillingness in her heart. Mrs. Hua glanced at Hua Yu from the corners of her eyes and thought to herself that this girl who had been raised by outsiders was really unpresentable. The atmosphere remained stiff for a while before Mrs. Hua slowly picked up her cup and took a sip of coffee. Hubby, calm down. Didn't you go look for Hua Tian today? What did she say? At Mrs. Hua's reminder, Mr. Hua recalled the humiliation he suffered when he went to look for Hua Tian today, and his face darkened even more. Don't talk to me about that ingrate. She ate the Hua family's food for more than 10 years and doesn't know how to be grateful at all. She's simply detestable. Mrs. Hua frowned slightly. Hua Tian doesn't want to agree to our conditions? It's just for her to withdraw from Qingli High School. She can go to another school. It won't affect her life and future at all. Mr. Hua let out a cold snort. That ingrate has grown up. She bluntly rejected the condition of invalidating the debt and refuses to withdraw from the school no matter what. How is that possible? Hua Tian should be very short on money now. Mrs. Hua frowned. The Ding family lives in a slum-like place, so where would they get their money from? Hua Yu suddenly thought of something. She beat around the bush and reminded her parents, Hua Tian is very close to Si Huan in school. Maybe they're already together. 20 million yuan is an astronomical figure for Hua Tian, but it shouldn't be worth mentioning to Si Huan. Hua Tian and Si Huan are together? Mr. Hua didn't believe it. That's impossible. When Hua Tian was still in the Hua family, Si Huan didn't agree to the political marriage between the two families. Now that Hua Tian has been chased out, how can Si Huan be with her? Mrs. Hua shook her head, not thinking much about it. Hua Tian's face is not bad. Maybe Si Huan wants to play with her, but they will definitely not be officially together. Chapter 48, The Hua Family. Chapter 48, The Hua Family. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In Mr. and Mrs. Hua's eyes, without the Hua family's support, it was impossible for Hua Tian to be with a guy from a rich family, let alone Si Huan, who was the head of the Si family. However, Hua Yu recalled the rumors from her previous life saying that Si Huan and Hua Tian were in a harmonious relationship. She became even more certain of her guess. But Si Huan treats Hua Tian very well. Si Huan puts in a lot of effort so that Hua Tian can stay in Qingli High School. Hua Yu couldn't help but sound resentful. If he wasn't with Hua Tian, why would Si Huan go against the entire school's board of directors? Mr. and Mrs. Hua exchanged a glance, both of them feeling a little surprised. What is it with Si Huan and the school's board of directors? Mr. Hua asked with a frown. Hua Yu shared everything she had heard from He Yu. After hearing that, Mr. and Mrs. Hua fell into deep thought. I really couldn't tell, Mrs. Hua muttered with a sigh. It seems like the education I gave Hua Tian in the past wasn't in vain. She'll know how to use her advantages to exchange for benefits now. She's really an ingrate. Back when she was in the Hua family, she was like a block of wood, unable to do anything well. But after leaving the Hua family, she has become smarter. Mr. Hua snorted. If Hua Tian is really together with Si Huan, it won't be easy to chase her away from Qingli High School. Hua Yu became nervous when she saw that Mr. Hua seemed like he was about to change his mind. She could almost imagine that in order to win Si Huan over, Mr. and Mrs. Hua would let Hua Tian return to the Hua family. Wouldn't all the effort she had put in be in vain then? No. Hua Yu thought to herself that she would never let Hua Tian turn the tables around. She was definitely not going to live a dark life as she did in her previous life. She took a deep breath and controlled her nervousness when facing Mr. Hua. Dad, I have a plan. As long as it's implemented successfully, not only can we drive Hua Tian far away, but it will also bring up the Hua family's wealth and reputation to a higher level. What good ideas can you have? Mr. Hua waved his hand indifferently. You just have to study hard and have Hiyu in your grasp so that the Hua family and Hein Corporation can maintain a good cooperative relationship. Dad. Seeing that Mr. Hua was getting impatient and wanted to get up, Hua Yu didn't care if she would be blamed and interrupted him, not caring for any etiquette. I just need 5 minutes. Please listen to my plan. Maybe you'll change your mind. Hua Yu, where's your etiquette? Mrs. Hua put down her coffee cup and looked at Hua Yu coldly. Under her mother's cold gaze, Hua Yu cowered a little. However, in order to make Hua Tian never appear in her life again, Hua Yu persisted in looking at her father. Mr. Hua remembered that when Hua Yu had just returned to the Hua family, she had indeed come up with a few good ideas for the cooperation between the Hua family and Hein Corporation. He calmed down and said, "All right, tell me your idea." "Thank you, Dad." Hua Yu smiled excitedly, then she restrained her smile and said solemnly, "It has been less than half a year since Si Huan has taken over the Si family and his foundation in the Si family is unstable. In order to establish his prestige, he has developed several projects in the past 6 months. Relying on the memories from her past life, Hua Yu slowly told Mr. Hua about her understanding of the Si family. Her confident demeanor made Mr. Hua see her in a different light. Mr. Hua nodded secretly as he listened. He thought that no matter what method Hua Yu could think of, at least she had done enough preparation. It was already not easy for her to be able to gather so much unannounced secret information about the Si family. Hua Yu noticed Mr. Hua's approving attitude, so she relaxed a little and continued, "The Si family is facing a tight financial situation. If they get supplanted during this time, they'll have to cut their losses to survive. When that happens, the Hua family can take advantage of the situation to take over a few high-quality projects with good prospects from the Si family." Yu is indeed of the Hua family's bloodline. Mr. Hua nodded with a smile and looked at Hua Yu in admiration. Although you haven't received the Hua family's family education, you know well about the essence of the Hua family's business strategy. Alright, I'll consider your suggestion carefully. If Yu has any ideas in the future, you can tell me. Hua Yu suppressed the joy in her heart and tried hard to appear indifferent, but excitement still seeped out of her eyes. I understand, Dad. After Mr. Hua left, only Hua Yu and Mrs. Hua were left in the living room. The smile on Mrs. Hua's face slowly disappeared. She looked at Hua Yu warningly and said, "Hua Yu, it seems like you're not completely useless. You still have many capabilities that I don't know about." Only then did Hua Yu realize that Mrs. Hua didn't seem to like her performing well in front of Mr. Hua. She was a little puzzled. "Mom? I just want to get Dad's approval." "Of course you can think of ways to get your father's approval, but," Mrs. Hua looked at Hua Yu coldly. "I hope you can remember your identity. You're a girl, and you'll have to get married one day. The Hua family belongs to your younger brother, so don't stretch your hands too far." Younger brother? The Hua Feng who only had Hua Tian in his heart? Chapter 49, Hua Feng. Chapter 49, Huafeng. Huafeng was the son of Mr. and Mrs. Hua, and he was Huayu's younger brother. Some time ago, he had applied for a science summer camp during the summer vacation, which cut him off from communication. His family couldn't contact him, so Huafeng still didn't know that his beloved sister, Huatian, wasn't of the Hua family's bloodline, and she had already been chased away to live in the slums. Huayu felt depressed at the thought of Huafeng. She was his biological sister, but in her previous life, Huafeng had been very good to Huatian, but he had only been patronizing her. Huayu wanted to get everything that belonged to her based on her memories from her past life, but Mrs. Hua was trying to suppress her for Huafeng's sake. This made Huayu hate her biological brother, Huafeng, even more. However, Huayu didn't dare to be disrespectful to Mrs. Hua, let alone show her ambitions for the Hua Corporation in front of her. She could only lower her head to hide her emotions and say in a low voice, "Mom, don't worry. I won't fight with my brother." She thought that her concession could get Mrs. Hua's satisfaction, but she heard Mrs. Hua say in an extremely disdainful tone, "What right do you have to compete with little Feng? Stay in your place and stop showing off your wits." With that, Mrs. Hua stood up and walked up the stairs. She did not notice that behind her, her biological daughter was looking at her with an unwilling and aggrieved expression. In the end, that expression changed to be filled with crazy hatred. Huatian and Bai Ying stayed in the workshop for the entire night and made a simple automatic alarm device. Bai Ying was so tired that he collapsed onto the camp bed in the workshop. He fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. It was already 3 in the morning and the sky was still dark. However, Huatian did not have any sense of time and ran excitedly to knock on Ding Rong's door. Ding Rong came to open the door for Huatian in an old nightdress. Although she had been suddenly woken up from her sleep, her eyes looking sleepy and her hair messy, she was still looking graceful and had an alluring disposition. She seemed a little panicked. "What's wrong, Tian? Did something happen?" "Mom, I made an extremely cool alarm device." Huatian raised the item in her hand excitedly in front of Ding Rong. Ding Rong heaved a sigh of relief, then was caught between laughter and tears. "Why are you in such a hurry? There's still time to show it to me in the morning." She pulled Huatian into her room as she spoke. Huatian giggled like a child while being pulled by Ding Rong. "Mom, I specially made this for you." Huatian put a wristwatch on Ding Rong's wrist, then took out necklaces, brooches, and other accessories. "These are sensor devices. If you suffer a malicious attack, the sensor devices will send a signal back to your wristwatch. It will then emit a loud alarm." Ding Rong had long been used to Huatian fiddling around with things in the workshop and had never asked what she had made. After dinner yesterday, Huatian pulled Bai Ying into the workshop again. Ding Rong didn't mind it, but she didn't expect Huatian to stay up the entire night to make protective equipment for herself. Ding Rong's heart ached uncontrollably, but she was happy deep down. She blinked and suppressed her tears. Seeing her daughter squatting down to put on an anklet on her, she could not help but reach out to pat Huatian's head. Sensing the gentle touch on the top of her head, Huatian looked up and smiled. "Mom, why are you touching my head?" Ding Rong bent over and hugged Huatian. "Mom is too happy to have received Tian's gift." "Thank you, Tian. This isn't a gift," Huatian explained seriously. "These are equipment that can let you protect yourself well. That stinky old man from the Hua family actually came to threaten me yesterday. I'm worried that they'd hurt you, so I did this. Anything Tian gives me is a gift." Ding Rong looked at Huatian dotingly without any nervousness. "Mom is not afraid of their threats either. I will be safe with Tian protecting me." Huatian didn't know what was humble at all. She nodded hard to show her agreement. "That's right, I'll protect Mom well." Then Huatian thought of something and added, "There's also Uncle. Although he fights well, he has to be careful too. Sai, what would happen if I'm not around in this family?" Ding Rong was amused by her smug look and nodded with a smile. Indeed, this family can't do without Tian Tian. It didn't take long for Hua Tian's excitement to subside. She yawned one after another. Mom, I'm so tired. Can you help me take a day off from school? Hua Tian lay down on the bed in a daze and muttered, Mom's bed is so fragrant and soft. I don't want to get up. Ding Rong shook her head helplessly. She helped Hua Tian take off her shoes and jacket and covered her with a blanket. In Longyearbyen, the city nearest to the North Pole, Hua Feng and his companions finally ended their summer camp life, which had lasted for more than a month. He checked into a hotel in Longyearbyen. After getting a good rest, he called his sister excitedly. He wanted to share his experiences during this period of time with his sister, but what he received was the notification that the phone was switched off. Opening the social media application that was filled with messages, Hua Feng finally found out what had happened to the Hua family from his friend's messages. What? Sister was chased away? Chapter 50, I don't have a younger brother. Chapter 50, I don't have a younger brother. Unable to get into contact with Hua Tian, Hua Feng called Mr. and Mrs. Hua to find out what had happened. Mom, what's going on? I heard from my friends that sister was mistakenly brought back and that she's not from our Hua family. She was even chased away by you and Dad. Do you know where sister is now? Is she doing well? At the thought of Hua Tian having nowhere to stay, Hua Feng became extremely anxious. After calling Mrs. Hua, he asked her questions one after another. Mrs. Hua felt a headache while listening to him chattering away. She interrupted, Hua Tian is no longer your elder sister. But we've been siblings for more than 10 years. Even if we're not blood related, I'll always treat her as my elder sister. Hua Feng's attitude was extremely stubborn. Mom, tell me, how is sister now? Mrs. Hua had never been able to refuse her precious son. She sighed helplessly and said, Hua Tian is doing very well now. Although her biological mother comes from a poor family and has a bad reputation, Hua Tian is still studying at Qingli High School and has even gotten together with Si Huan. You don't have to worry about her. Sister is together with Si Huan now? Hua Feng became even more worried. Given how proud sister is, she must be together with Si Huan because she's not doing well. Mom, why are you and Dad so cruel? It's not like our family can't support sister, yet we're actually kicking her out. Upon hearing her son's complaints, Mrs. Hua snorted unhappily. If we continue to leave Hua Tian in the Hua family, how will your biological sister be able to face her? Besides, the Ding family also wants to find their biological child back and Hua Tian herself isn't willing to continue staying in the Hua family. You and Hua Tian are both ingrates to blame your father and me. In the past, when Mrs. Hua complained, Hua Feng would definitely coax her with good words. However, today, Hua Feng ignored her tantrum and hung up after giving her a perfunctory reply. The scenes of their days together in the past flashed past Hua Feng's eyes, and he felt at a loss. He felt that the world had changed too quickly. His sister, who had still been sharing her secret with him more than a month ago, was now completely unrelated to him, and his actual sister had also become another girl. This was incomparably ridiculous in Hua Feng's opinion. He was now very far away from China. No matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. He got Hua Tian's contact details from his friend and called her without hesitation. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. Sister? Hua Feng couldn't wait to speak. I'm Hua Feng. I finally got in touch with you. Hua Tian was still half asleep and her brain was still in a daze. She only felt that the voice on the phone was very noisy and could not hear what the person was saying clearly. Hence, she replied in a daze, I don't have a younger brother. You've called the wrong person. Goodbye. With that, Hua Tian hung up and switched off the phone before stuffing it under her pillow. Hua Feng felt very aggrieved when he heard the busy signal on the other end of the line. That was clearly his sister's voice, so why did she say that she didn't have a younger brother? Could it be that after Hua Tian was chased out of the Hua family by Mr. and Mrs. Hua, she didn't even want to acknowledge him as her younger brother? Although Hua Feng wanted to look for Hua Tian to ask her about it, he wouldn't be able to return to China anytime soon, so he could only feel anxious. On the other hand, Hua Tian, who was taking Ding Chen's car to school, completely forgot that she had received a phone call in her sleep. She handed another wristwatch and a few sensor devices that hadn't been disguised to Ding Chen. "Uncle, this is the same alarm device that Mom is wearing. I made it especially for you." Those sensor devices were like simple electronic parts, completely incomparable to the exquisite accessories Ding Rong had on her. Ding Chen felt a little jealous. "Why is it that the devices you made for your mother are exquisite but the ones for me are so ugly?" Ding Chen pinched a sensory device in disdain, pursed his lips, and complained, "I come and go to pick you up from school every day. Why do I only get such treatment? Does Uncle want me to make the sensors into accessories too?" Hua Tian tilted her head and imagined how Ding Chen would look with accessories all over his body. She shuddered in disgust. "Uncle, you don't look good with so many accessories on you." "It's the truth." Ding Chen laughed from the anger. He reached out his hand and stroked Hua Tian's hair vigorously. "Who wants to wear accessories? Don't talk nonsense. I just think that the sensors you made for me are too ugly." "Uncle, even if you think they are ugly, you have to keep them on you obediently." Hua Tian seemed to be instructing an ignorant child as she tried to reason with Ding Chen earnestly. "This is for your safety. You have to be good, okay? How can you talk to Uncle like that? Such impudence." Although Ding Chen complained, he still obediently took the set of alarm equipment. After completing the mission of sending Hua Tian and Bai Ying to school, Ding Chen went to the company to work. Chapter 51 Alarm Device. Chapter 51 Alarm Device. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The technology company that was about to shock the world now had only 10 or so employees. The company's address was also a commercial building that was in a location that wasn't too busy. The other business partner in the company was Ding Chen's friend, Old Zhu, the boss of the dumping ground. The moment Old Zhu saw Ding Chen, he scolded him jokingly, "What good thing did you encounter? Why are you smiling so brightly this early in the morning?" Ding Chen touched the corners of his mouth and realized that he had been smiling uncontrollably. He raised his hand to show off his new wristwatch. "Look, Tian gave this to me. Tisk, isn't it just a watch? It's not a branded one either. Why are you so happy about that?" Old Zhu pursed his lips and looked disdainful. "What do you know? This is much more expensive than a branded watch." Ding Chen snorted and lifted his jacket to show the sensory devices stuck to the inside of his shirt. He started introducing the alarm device that Hua Tian had spent the entire night making to Old Zhu. The more Old Zhu listened, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he punched Ding Chen's chest when Ding Chen was not paying attention. At the next second, a sharp siren rang out from Ding Chen's wristwatch. The employees in the office were all given a fright. Two of them, who were secretly dozing off, were so shocked that they jumped up. Ding Chen covered his ears out of reflex. "Old Zhu, are you crazy?" I'm sorry. I was just curious." Old Zhu was still grinning away. "This alarm device of yours is quite useful. It's just that the sound is too loud, that it's deafening." "What do you know? It'll only be able to scare bad people if it's louder." Ding Chen dug his ears. He also felt that this sound was unbearably loud, but he would not say anything bad about Hua Tian in front of outsiders. "I think this alarm equipment can be mass-produced in advance." Old Zhu stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Now, the entire society is paying attention to women's safety. Be it women who live alone or women who need to walk home late at night after work, they'll need such a self-defense tool." Ding Chen's eyes lit up too. Actually, these sensors can be made into accessories. This way, it can stimulate the girl's desire to buy them. The two of them were discussing excitedly about commercializing the alarm when Ding Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was from Hua Tian. Hua Tian's tone was anxious. "Uncle, did something dangerous happen just now? Why did the alarm ring?" Ding Chen looked confused. Tian, how did you know that the alarm rang?" "I connected your alarm to my phone. Once the alarm is triggered on your side, I'll be able to automatically check your location." "Why was the alarm triggered when you're in the company?" Hearing Hua Tian's righteous tone and not feeling that there was anything wrong with invading someone's privacy, Ding Chen felt a headache. Tian, your Uncle Zhu was testing this alarm device just now." "I'm not in any danger." Hua Tian's tone immediately relaxed. "Oh, that's good. I'll be hanging up then." "Wait," Ding Chen's tone became solemn. "Hua Tian, you have to respect Uncle's privacy. You can't check on my location in the future, understand?" Hua Tian rejected him without hesitation. "I don't want to. If I don't know your location, how will I be able to save you immediately when you're in danger? We're in times of peace, why would there be any danger?" Ding Chen sighed helplessly. He was about to continue reasoning with Hua Tian when he heard a beeping sound from the phone. It turned out that Hua Tian had already hung up impatiently. Hence, Ding Chen could only suppress his anger and put his phone away. Old Zhu watched from the side and laughed. Tian has the temper of a child. She won't be interested in your privacy. Why are you so concerned?" "I'm not concerned about my privacy. I just feel that Tian doesn't know about boundaries," Ding Chen said helplessly. "It's fine if she only treats me and her mother like this. I'm afraid that she'll act in the same way to others as well. She might even offend someone without knowing she had done so. Tian is a genius after all. There are always things that people don't understand about geniuses." Old Zhu patted Ding Chen's shoulder. "Hua Tian is a good girl and she has so many good friends. It's alright even if she offends someone." At the mention of Hua Tian's good friends, Ding Chen thought of Si Huan. He immediately let out a strange cold snort. "I wonder how Si Huan will coax Hua Tian. Hua Tian always says so many good things about him. It's really worrying." Hua Tian, who was being nagged about by Ding Chen, could not help but sneeze. Si Huan asked in concern, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "No, I'm feeling very well." Hua Tian rubbed her nose and looked puzzled. "Mom said that if I sneeze, it could be that someone is thinking about me." Si Huan smiled until his eyes were curved. "Maybe your mother is thinking of you." He, I think so too." Hua Tian pretended to be troubled and said, "Mom likes me too much, that's why she keeps thinking of me." Bai Ying pursed his lips. "You're the one who misses your mom, right? Every day after school, you'd run into the house, hug Auntie Ding, and ask, 'Mom, did you miss me today?' Even children aren't as childish as you." 1. Chapter 52, Laboratory. Chapter 52, Laboratory. Bai Ying deliberately imitated Hua Tian's tone. Even Hua Tian, who had always been thick-skinned, could not help but blush at this moment. She stuck her tongue out at Bai Ying indignantly. "You're the childish one." Bai Ying was too lazy to argue with this childish brat. He asked Si Huan about the school's board of directors. "Senior, the results of the joint examination have been released. Hua Tian and I have already proven our capabilities. Why are we still participating in the school's board meeting this time?" Si Huan, who was previously wearing a relaxed smile on his face, frowned slightly. You was the one who brought this up. He's a reckless person and would do anything to achieve his goals. We have to be more careful during the board meeting. He was Bai Ying's half-brother, but there was no kinship between the two of them. Instead, there was only bone-deep hatred between them. Therefore, Bai Ying was very wary of He Yu. Unlike them, Hua Tian didn't care about He Yu at all. Actually, no matter what we want to do, someone will eventually jump out to object. We just need to reach out and clear away the obstacles in front of us. Hua Tian did an action of brushing away dust and said in an especially relaxed tone, in front of absolute power, all obstacles are merely clowns jumping around. What are you guys worried about? Si Huan and Bai Ying were both stunned by Hua Tian's words. They looked at her naivety as if it was the first time they had met her. After a long while, Si Huan sighed and said, "You're right. Those people are just clowns. We really don't have to care." Bai Ying nodded too. After all, we have the ability to surpass most people. Hence, Hua Tian and Bai Ying appeared so calm before the board of directors that they didn't look like high school students their age. The principal didn't look too good today. When he saw Hua Tian and Bai Ying, he only forced a smile. Hua Tian and Bai Ying are here. Find a place to sit down first. After everyone had gathered, the principal said, at the board meeting previously, everyone agreed that we would decide whether Hua Tian and Bai Ying would stay or leave after the results of the joint examination are out. I believe that their results have proven their capabilities. Does the board of directors have any objections? He raised his hand sluggishly, his gaze fixed on Bai Ying. His eyes were filled with maliciousness and didn't conceal his hostility at all. Mr. Principal, the school's board of directors had discussed previously that if the results of these two students reach an outstanding level, they can continue to stay in Xingli High School. I think the school's board of directors has no objections to this matter. However, what we are discussing today is the matter of the school building a high-end laboratory for 2 high school students without any approval. The principal frowned slightly. The school lacks a relatively specialized laboratory, to begin with. This laboratory isn't specially built for Hua Tian and Bai Ying. The reason that the principal gives is too far-fetched. He sneered. Is there a need for ordinary high school students to use such high-end experimental equipment? The board of directors suspects that the school's management team is trying to stuff their own pockets. The other board members, who had remained silent, couldn't help but gather together and whisper. It seemed like they approved of He Yu's words. Cold sweat involuntarily broke out on the principal's forehead. He sensed that this meeting was not targeted at Hua Tian and Bai Ying but himself and the other members of the school's management. At this moment, Hua Tian, who was sitting at the end, raised her hand. "Teacher, I want to speak." Hua Tian's actions, which resembled those of a primary school student, made He Yu let out a smirk. However, the principal couldn't help but relax. "Hua Tian, do you have any questions?" A board member, who was over 50 years old and had a friendly attitude, asked. He looked at Hua Tian as if she was a junior in his family. Hua Tian stood up. "Since everyone has doubts about the laboratory's facilities, I can give everyone an introduction. After all, almost all the facilities in the laboratory were installed at my request." Si Huan already sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to stop Hua Tian, but it was too late. He smiled as if he had gotten his way. He then asked, since the equipment in the laboratory was requested by Hua Tian, please explain the specific usage method of these devices in detail. What kind of experiment results can you achieve with these devices? Bai Ying also sensed He Yu's thoughts. He couldn't help but frown and tug at Hua Tian's clothes, but she didn't understand his intention. Hua Tian introduced the uses of the equipment and, of course, went with He Yu's wishes to introduce the scientific experiments she was conducting. In conclusion, with these facilities, I will be able to conduct technological innovation more efficiently. Soon, I will be able to display the first batch of technological achievements. Before she transmigrated, Hua Tian would often introduce projects to the investors, boasting endlessly about the projects in her hands, and then obtain more financial support from the investors. She was very familiar with this set of excuses, so she told the board members about her research project without any hesitation. Chapter 53 Interest. Chapter 53 Interest. With Hua Tian's explanation, the board members looked enlightened. Although they didn't know much about scientific research or technological development, they knew the profits they could get from each research result. In that case, the projects that Hua Tian has will have very broad commercial prospects. It makes sense that they need to be equipped with a high-end laboratory then. A board member rubbed his hands excitedly. Are these the only equipment Hua Tian needs? The board members can add more funds. The board members started discussing fervently, all of them having thoughts of increasing the funds. Hua Tian was originally a little happy and felt that she had solved a difficult problem. However, when she looked at Si Huan and Bai Ying with a gaze begging for praise, she realized that they didn't have smiles on their faces and were instead frowning worriedly. Hua Tian got close to Si Huan in confusion. Why are you unhappy? Hasn't the matter been resolved? The school's board of directors no longer objects to the school building a high-end laboratory. In order to whisper to Si Huan, her entire upper body was pressed against the armrest of Si Huan's chair. From afar, it looked like she was throwing herself into Si Huan's arms. When the board members saw the scene, they looked at each other and revealed ambiguous smiles. Some of the older board members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Young people these days don't have any reservations when expressing their feelings. We're still having a board meeting yet they don't know how to restrain themselves. Under everyone's ambiguous gazes, Si Huan felt a little uncomfortable. He had wanted to educate Hua Tian so that she would be more careful in the future and not speak nonsense. However, looking at Hua Tian's face that was close at hand, he could not bring himself to criticize her. He felt an itch at the back of his throat and some feelings seemed to be breaking out. Bai Ying was sitting on the other side of Hua Tian. He looked at Hua Tian and Si Huan, who were very close, and his eyes darkened. He couldn't help but frown. Only when everyone cast ambiguous gazes at Hua Tian and Si Huan did Bai Ying grab Hua Tian's arm and pull her back to her seat. What is it, Bai Ying? I'm talking to Si Huan. It's not the time to whisper. Bai Ying pursed his lips. We can talk after the meeting. Hua Tian sensed that Bai Ying was a little unhappy, but she didn't know why. However, she had always paid attention to Bai Ying's emotions. She was afraid that Bai Ying would decide to take revenge on society if he was unhappy. Therefore, she didn't rebut Bai Ying and obediently sat up straight. After the board members had discussed this for a while, He said, since Hua Tian and Bai Ying managed to get such a high-end laboratory with the help of the principal, you should transfer part of the patent rights to the school and the board of directors. The board members nodded in agreement. Even the principal didn't raise any objections. He then mentioned that he wanted to divide the profits Hua Tian and Bai Ying made in a 3-to-7 ratio. Hua Tian and Bai Ying would take 30%, and the school would take 70%. At this moment, Hua Tian finally understood He's true intentions. He no longer wanted to chase Bai Ying and her out of school and had even agreed to build a high-end laboratory for them. However, his ultimate goal was to obtain the hard-earned research results from them at the lowest price. Hua Tian turned to look at Bai Ying, only to see him clenching his teeth, his expression turning darker. The Bai Ying in this state caused Hua Tian to recall the initiator of artificial intelligence she had read about in textbooks who was criticized by everyone. She subconsciously wanted to comfort Bai Ying. However, Bai Ying was one step faster. He stood up abruptly and glared at He don't even think about it. He leaned back in his chair and looked at the furious Bai Ying mockingly. My dear brother, not only did I agree to let you stay in Qingli High School, but I also agreed to invest in the construction of a laboratory for you. Not only are you not grateful to me, but you're also facing me with such an attitude. You really make me, your older brother, sad. You just realized that you can't chase me away and want to get benefits from me. Bai Ying's tone was extremely cold. do you think I'll let you have your way? At most, I won't enter the school's laboratory. No matter what, I won't let you have your way. Clap, clap, clap. Hiyu slowly clapped his hands. My dear brother, I really admire your courage. After losing 2 legs, you still dare to speak to me with such a disrespectful attitude. Bai Ying's face darkened as if Hiyu had hit him in his sore spot. However, Hiyu felt that the stimulation he gave Bai Ying wasn't enough. He continued, however, most of the facilities in the laboratory were requested by Hua Tian. She has more research projects of greater value in her hands than you. I don't think the school's board of directors will care about the few lines of codes you type. After all, the program you worked so hard to make was sold for only a few 100,000 yuan. What can you do with this little money? Chapter 54, Surrounded by Wolves. Chapter 54, Surrounded by Wolves. Hiyu had never cared about Bai Ying. In the past, he had only regarded his half-brother who was an illegitimate child as a pebble on the road of life that could be kicked away at will. Just like how he had broken Bai Ying's legs with just a little effort and chased him out of the Yu family, now, Hiyu felt that although Bai Ying was a genius to a certain extent, he still wouldn't be a threat to him. Hiyu looked at the furious Bai Ying calmly and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Bai Ying, do you think you've won against me just by continuing to stay in Qingli High School? On the contrary, it's best for me if you were to stay in Qingli High School. This is my territory. Bai Ying's face distorted from being angered by Hiyu and he clenched his fists tightly, as though he wanted to rush over and punch Hiyu's face. Hua Tian quickly grabbed onto one of Bai Ying's arms and muttered into his ear, abiding by the laws, abiding by the laws. Bai Ying, have you forgotten? We must be good law-abiding citizens. Bai Ying's brain, which had almost lost its cool from the anger, cleared up a little. He calmed down a little and grabbed Hua Tian's wrist. Bai Ying then looked at Hiyu. Hiyu, you did have a good plan. After you realized that you can't chase Hua Tian and me out of Qingli High School, you want to squeeze value out of her instead. However, there's one thing you've miscalculated. Hua Tian is not a chess piece that you can manipulate as you wish. As Bai Ying spoke, he looked at Hua Tian who was beside him, as if he wanted to find support from her. Hua Tian didn't let Bai Ying down. She stood firmly by her friend and looked at Hiyu with an attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. Bai Ying is right. I have knowledge and technology that transcends the era, but I won't let my technological achievements be a tool for you to reap benefits. After saying that, some of the board members who could not hold back their anger whispered among themselves and looked at Bai Ying and Hua Tian in disagreement. Si Huan, who had been sitting in his seat without saying a word, could understand what these people were thinking. Perhaps, in the beginning, these board members wouldn't have taken Bai Ying and Hua Tian's scientific research seriously. They would have only thought that it'd be just small-scale projects done by 2 high school students. However, after Hiyu's reminder, the board members realized that these technological achievements could bring them huge profits. Now, Bai Ying and Hua Tian had both said that they wouldn't give Hiyu a piece of the cake. This also meant that the board members couldn't get their share either. How could they possibly agree to this? Indeed, all of this was as Hiyu had expected. It was as if everything was under his control. Hiyu even revealed a happy smile. Both of you are very proud and upright, but the school has already set up such a high-end laboratory for you. For this, the school's board of directors has invested tens of millions of yuan. If you don't take out any technological achievements, wouldn't that be a little unreasonable? A big-bellied board member with a bald head was the most impatient. He echoed, "Mister, he is right. Since the school has invested a lot of money and built a high-end laboratory for the 2 of you, it means that we believe in your capabilities. If you don't bring out satisfactory scientific research results, won't you be letting the board of directors and the school's management down?" No matter how nice it sounded, in the end, it was just to convince Bai Ying and Hua Tian to give up their rights after they came up with the corresponding results. Bai Ying suppressed his anger. Although he was a genius, he was not good at handling interpersonal relationships, let alone fighting a battle over benefits. He turned to look at the person beside him and realized that Hua Tian also had an unhappy expression on her face, but she wasn't angry. She seemed to only feel frustrated. Before transmigrating, Hua Tian had experienced such scenes many times. Those capitalists and politicians would often use all sorts of methods to snatch more money and more benefits. Hua Tian was already used to the filthiness of such scenes. Hence, Hua Tian only felt impatient at this moment. She crossed her arms and said, "Are you guys done? Do you really think that Bai Ying and I, two high school students, are unable to protect our interests?" Her impertinent attitude made many of the board members frown. However, Hua Tian didn't care about other people's opinions of her. "You guys are right. I have many research projects on hand, including some groundbreaking research results. If they are commercialized, the benefits that can be generated are immeasurable. But what has that got to do with you guys?" These words were simply saying that the board members, led by Yu, were delusional. Hua Tian would never let them take advantage of her. Yu's face darkened. "Hua Tian, I think you should learn to be grateful. After all, in order to support your laboratory, the school's management has been running around busily and the board of directors has also invested a large amount of money. Now, you're saying that all the research results have nothing to do with the board of directors?" A board member secretly pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "No wonder the Hua family keeps calling this adopted daughter an ingrate. It seems like she's really an ungrateful brat." Chapter 55, One Step Late. Chapter 55, One Step Late. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Tian's body had already been through integration and modification by mental powers and she could easily hear other people's whispers. She faced the board member who was cursing at her softly. "Uncle, I'm not an ingrate." Hua Tian explained seriously, "The most important factor in the birth of a scientific research result is people, not those expensive instruments. I'm very grateful that you're willing to pay to build this high-end laboratory, but I can't give away the research results that I worked so hard for to someone with bad intentions." In Hua Tian's eyes, "Who here doesn't have ill intentions towards you?" He sneered. "Your school's management treats you so preciously and protects you. These board members also treat you like a treasure, but you think that we all have ill intentions towards you. Isn't this too heartless?" The management team's expressions changed. Actually, they could obtain the corresponding benefits from the school's management. Therefore, when Yu suggested for Bai Ying and Hua Tian to give up the rights over their research results to the school and the board of directors, the management team supported this suggestion. For this, the school's management would inevitably feel some guilt towards Bai Ying and Hua Tian. However, the duo's direct rejection made the school's management feel uncomfortable and they could not help but feel some resentment. Hua Tian frowned deeply. She felt that Yu was really difficult to deal with. Why was he always twisting her words? Why was he always able to set her up from tricky angles? This was the kind of person Hua Tian hated to interact with the most. Seeing Hua Tian frowning and remaining silent as if she didn't know what to do, Si Huan didn't continue to sit by the side and act as a bystander. He stood up and straightened his uniform jacket. "It seems like everyone is very interested in Bai Ying and Hua Tian's research results. I can give an introduction to everyone." The board members didn't know whose side Si Huan was on at first. After all, he seemed to be very close to these two geniuses. The board members inevitably felt that he wanted to protect his friend. However, after hearing a few words, the board members were almost certain that Si Huan was on their side. "As far as I know, some of the projects that Bai Ying and Hua Tian are collaborating on have been completed. The Smart Prosthetic Limbs project is already in the final stage. They just need to carry out the final experiments before being able to put them into production. They also have other projects that are suitable for commercialization." When Si Huan stood up, Bai Ying thought that he was helping Hua Tian and himself. When he heard this, he felt like he had been betrayed. His hatred for Yu was transferred to Si Huan. In comparison, there was more anger from the betrayal. Meanwhile, Si Huan didn't seem to feel Bai Ying's knife-like gaze and was still talking fervently. Through portraying the commercial profits that Bai Ying and Hua Tian's research results could bring, these board members' hearts burned more and more fervently. Since Bai Ying and Hua Tian are so outstanding, wouldn't it be a pity if their research results aren't commercialized? A board member rubbed his hands excitedly and stared at Bai Ying and Hua Tian with bright eyes as if he was looking at two mountains of gold. If a technological achievement can't be promoted and benefit the masses, it would indeed be a pity. Si Huan nodded in agreement. Si Huan, you. Bai Ying glared at Si Huan. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted made him furious, but Hua Tian tugged at Bai Ying's arm. Hua Tian whispered into Bai Ying's ear, Si Huan won't betray us. Let's see what he says. Bai Ying could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. Then, Si Huan used a leisurely tone to shatter the unrealistic fantasies of the board members. The board members are wise and discerning, but it's a pity that I came a step earlier than everyone. He broke into a humble and apologetic smile. Yu's face darkened. Si Huan, what did you do? The other board members also looked at Si Huan solemnly. Si Huan smiled slightly. During this summer vacation, a new and inconspicuous technology company was established. This company is fully representative of Bai Ying and Hua Tian's research results. As the largest investor of this company, the Si family has the right to prioritize commercializing all the technological achievements. Therefore, I'm sorry to say to all the board members that you're late. These capitalists and speculators had just found out that there were two golden mountains in front of them, and yet, at the next moment, they realized that these two golden mountains had been put into someone else's territory. There was no way that they could not stand the disparity. Someone immediately flew into a rage. Si Huan, are you going to take everything for yourself? That's right, Si Huan, that's not right. The school invested in such a high-end laboratory to support Bai Ying and Hua Tian's research. You can't occupy the final research results alone. That's right, that's right. Even if you eat meat, you should give us some soup. Chapter 56, Happy and Harmonious. Chapter 56, Happy and Harmonious. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the face of huge profits, these well-dressed men also became like housewives who were bargaining at the market, chattering non-stop. That's enough, stop arguing. Yu shouted suddenly, and the huge conference room fell silent. His expression no longer had the composure from before. His eyes were dark and gloomy, making it hard to tell his emotions. But he looked like a venomous snake that was hidden in the dark and could pop out at any moment to bite people, making people feel wary. Si Huan, your shares in the school's board of directors are only ranked third. Moreover, you're only a student here now. You don't have the authority or the ability to convince everyone. In that case, I suggest you take a good look at the situation and give up the interests that should belong to the entire school's board of directors. Mr. He is right. Hein is the largest shareholder. How can we be led by the nose by a little brat like Si Huan? I've heard of a saying before. When someone is helpless, they will attack their opponent's family background, age, and other external factors. Looking at how things are now, it seems like this is true. Si Huan smiled slightly, his demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. Everyone, I think you've been mistaken about something. The school's board of directors doesn't have the right to criticize the school's internal affairs. The expressions of the board members changed again and again. Only after Si Huan's reminder did they remember that they only had the right to receive dividends as the school's board members and not the right to interfere with the school's operational affairs. After his words suppressed the school's board members' arrogance, Si Huan said to the school's management, I think the school's management knows that our company has higher-end and more advanced experimental equipment than the school. Bai Ying and Hua Tian had once strongly requested to stop their studies and come to my company to research what they're interested in. Before he could finish, the management team's expressions changed drastically. The principal said anxiously, "How can we do that? They're still our school's students." Si Huan smiled at the principal. That was how I persuaded Bai Ying and Hua Tian back then. As the president of the student union at Qingli High School, I don't want the school to lose two outstanding students. In order to let Bai Ying and Hua Tian continue to study, I promised to build a professional laboratory for them in the school. The management team also remembered their original intention for building the laboratory and nodded awkwardly. Si Huan's gaze swept across the unhappy board members before he looked at Yu, who had a gloomy expression on his face. It's true that I'm not the largest shareholder in the school's board of directors. However, when the other board members initially refused to fund the laboratory, I provided all the funds without any hesitation. Moreover, I've also kept the records for each cash flow. It can be proven that 80% of the experimental equipment was funded by the Si family. According to the logic of the school's board members, I'm the investor who should enjoy their research results the most, right? At this point of the conversation, Yu understood that it would be very difficult to bite off this piece of cake from Si Huan's hands. However, he was still unwilling to accept this and thus tried to drive a wedge between them. Looks like Si Huan wants to take the cake in front of him for himself. I wonder what the creators of the cake, Bai Ying and Hua Tian, think about this. Bai Ying, who had a deep hatred for Yu, felt very happy when he saw Yu's defeated expression. He laughed and said, "If I have to commercialize all my research results, I will choose a business partner like Si Huan without hesitation." Hua Tian nodded firmly too. Bai Ying is right. Si Huan is a good friend who is very trustworthy. Yu forced a mocking smile. The friendship between the few of you is really touching. I hope you can continue to maintain this naivety. With that, he seemed like he couldn't be bothered to look at these people anymore, standing up quickly and leaving the conference room. After Yu left, a few of the board members looked at each other for a while, then stood up and chased after him. Only 2/3 of the people in the meeting room were left. Their attitude towards Si Huan and the other two people was not entirely supportive either. Of course, Si Huan understood the situation that the three of them were in. He wasn't someone who would seize the opportunity to reap profits without sharing any benefits with others. He had a preliminary discussion with the school's management and the remaining board members before they finally reached an agreement to collaborate. Bai Ying and Hua Tian will raise Qingli High School's reputation with their scientific research results and outstanding results. Their laboratory will be independent of the school's management. The school could pick out outstanding students or teachers and let them participate in Bai Ying and Hua Tian's research projects. Their projects would also be open to external investments. When the results were encashed, they would distribute dividends to the school's management or board members according to the previous investments. Such a model of cooperation received agreement from the others. When this meeting ended, everyone seemed to be happy and harmonious. Chapter 57, Huayu's Transfer. Chapter 57, Huayu's Transfer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A slightly older board member sighed and held Bai Ying and Hua Tian's hands. Heroes really come from the youth. People like you are a great fortune for the entire country and society. I hope you won't let down your youth and your talent. To put it simply, he was telling the two youngsters to do their research well and earn big money for him. When Si Huan brought them away, Hua Tian could still hear the board members gloating and discussing softly behind her back. Yu really tried to go for wool but came back shorn. No matter what he does, he is competitive and wants to take the most benefits for himself. Look at how things are now. He's not getting any benefits from this at all. This is what they called avaricious and insatiable. That's enough, I don't think we should get too involved with him. Yu and Bai Ying seem to have a deep feud between them. Bai Ying is young and has a stubborn personality. Let's not make this child unhappy. How can it not be a great feud? He caused Bai Ying to fall and break his legs. Bai Ying is wearing prosthetic limbs now. His prosthetic legs look completely like a normal pair of legs. Are these the smart prosthetic limbs that Si Huan mentioned that were pending commercialization? Hua Tian felt that she had won a victory with Si Huan and Bai Ying today, so she walked in front of the two boys valiantly with her head held high and chest puffed up, like a proud rooster patrolling its territory. Si Huan felt happy to see her proud expression. He had wanted to be solemn and tell Hua Tian about the mistake she had made today, but when he spoke, his tone was gentle and unhurried, not sounding awe-inspiring at all. Hua Tian, do you know what mistake you made today? Hua Tian was stunned by Si Huan's question. She turned around and looked at him curiously. Si Huan, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong today. The one who was in the wrong was clearly you, who had ulterior motives. It seems like you're not too stupid. You still know that you had ulterior motives. Si Huan shook his head helplessly and patted Hua Tian's head gently. Although it didn't hurt, Hua Tian still covered her head, feeling aggrieved. She muttered unhappily, "Why did you hit me? If you're angry, you should go and hit you." Bai Ying, who was walking beside Hua Tian, was rendered helpless by her simple-mindedness. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Since you know that he is up to no good, you shouldn't have responded to him earlier." As if recalling the face of his enemy, Bai Ying frowned in disgust. In the future, when facing such a detestable guy, you can just treat their words as farts. The more you pay attention to him, the more interested he becomes. In the end, you'll end up being the one disgusted by him. Bai Ying, you have a point. Hua Tian nodded and tilted her head to look at Bai Ying in confusion. But you were also infuriated by you today. Why couldn't you maintain your composure when facing him? Bai Ying almost choked. After being silent for a while, he rolled his eyes and said, "I can't be bothered with you." They happened to have reached the square in front of the academic building and quickly left in the direction of the Year 1 classrooms. Looking at his hurried back view, Hua Tian snorted proudly. "Fleeing just because you can't win against me. Loser." Putting aside Bai Ying, didn't you almost fall into Yu's trap as well? Weren't you led on by the nose by him? Si Huan chuckled and patted Hua Tian's shoulder. You have to be more careful when you see you in the future. Otherwise, you might even end up helping him collect money even after being sold. Hua Tian pouted unhappily. I'm not that stupid. I'm a real genius. It was true that she was a genius, but also true that she was foolish. The two contradicting characteristics didn't seem contradictory when they were on Hua Tian. It only added a different charm to her that made people want to get close to her. Si Huan shook his head with a sigh when he sensed the strange feeling that had just emerged in his heart. Turned out that love was really something uncontrollable. The situation didn't seem too good. Hua Tian hummed a song in a good mood and returned to the classroom. Her path was blocked at the classroom's door by two boys who were each carrying a box of books. Make way, please don't block the way." Hua Tian moved to the side to make way for them to pass through, tiptoeing to look into the classroom. She realized that there was a familiar student beside her. He should be from her class. Hua Tian patted the boy's shoulder. "Student, what happened? Why is everyone watching the commotion?" Zhang Hao, who was enjoying himself, was slapped so hard that he almost jumped up. He turned around and realized that it was the study god who was wearing a perplexed expression. Zhang Hao told Hua Tian excitedly, "Study god, you don't know?" "Know what?" Hua Tian looked confused. "It seems like you really don't know anything," Zhang Hao whispered mysteriously. "Hua Yu is going to transfer to another class." A few people came to help her move her things. TSK. After becoming the young miss of a rich family, things are indeed different now. She has so much clout now. Chapter 58, True Feelings. Chapter 58, True feelings. Huayu is transferring to another class? Hua Tian raised her voice excitedly. Then I won't have to see her again in the future? This is really happy news. I'm the one who should be feeling happy. A suppressed angry voice rang out from behind her. Hua Tian turned around and realized that the person who had spoken was Huayu. They say that you mustn't talk about people behind their backs. Looks like there's some truth behind this saying. Hua Tian's nose twitched. When you talk about someone you hate and that person immediately appears in front of you, the feeling is really bad. Huayu's face darkened immediately. The students who were watching the gossip with Zhang Hao all suppressed their laughter until their faces became distorted. Huayu realized that she had lost all her face and glared at Hua Tian angrily. Hua Tian, you really don't have any self-awareness. If you can reflect on yourself, you'll realize that the person who's the most annoying is yourself. Is that so? But there are more people who like me than you. Hua Tian slowly counted with her fingers. Mom likes me, uncle likes me, and my friends all like me. Huayu, can you tell me who are the people who truly like you? Many faces flashed through Huayu's mind at the fastest speed possible, but she couldn't choose any that could refute Hua Tian's words. Mr. and Mrs. Hua were like high and mighty rulers who controlled Huayu. Her friends only got close to her for benefits. Huayu carefully recalled and realized that the only person who had ever truly loved her in both her lifetime was her adoptive mother, Ding Rong. Even though she was hit in a sore spot, she still pretended to be strong, refusing to show her weak side to Hua Tian. However, Huayu's silence seemed to be the answer. Hua Tian shrugged. Huayu, we finally don't have to see each other all the time in the same class anymore. This is a good thing for both of us. I hope you can remember this lesson and never provoke me again. With that, Hua Tian left Huayu standing there in a daze while she returned to her seat in the last row. Zhang Hao followed Hua Tian into the classroom and leaned on Hua Tian's table, complaining, "Study God, you didn't have a strong disposition when you said those harsh words earlier. You didn't act like a big shot at all. Did I really not have a strong disposition?" Hua Tian frowned unhappily. Then will Huayu ignore my warning and continue to come to find trouble for me in the future? How is that possible? Huayu has lost a lot of face this time. She wants to stay far away from our classmates. It's impossible for her to appear in front of our classmates on her own accord, let alone look for you, who embarrassed her directly. Hua Tian was a little puzzled. Didn't she just fail to win against me with her results? This is something very normal. Why would she be embarrassed by that? A big shot is a big shot indeed. Zhang Hao gave Hua Tian a thumbs up in admiration. Have you forgotten that Huayu previously said that if you can't pass, you will be expelled? Now that her results are inferior to yours, some of the students who were just watching the show asked Huayu when she would withdraw from school. Imagining that scene, Hua Tian smiled happily. It's indeed quite embarrassing. What's more embarrassing is that Huayu couldn't answer the question at all. In the end, she just transferred classes. Isn't this just running away? Zhang Hao laughed out loud. He was clearly gloating. Zhang Hao was right. Huayu did feel very embarrassed. Although she was from a rich family, she managed to stay in the elite class with her outstanding results. This had always been something that Huayu was very proud of. Now, because of Hua Tian, Huayu's outstanding results were seen as worthless. She even lost her cool because of her arrogance in the class, so she can only end up transferring classes like a deserter. This made Huayu feel a sense of frustration which she had nowhere to vent on. As a girl with a boyfriend, Huayu vented her anger on him as if it was natural. Huayu skipped the afternoon classes. After all, she had been transferred to the sponsorship class. The form teacher in the sponsorship class couldn't control this group of unbridled rich second-generation students, so he turned a blind eye to things like skipping classes. He brought Huayu to the hotel. He was clearly not in the mood today, so he didn't care about Huayu's feelings. He was exceptionally cold when he was in bed, venting his emotions on his own. His roughness didn't make Huayu feel protected at all. Halfway through, Huayu finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked Hiyu off the bed. Hiyu's hair was in a mess and he was breathing heavily. His red eyes seemed to be brewing an endless amount of violence. Huayu was so frightened by Hiyu in this state that she shrank back into the blanket. "You? What's wrong with you today?" Suppressing her anger, Huayu forced herself to put on a concerned expression and asked with a trembling voice. Chapter 59, Hiyu and Huayu. Chapter 59, Hiyu and Huayu. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hiyu combed his fingers through his hair and flipped his fringe over his head in frustration. Hiyu didn't appreciate Huayu's rare gentleness. He pulled a towel around his waist and broke into a sarcastic smile. "Isn't it too late to act like a chaste girl now?" Huayu hadn't expected to hear such hurtful words from Hiyu's mouth. Her face flushed red with anger. "Hiyu, what do you take me for?" "You have to ask yourself first. What do you take me for?" Hiyu sneered and pinched Huayu's chin, staring at her face that was wearing a distorted expression from the pain. "Huayu, you and your father have always treated me like a fool who has fallen in love. Do you think I don't know that?" "I didn't," Huayu argued weakly. "Why would you think that? I'm clearly in a serious relationship with you." It was so boring. Hiyu pushed Huayu's face away in frustration and glared at the woman on the bed who was half covered up. "You're just treating me as a tool to achieve your goals. I've never thought of dating you either. It's better if we're honest with each other." Huayu was flung onto her side on the bed by him, tears welling up in her eyes. She had to bite her lip to stop herself from crying out loud. Her motive for getting together with Hiyu back then wasn't simple, but they had already entered the most intimate relationship in the world. Huayu would look forward to her and Hiyu's future. However, Huayu hadn't expected that Hiyu, who had always been gentle and kept a low stand in front of her, would suddenly reveal his true colors. "Oh, you're really sad?" Hiyu sat by the bed and seemed to find it amusing. He ran his fingers through Huayu's long hair and looked at the woman, whose shoulders were trembling slightly. Huayu finally calmed down and slapped Hiyu's hand away. Although her eyes were still red, she didn't look too disheveled. She said coldly, "Hiyu, I'm not a tool for you to vent your emotions. You got angry elsewhere and now you're transferring your anger to me. This behavior is really contemptible." Huayu thought that she was about to face Hiyu's anger, but unexpectedly, Hiyu laughed instead. "Ha ha ha, ha ha. Women are indeed the most unreasonable creatures in the world. It's really an eye-opener for me." Hiyu smiled as he reached out to grab the back of Huayu's head. Huayu wanted to break free, but she felt as if his hand was gripping her skull tightly, preventing her from moving. Hiyu grabbed Huayu's head and inched closer to her face, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Huayu, do you think I'm treating you as a tool to vent my anger?" No, I'm not the kind of incapable person who would vent his frustrations on others." Huayu struggled hard and pressed against Hiyu's chest, trying to push him away. "Let go of me." Hiyu was completely unmoved. "Do you know that it's all because of you, stupid girl, that I've missed the huge benefits that I was about to get my hands on? At the same time, I also lost face in front of others. It's all because of your foolish thoughts of being unable to tolerate a fake young miss." Hiyu threw Huayu onto the bed. Huayu felt a sharp pain in her head as if a lock of her hair had been pulled off. She held onto the back of her head in pain and curled up. This scene reminded Huayu of her past life. In her past life, she had gotten married to a rich second-generation heir of a certain family under the arrangement of Mr. and Mrs. Hua. That marriage was filled with fights and violence. In her previous life, her husband was a domineering man who would beat her up whenever he felt unhappy. The scenes from her past life and this time almost overlapped, making Huayu feel like she couldn't tell the present time. She was curled up tightly, her body trembling slightly, and she looked badly frightened. Yu had wanted to settle things with this stupid woman. After all, in order to help Yu chase Hua Tian out of Qingli High School, Yu had worked hard for so long and ended up with nothing. This made him very frustrated. Hey, stop with the act. Hey, Yu. He pushed Yu's shoulder impatiently and realized that she didn't seem to be pretending. Damn it, could she have some kind of mental illness? How unlucky. Yu frowned in frustration. He ignored Yu, who seemed to be ill, and went to take a shower in another room. When Yu came out from the shower and changed, he realized that Yu had returned to normal. She had put on her clothes and was sitting upright on the sofa. Yu sat far away from Yu. What's wrong with you? I wonder if it's contagious. Forget it, I'll go for a physical examination later. Yu's face turned pale at Yu's blunt disdain. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's no need to worry. I'm very healthy." Yu was a little worried that Yu was suffering from some kind of mental illness. He was afraid that he might agitate her into doing something stupid. Hence, he asked patiently, "Why did you call me to ask me out today?" Yu was the only business partner that Yu could rely on right now. Hence, no matter how angry she was, she could only suppress her anger. I have a plan to deal with Si Huan. I think you'll be interested. Chapter 60, Cooperation. Chapter 60, Cooperation. Yu thought that after showing her business talent to Mr. Hua, she would receive his praise and be highly regarded. However, Mr. Hua ignored her suggestion that day and didn't deal any blows to Si Huan and his company on the business level. Yu didn't understand why her father would give up such a great opportunity to annex the Si family. Before she decided to collaborate with Yu had gone to look for her father to continue convincing him to deal with the Si family according to her plan. Then, Yu heard Mr. and Mrs. Hua's discussion about Hua Tian and Si Huan. Mrs. Hua had always been gentle and virtuous when facing Mr. Hua. "Hubby, what do you think of Yu's suggestion? Are we really going to lay our hands on Si Huan?" Yu is quite ambitious, but she's still a little girl after all. She doesn't think things through thoroughly. Mr. Hua shook his head and looked a little regretful. If the opponent wasn't Si Huan, I would think that this is a pretty good plan. Yeah, that Si Huan is not simple. Mrs. Hua poured a drink for Mr. Hua. When she mentioned Yu, her tone was slightly mocking. Yu is a very ambitious girl. Moreover, she hasn't seen Si Huan's scary side before. She really thinks that such superficial methods can defeat Si Huan. Mr. Hua took a sip of the drink then nodded. Moreover, the Hua family and the Si family don't have any deep feuds. There's also the relationship between Si Huan and Hua Tian. Our families might even become relatives one day. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. That day, Yu stood at the study door and saw the mocking and disdainful expression on Mrs. Hua's face when she mentioned her. Mrs. Hua seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, she was still the biological daughter whom she was proud of. Yu stopped trying to convince Mr. Hua and turned to look for new business partners. Among all the people she knew, Yu was a good choice. He was proud and insufferably arrogant, and he had always looked down on Si Huan. Yu believed that Yu wouldn't miss the opportunity to deal a serious blow to Si Huan. Yu repeated the plan she had mentioned to her father and looked at Yu, who was smoking quietly on the sofa. The current Si family looks like an unshakable colossus on the surface, but we all know that it just went through an internal turmoil. As long as we use the right method, we'll definitely be able to bite off a huge piece of fatty meat from the Si family. Little girl, you make it sound good. Yu took a puff of his cigarette, looking deep in thought. The Si family isn't that easy to deal with. Moreover, Si Huan isn't as simple as he seems to be. Si Huan's status hasn't been completely stabilized yet. This is our best chance. If Si Huan is given some more time to stabilize his footing, it'd be even harder for you to do anything to him anymore, right? Huayu had learned a lot from Mrs. Hua. When she looked at Hiyu with the shadow of a smile, Hiyu could feel the contempt Huayu had hidden in her heart. Her expression seemed to be saying, the Si Huan now is already making you so wary. When his wings are full, you'll be even less a match for him. Hiyu bit his cigarette hard and then pressed it into the table, putting it out. Hiyu also made up his mind at this moment. I'm a man. I can't act more cowardly than a little girl like you. Huayu understood what Hiyu meant and a big smile appeared on her face. She reached out a hand to Hiyu. I hope that we will have a pleasant cooperation. Hiyu grabbed Huayu's hand and shook it twice as a polite gesture, but he didn't let go. Instead, he pulled Huayu into his embrace. Ah! Huayu let out a cry of surprise from being caught off guard. Her resistance was then blocked by Hiyu's lips. After a deep kiss, Hiyu released Huayu, who was still putting up a tough struggle. He looked at the furious Huayu and said with a teasing tone, What? Are you really angry at me? Shouldn't I be angry? Huayu continued to struggle, trying to get out of Hiyu's arms. You damned guy! How could you treat me like that earlier? I'm sorry. I was too rough previously. Hiyu coaxed her gently. Although Huayu was still angry, they had just reached an agreement. She could only suppress her dissatisfaction and pretend to be cordial to Hiyu. Bai Ying, let's go to the laboratory. Hua Tian ignored the class bell that had just rung. She stood at the door of Year 1 Class 3 and waved at Bai Ying, who was in the last row. Hurry up. What's so good about math classes? Don't waste your time. The math teacher from Year 1 Class 3 was standing on the podium and had heard Hua Tian's words clearly. At that moment, he felt great rage surging in his heart. However, in front of these two geniuses, Bai Ying and Hua Tian, the math teacher could not get himself to be angry. Facing Bai Ying's questioning gaze, the math teacher waved his hand helplessly. Bai Ying, go with Hua Tian. Just don't forget to submit the quiz later. Chapter 61, Favorite Sister. Chapter 61, Favorite Sister. Although Bai Ying did not have a high EQ, he was at least like a normal student compared to Hua Tian. He bowed slightly to the math teacher and said, Thank you, teacher. Then, he walked out of the classroom and walked side by side with Hua Tian through the large field, and headed towards the laboratory. Along the way, the two of them discussed the project that they were currently working on. The human body is a very complicated model. I've been reading a lot of information on acupoints in Chinese medicine over the past 2 days and realized that certain acupoints are painful points on the body. If the self-defense weapon we're going to make can target these acupoints, we can quickly reduce the opponent's mobility with minimal harm dealt. However, it's very difficult to achieve such precision given the current technology. Moreover, everyone's actions cannot be predicted. No matter how smart the system with the defense weapon is, by the time they are done calculating the opponent's trajectory, it will be too late to stop the perpetrator's actions. Then we need to collect a tremendous amount of data. The two of them talked about things that were too profound for high school students their age. The teachers and students they met along the way gave this pair of geniuses, who exceeded ordinary people and even geniuses in this era, looks of admiration. No one disturbed them. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to get too close when they saw the two bright stars rising in front of their own eyes. It was because they were afraid of being pierced by their scorching lights. Ever since Huayu transferred classes, Hua Tian led a relatively relaxed and calm life. It just so happened that the school's laboratory was completed and could be put to use. Hua Tian spent every day in the laboratory with Bai Ying. The projects that she had failed to continue because the workshop she had at home was too simple had also made breakthroughs. Such a life was filled with joy for Hua Tian. However, when she reached school this morning, Hua Tian's peaceful and happy life was broken. Sister! I miss you so much. Boo-hoo! Hua Tian, be careful. Si Huan, who was walking with Hua Tian, was the first to notice that something was wrong. He subconsciously reminded Hua Tian, who was listless due to a lack of sleep. A boy suddenly rushed over from the school gate. Hua Tian subconsciously put on a defensive posture. Although she looked sleepy, her reflexes and physical attributes were definitely better than most people in this era. However, Hua Tian still did not manage to dodge the big boy's flying pounce. Actually, Hua Tian had wanted to make a move, but the moment she saw the boy's face clearly, her body froze on the spot as if she couldn't control herself. Information about this boy suddenly flashed through her mind. Hua Feng, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Hua, and Hua Yu's biological brother. When Hua Tian was still in the Hua family, she was the closest to her brother. The scenes of her and Hua Feng growing up flashed across Hua Tian's mind. Perhaps it was because Hua Tian had been hurt too much by Mr. and Mrs. Hua's attitude that when she realized that Mr. and Mrs. Hua were equally strict with her brother, Hua Tian would often console the young and crying Hua Feng when he was scolded. The two of them had spent their childhood embracing, supporting, and encouraging each other. It was precisely because of this that Hua Tian and Hua Feng shared a deep relationship. Ever since she became the Hua Tian of this era, Hua Tian's heart had always ached for this pitiful girl. Now that she realized that this pitiful girl had a younger brother and that had always been able to rely on one another, Hua Tian was naturally very happy. Hence, she naturally became close to her brother, who was completely different from Mr. and Mrs. Hua. Brother! Hua Tian smiled so brightly that her eyes curved up. She raised her arms and returned Hua Feng's hug. Sister! Sensing Hua Tian's response, Hua Feng hugged her even tighter. Si Huan looked at the embracing duo, suddenly feeling a little complicated. However, Si Huan did not understand where this jealousy came from. Wasn't this boy clearly just Hua Tian's younger brother? This was although they were not related by blood at all. The two of them did not find it mushy and hugged at the school gate for a long time. In the end, Hua Tian felt like her bones were about to break from the pressure and pushed away from her brother, who was half a head taller than her. Didn't you attend the summer camp at the North Pole? Why did you suddenly come back? Memories related to Hua Feng automatically popped up in her mind. Hua Tian also understood why she had never seen Hua Feng since she came to this era. The summer camp is over. Hua Feng's handsome face revealed a trace of grief. Sister, you don't love me anymore. Not only did you forget when my summer camp ended, but when I went through a lot of difficulties to get your contact number and called you, you were still so heartless to say that you don't have a younger brother. That's impossible. I didn't take your call at all. Hua Tian denied firmly. I like you the most. How could I possibly say that to you? Hua Feng was so happy when he heard Hua Tian express her feelings so bluntly that it was as if a flower had bloomed on his face. He hugged Hua Tian tightly again and said, I also like my sister the most. Chapter 62 Hostility. Chapter 62 Hostility. Hua Feng took out his phone. It must be those unreliable friends of mine who gave me the wrong number for sister. Sister, tell me your current contact number and save my phone number too. After exchanging their numbers, Hua Feng looked at the familiar number and was a little stunned. It's this number. The last time I called, sister was very cruel to me. Hua Tian thought really hard and then recalled a certain scene. Facing Hua Feng's accusing gaze, she blinked without feeling any guilt. The last time you called, I stayed up all night. I was woken up after having slept for less than an hour. Before he could finish, the accusation on Hua Feng's face turned to guilt. I'm sorry, sister. I just took my phone back then and found out about you. I didn't think much about it and called you. Hua Feng scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and changed the topic stiffly. Sister, have you been doing badly recently? I feel that you've lost a lot of weight and there are dark circles under your eyes. You mentioned that you stayed up all night. Are you unable to rest well? No, I just like to stay up late because my mind is the most active at night. The siblings, who had reunited after a long time, chatted nonstop at the door. Si Huan was a little unhappy. He raised his wrist to look at the time and then interrupted the touching reunion. Hua Tian, class is starting soon. Are you going to stay at the school in trance? Hua Feng glared at Si Huan. Si Huan, my sister has just talked to me for a little while. Why are you being such a busybody? Si Huan, as the current head of his family, and Hua Feng, as the successor to his family, had met a few times at banquets. In the past, they would just nod and greet each other coldly. Today, the atmosphere between them should be a little more relaxed since they had met at school, but Si Huan didn't understand why Hua Feng's attitude towards him was so bad. However, Si Huan didn't like Hua Feng either, so he didn't care about his attitude. Si Huan ignored Hua Feng's questioning and reminded Hua Tian again, I'm on duty today. As your friend, I don't want to deduct your morality points. Hua Tian pouted unhappily but still gave Si Huan face. Alright then. It's only because you're the president of the student union. Hua Feng immediately looked like a big dog that had been abandoned by its owner. He looked at Hua Tian with teary eyes and complained, Sister, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want to have a good chat with me? He seemed to frequently use this attitude to act spoiled towards the original Hua Tian. Back then, Hua Tian would almost always agree to whatever Hua Feng asked. Hua Tian subconsciously raised her hand, only to realize today that she couldn't reach Hua Feng's head at all. However, Hua Feng took the initiative to squat down a little so that Hua Tian could rub his hair. This action between them seemed to have happened countless times. Everything looked so harmonious and loving. Brother, although I'm no longer in the Hua family, I'm still in this city and haven't gone far. We'll have many more opportunities to get along in the future. A lonely and aggrieved expression instantly covered Hua Feng's face. Sister, you won't take your anger out on me, right? Of course I won't take my anger out on you. You're Hua Tian's favorite brother. Hua Tian didn't say the latter part out loud, but she thought that since the original Hua Tian liked Hua Feng so much, she would help him take care of her brother. After receiving the promise, a satisfied smile appeared on Hua Feng's face. He continued to keep chatting with Hua Tian for quite a while before finally letting her enter the school gate before the first bell rang. However, he didn't turn around to leave. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground and watched Hua Tian's back view. After the bell rang, only the student union members on duty remained behind at Qingli High School's school gates, catching the students who were late. Si Huan and Hua Feng's gazes met inadvertently and they both noticed the faint hostility in each other's eyes. They were like two male lions who were patrolling their respective territories. Although there was no erupting conflict between them yet, they were warning each other with their gazes not to get any closer. The inexplicable confrontation between them ended because of a group of late students. You guys are late. Report your classes and names one by one. Si Huan picked up his notebook and started carrying out his duties as the president of the student union. Because Si Huan had turned his gaze away first, Hua Feng felt that he had one, so he snorted in a good mood. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone ask, Hua Feng? Is that you? The person who spoke was a girl who was late. She was with a group of rich second-generation heirs who Hua Feng recognized. She looked like she had a lot of prestige. Hua Feng had never liked these noisy profligates. Although he didn't know Hua Yu, he guessed that the people with this group of people weren't good people. On the account that their families had friendly relations, Hua Feng casually nodded at them. Hello, I just came back this morning. I came to visit my elder sister. A girl laughed exaggeratedly and then winked at Hua Yu. Yu, Hua Feng has taken the initiative to come to school to look for you, his elder sister. You don't have to worry about not getting along well with him anymore, right? Chapter 63, Not familiar with her. Chapter 63, Not familiar with her. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This group of profligates was all those who didn't strive for progression. They failed to live up to expectations and were excluded from the circle of the family's successors. In the past, they could only crowd around Hua Tian, who looked upon them with disdain. Ever since the bizarre incident of the real and fake young miss from the Hua family happened and Hua Yu returned to the Hua family, these profligates naturally abandoned Hua Tian and gathered around Hua Yu. Compared to how Hua Tian had been lofty and out of reach, Hua Yu, the real young miss, was much more approachable and became good friends with the profligates. After hanging out with Hua Yu for a long time, these profligates felt that Hua Feng, a successor of a family whom everyone had high hopes for, was nothing much. A boy casually put his arm around Hua Feng's shoulder. "Hua Feng, I heard that you just came back from the North Pole. Let's find a time to gather together and you can tell us about what happened at the North Pole. Let us all broaden our horizons with you." In front of Hua Tian, Hua Feng was a cute little puppy who liked to act spoiled. However, in front of others, he had always been like a lone wolf. Hua Feng only felt offended by him acting familiarly with him and exchanging pleasantries. A layer of frost seemed to have frozen on his face as he reached out and swung the boy's arm away coldly. "I'm sorry, we're not familiar." The guy's expression instantly became extremely awkward. A girl beside Hua Yu quickly tried to ease the tension. It's okay. You didn't have much contact with us in the past, but we're all your sister's good friends. We'll get to know each other better in the future." The guy who had been feeling awkward seemed to have found a way out of the embarrassing situation and laughed out loud. That's right. We're your sister's friends, so we're your friends too. We'll get to know each other better if we play together more often in the future." Hua Feng's gaze finally landed on Hua Yu, who was surrounded by a group of profligates. Compared to Hua Tian, who had deliberately pretended to be rebellious in the Hua family, Hua Yu looked more like a young miss who had been raised by the Hua family. Hua Feng could even see through her perfect smile that deep down, she resembled the Hua family. Cold, selfish, and scrupulous in order to achieve her goals. Hua Feng detested every member of the Hua family, and naturally, also detested this biological sister who looked no different from the Hua family even though she had just returned. His lips curled up into a cynical smile, and the words he said were cold without a trace of warmth. "I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this sister either. I probably won't get along well with her friends either." The atmosphere froze up instantly. The people around Hua Yu couldn't help but look back and forth between her and Hua Feng in surprise. These questioning and suspicious gazes made Hua Yu feel very uncomfortable. Hua Yu tried her best to maintain the impeccable smile on her face and nodded at Hua Feng. "Hua Feng, this is our first time meeting, so it's natural that we aren't familiar with each other. But we share the same bloodline, so I believe we can get along well." She generously stretched out her hand to Hua Feng, acting like an extremely tolerant older sister to a younger brother who was throwing tantrums. However, this tolerant and generous attitude did not get to meet Hua Feng's friendliness. Hua Feng only stared at her outstretched hand for a few seconds, then he smiled coldly and said in an ambiguous tone, "It seems like you're really from the Hua family. You've only returned to the Hua family for a few days, but you've already learned their hypocrisy." Hua Yu didn't look embarrassed at all by the rejection. She calmly retracted her hand without a change in the smile on her face. Hua Yu maintained her composure. "Brother, you're also from the Hua family. You should take note to uphold the Hua family's reputation. You just came back a few days ago, but you're already putting on the airs of an older sister in front of me." Hua Feng sneered. "Since you're so proud of your Hua family's identity, I'll leave the Hua family's reputation for you to protect. I hope that your performance will satisfy Dad and Mom. That way, they won't just keep their eyes on me." Hua Feng's words were full of contempt for Mr. and Mrs. Hua, and there was even a hint of disdain. However, in Hua Yu's ears, it felt particularly ironic. She had tried her best to win Mr. and Mrs. Hua's approval, but in the end, she had only gained Mr. Hua's contempt and Mrs. Hua's wariness. As for Hua Feng, because he was a boy, he could easily get all of Mr. and Mrs. Hua's attention, while he wanted to shun this. Huayu's heart was gradually filled with distorted jealousy. Why were Huafeng and Huatian both like this? They could always easily get things that she couldn't get even if she tried their best. After having been through Mrs. Hua's strict teachings, Huayu had learned to hide her emotions. Even though her heart was twisted from jealousy, she still kept a smile in front of Huafeng. What are you talking about? Brother, you're the Hua family's heir, so Dad and Mom have high hopes for you. How can they neglect your feelings just because of me, a sister who had just come back? Chapter 64 Real Member of the Hua Family. Chapter 64 Real Member of the Hua Family. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Seeing that Huayu was still putting on a pretense, Huafeng found it very boring. He didn't want to waste his breath on Huayu and turned to leave. If Huafeng left coldly in front of everyone, the entire circle of the rich second-generation heirs would know how Huafeng despised his sister, who had just returned to the Hua family, before the first lesson of school ended. How could Huayu allow such a thing to happen? In a moment of desperation, she took a step forward and grabbed Huafeng's arm. Huafeng, wait. Huafeng shrugged Huayu's hand away indifferently. I'm sorry, I don't like others touching me. Okay, I'll take note in the future. Huayu smiled like someone being tolerant to a child who was throwing their temper. Huafeng, although we're biological siblings, we've had a blank phase of more than 10 years. It's just nice that you're back today. Let's find a place to have a good chat and increase our understanding of each other. I think we'll definitely be able to get along well in the future. Don't think too highly of yourself. Who says that biological siblings must be harmonious and friendly? Your hypocrisy really disgusts me. Huayu couldn't maintain the composure on her face anymore after Huafeng's blunt mockery. The unbridled young man in front of her seemed to overlap with the Huafeng who had matured after taking over the Hua family in her previous life. The Huafeng back then wasn't as showy as this 15-year-old youth now. He was calm and collected, and he was both the person in charge of the Hua family and the person Huatian relied on the most firmly. Only when facing his own sister, his attitude was exactly the same as the current Huafeng, being cold and disdainful without any reason. The negative emotions she felt from both her past and present life made Huayu almost couldn't hold it in but vent her anger on Huafeng. If Si Huan hadn't suddenly interrupted, Huayu would have broken down and shouted at Huafeng. Si Huan had been watching at the school entrance for a long while. He was like an indifferent bystander and did not give any comments on the show in front of him. 30 minutes after the first lesson, Si Huan displayed his presence for the first time, not to stop the conflict but to fulfill his responsibility as the president of the student union. Dear students, you are already 30 minutes late. According to the school's rules, I will take it that you've skipped class. Everyone will have 2 points deducted from your morality points. Si Huan scribbled a few words on his notebook and closed it with a thud. The school gate is going to be closed soon. If you guys don't enter the school now, you will be given a demerit. Remember to prepare a reflection letter of more than 1,500 words. With that, Si Huan waved at the guardroom. The school's security officer gave him an OK sign and then prepared to close the school's electronic gate. The students who were still watching Huafeng and Huayu jumped up in shock and quickly rushed toward the school gate. They didn't want Si Huan to record a demerit on their records. Si Huan was someone who wouldn't care about giving people faces at all. If they were really locked outside the school by him, they would definitely have to reflect in front of the entire school during the next flag-raising ceremony. Although most of these students were profligates, they didn't want to do such an embarrassing thing. They were quite loyal. After running to the school entrance, they even used their bodies to block the slowly closing electronic gate and waved at Huayu anxiously. Yu, come over quickly. The door is about to close. Huayu took a deep breath, turned around, and shouted at the students at the door, I've already applied for leave with the form teacher. I have something else to do today. Si Huan's attitude was completely businesslike. Since this student has said that she has applied for leave, then please hand over the note with the form teacher's signature. I need to register that. Huayu was really annoyed by Si Huan. She felt that Si Huan didn't like her because of Hua Tian, and that was why he had been targeting her from the first day of school this semester. However, Huayu felt that as the daughter of the Hua family, she no longer needed to be careful around Si Huan. Hence, she sneered and said, I forgot my note at home. If the student union's president wants to take down my name, then go ahead. After saying that, Huayu didn't care about Si Huan's reaction and turned around to look at Hua Feng. Brother, you've just come back today. We should get together as a family. I'll inform our parents that we'll have lunch at home together. Seeing Huayu not giving Si Huan any face, Hua Feng's attitude towards her became a little better. He sized her up with interest, his expression having the shadow of a smile. It seems like you're not as boring as I thought. At least your attitude towards Si Huan impresses me. Hua Feng's words made a thought flash through Huayu's mind. She remembered it now. In her previous life, Hua Feng and Si Huan's relationship was incompatible like fire and water. If it wasn't for Hua Tian and Si Huan's political marriage and the business cooperation between the two families, these two people would probably stay away from each other for their entire life. However, Huayu didn't expect Hua Feng to hate Si Huan from such a young age. Chapter 65, True Colors. Chapter 65, True Colors. Although she didn't know what the story between Hua Feng and Si Huan was, Huayu immediately realized that this was a chance. It was a chance to get closer with Hua Feng and even reach a cooperation agreement. Her eyes darted around, then she probed, You don't like Si Huan either? Has he offended you in the past? Has anyone told you that you can't be too obvious when you want to scheme against others? Hua Feng sneered. What are you trying to do by actively inquiring about the matters between Si Huan and me? I just feel that we have something in common. We might be able to work together in the future. Huayu took a step forward and got even closer to Hua Feng. At this moment, a car stopped beside Hua Feng. The back seat window rolled down slowly, revealing Mrs. Hua's beautiful face. A kind smile that Huayu had never seen before appeared on her face. Little Feng, why are you here? The driver went to the airport to pick you up but didn't manage to. Hua Feng bent down slightly and let Mrs. Hua reach out to touch his face. Mrs. Hua caressed his face a few times before her hand was held by Hua Feng. He also revealed a smile that was no different from the other Hua family members. Mom, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Little Feng, come home with Mom. It's not too late to go to school after resting for a few days. Huayu felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the almost identical smile on the mother and son's faces. Mrs. Hua's gaze turned to Huayu, who was standing blankly a few steps away from Hua Feng. She frowned slightly. Yu, Qingli High School's first lesson is almost over. Why are you still here? Mom, Huayu subconsciously glanced at Hua Feng and met his expression that was with a shadow of a smile. She had wanted to say that she saw Hua Feng and wanted to have a good chat with him, but she was afraid that Hua Feng wouldn't give her any face. She didn't know how to answer Mrs. Hua's question. After a while, it was Hua Feng who spoke up, breaking the suffocating silence. Mom, I saw Sister Huayu for the first time today and chatted with her for a while. I held her back from her class, but since the first lesson is about to end, she might as well not attend it. Sister Huayu just said that she wanted to inform Dad and Mom to come home for lunch. Although she didn't understand why Hua Feng was helping her out, Huayu heaved a sigh of relief. However, the moment she saw Mrs. Hua's expression clearly, she became even more agitated. Her face didn't show the joy of seeing the siblings getting along well. Instead, it was filled with coldness. Huayu, you're not in charge of the Hua family yet. Do you think you're qualified to help your father and I arrange our itinerary? Huayu's face turned pale. She subconsciously looked at Hua Feng, but all she met was his mocking gaze. After they returned to the Hua family, Mrs. Hua held Hua Feng's hand and asked him about his well-being. Hua Yu sat by the side like a quiet accessory. When Mrs. Hua was finally satisfied with her questions, she went off to make arrangements for the dishes Hua Feng liked to be prepared. Only Hua Feng and Hua Yu were left in the small living room. When no one was around, Hua Yu held Hua Feng, who was about to return to the room, back and asked him with a livid expression, "Hua Feng, I've never offended you in the past. Why do you have to go against me? You didn't offend me? Wasn't my sister chased away because of you?" Hua Feng sneered. "Besides, I'm not deliberately going against you. Dear Sister Hua Yu, I'm just showing you the real way the Hua family interacts. You should get used to it sooner. It's because of Hua Tian again. I knew you were targeting me for her." Hua Yu finally couldn't maintain her composure anymore. She gritted her teeth, her expression looking a little distorted. "Hua Feng, you still haven't accepted the change in mine and Hua Tian's identities? I'm your biological sister, yet you're treating me like this because of that imposter? Of course I know you're my biological sister. After all, only the Hua family can give birth to someone as hypocritical as you." Hua Feng sneered. "Do you think I detest you because you stole my sister's position?" Hua Yu frowned. "Isn't that the case? Ha, I knew that someone like you wouldn't understand. You're a member of the Hua family through and through." Hua Feng's gaze turned cold and malicious. "You don't know how much I hate being surrounded by the cold-blooded and selfish Hua family. My sister is the only living soul in the Hua family, but you chased her away from my side," Hua Feng said as he walked closer to Hua Yu. Hua Yu's heart constricted under his crazy gaze, and her legs trembled as she retreated step by step. "I tried my best to think of ways to make my sister stay in the Hua family. I knew she was unhappy in the Hua family and can only release her suppressed emotions through acting rebellious. I want my sister to be happy, but I want her to stay in the Hua family to accompany me even more." Chapter 66, Crazy Nature. Chapter 66, Crazy Nature. It was the first time Hua used 2 lifetimes to see Hua Feng's distorted and crazy side. She refused to believe that this devil-like youth in front of her was the calm and collected person in charge of the Hua family in her previous life. "You couldn't tolerate having my sister staying in the Hua family and let her leave me. This caused other people to appear beside her. My sister is so good, so of course she'll attract others' attention. Si Huan, Bai Ying. They're like thieves, stealing my place next to my sister." Hua Yu was already leaning against the wall, unable to back off any further. However, Hua Feng was still closing in. Looking at the undisguised craziness on his face, Hua Yu subconsciously stopped breathing. At this moment, if Hua Feng had a knife in his hand, Hua Yu had no doubt that he would stab that knife into her chest. However, what Hua Yu got was Hua Feng's relaxed expression. He laughed like a boy who had successfully pulled a prank. "Oh my God, Hua Yu, your forehead is breaking out in cold sweat. Don't tell me you're really frightened by me?" Hua Yu felt that even her teeth were chattering. After a long while, she asked in a trembling voice, "Hua Feng, were you pretending just now?" "What are you talking about, Sister Hua Yu?" Hua Feng smiled, showing his white teeth. "Didn't I tell you earlier that I hate hypocrites the most? Of course I wasn't pretending just now." Hua Yu's heart was lifted again. Her expression was stiff as she looked at Hua Feng, who was smiling, but the way he was acting made her feel even more afraid. "You? Didn't Sister Hua Yu want to understand me well? This is my true nature. I think Sister Hua Yu understands what I really care about. I hope you can act smarter and not make me unhappy." Only after Hua Feng's footsteps had gone far away did Hua Yu start to breathe again. She gasped for air, and her legs felt weak. She slumped against the wall and felt like she had just survived an ordeal. Why was this happening? Hua Yu carefully recalled the times she spent with Hua Feng in her previous life. In her past life, when Hua Yu returned to the Hua family, Hua Tian was already engaged to Si Huan and Hua Feng was already in university. Back then, although Hua Feng was cold and aloof to Hua Yu, he maintained the politeness of an ordinary relative. Later on, Hua Yu's marriage life didn't go well, and she often returned to the Hua family to seek support and help from her family. Only then did Hua Feng gradually grow impatient with her, and his attitude became more disdainful and annoyed. Hua Yu thought that with her experience from her previous life, she knew well about everyone and everything about her. However, she didn't expect Hua Feng to be completely different from the impression she had of him. A huge sense of panic suddenly rose in Hua Yu's heart. If she had never really known Hua Feng, then what about Hua Tian? What about Si Huan? Did they also have an unknown side as Hua Feng? No, she mustn't panic. Hua Yu took a few deep breaths and suppressed the panic in her heart. She thought to herself that no matter what their true personalities were, it would not affect the development of the entire world. She remembered every major event that would happen in the next few years and could use these advantages to get everything she wanted. As if she was clutching at a life-saving buoy, Hua Yu pulled out her phone with trembling hands and called He Yu. "Young miss, it's only been a while since we last met, but you're already missing me?" He Yu's voice was filled with frivolous teasing. Hua Yu wasn't in the mood to flirt with him. She asked nervously, "He Yu, have you started implementing our plan? Why, have you changed your mind?" He Yu smiled and said, "The Ding family's siblings had raised you for 18 years. It's normal that you can't bear to do this to them. Why not? He Yu, don't drag this on any longer." Hua Yu interrupted him impatiently. "I hope you can hurry up and deal with Ding Rong and Ding Chen. Or are you saying that you're unable to do such a simple thing? What a heartless woman. But that's what I like about you." He Yu chuckled softly. "Something that can be settled by a group of hooligans is a piece of cake for me. Just wait for my good news." With He Yu's assurance, Hua Yu heaved a sigh of relief as if she had confirmed that everything was still in her control. As long as the first step of the plan was successfully implemented, Hua Tian and Si Huan would be thrown into chaos. What followed would be exterminating them. Ding Chen and Ding Rong's faces flashed across Hua Yu's mind. She could not help but think of her past life. Before she knew her true identity, she had spent more than 20 years in the Ding family's simple and rundown courtyard. Guilt flashed by. Hua Yu closed her eyes and muttered to herself as if she had made up her mind, "Mom, Uncle, don't blame me. Hua Tian has completely replaced my place beside you. She keeps trying to snatch my things. I have no choice. I just want to take back everything that is supposed to belong to me." Chapter 67 Alarm. Chapter 67 Alarm. Hua Tian's daily routine during this period of time was basically as such. After she reached school, she would go to the form teacher or the first period's teacher to report to them. If there were important tests or exams on that day, she would stay in the class to work on the papers for a little while. If there were no exams or tests, Hua Tian would go look for Bai Ying and the two of them would stay in the school's laboratory. Si Huan often had to drag them to the cafeteria for lunch. Otherwise, they would be immersed in the experiments and completely lose track of time. Today was no different from usual. Hua Tian greeted the teacher and ran to the laboratory with Bai Ying, immersing herself in the research atmosphere. This carried on until the phone in Hua Tian's pocket rang sharply. It didn't sound like a phone or alarm ringtone. Instead, it sounded like some kind of electrical wave that was specially meant to stimulate one's nerves. The electronic components that Hua Tian was assembling fell to the ground and scattered everywhere. Hua Tian could not be bothered by these things. She quickly took out her phone and saw that Ding Chen's name and location were displayed on it. The dot that represented Ding Chen was in their company. The dot was a reddish-orange color, and Hua Tian could not help but frown. Ding Chen shouldn't have encountered any danger while he was in the company. The moment Hua Tian saw Ding Chen's name, she subconsciously thought that Ding Chen and the employees in the company were testing the alarm device again. However, seeing that the dot representing Dingchen was getting redder, Huatian started to realize that something was wrong. The color of the dot indicated the danger level of the owner of the alarm device. If the owner of the alarm device had only bumped into someone occasionally or had small quarrels or conflicts with someone else, the small dot would indicate a green color. If the owner of the alarm device had a more serious physical conflict with someone else, the dot would show yellow. And when the owner of the alarm device was suffering from more serious damage and gradually losing the ability to put up resistance, the small dot would gradually turn into a bright red color. Right now, the dot on the phone screen that represented Dingchen was starting to turn increasingly red. Bai Ying had just gone to the toilet, and when he came back, he saw the electronic parts that had been carefully handled by Huatian earlier had fallen onto the laboratory's floor. Huatian was staring at her phone with a solemn expression. What happened? Bai Ying also realized that something was amiss and hurried to Huatian's side. He looked at Huatian's phone screen and immediately understood. In a critical moment like this, Bai Ying's ability to respond was much stronger than Huatian's. He took out his phone and called the police, explaining the situation to the police officer succinctly. Then, Bai Ying called the ambulance. He was worried that Dingchen would be injured. After the call, Bai Ying pulled Huatian's arm and led her out the door. As they walked, he quickly explained to Huatian, the police said that they'll be arriving at the company within 15 minutes. You don't have to worry too much. There are so many employees in the company after all. Even if someone were to cause trouble, they won't be able to hurt Uncle for a while. Huatian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Bai Ying's words. I was too anxious earlier and didn't think of this. When she came back to her senses, Huatian changed her grip to hold Bai Ying's hand and ran towards the school gate. Let's go over quickly. Although I know Uncle has many helpers, I'm still worried that Uncle will be injured. Of course, Bai Ying could understand this kind of worry. He didn't complain that Huatian ran too quickly. Instead, he tried his best to get used to the mechanical prosthetic limb's running frequency and tried his best to follow Huatian. On the way, they happened to meet Si Huan, who was patrolling the school. Si Huan saw the two of them in a hurry and immediately followed them. What happened? Why are you guys in such a hurry? Si Huan caught up to Huatian and Bai Ying at the school gate. The security guard was about to question them about why they wanted to leave the school. Si Huan gave his assurance in the capacity of the president of the student union that the security guard hesitantly opened the electronic gate. Si Huan left the school with them and the three of them got into a taxi. Only then did Si Huan figure out what had happened from Bai Ying's explanation. Si Huan muttered to himself for a moment and a solemn expression gradually appeared on his face. I haven't established a firm foothold in the Si family yet. In order to not let this technology company be exposed to the Si family, we specially chose this office to be in an inconspicuous commercial building like this. I've never been to the company either. Uncle and Boss Zhu have always kept a low profile. Logically speaking, they shouldn't attract the Si family's attention. Bai Ying said, maybe the ones who went to cause troubles aren't from the Si family. Si Huan shook his head, looking like he couldn't figure it out. Among the three investors, I'm the most likely to be targeted and have people trying to seek revenge on me. If the troublemaker isn't targeting me, I can't think of any other reason either. Chapter 68, Create Trouble. Chapter 68, Create Trouble. Regardless who sent those people and which one of us they were targeting, the only thing they can get is the word regret. Huatian's expression was cold. Si Huan and Bai Ying could feel the anger and killing intent leaking out from her. Both of them sympathized with the people who caused trouble. After a long silence, Si Huan reminded her tactfully, Huatian, don't be too impulsive later. You mustn't beat someone up until they're either seriously injured or dead. I don't want to have to visit you in prison for the latter half of our life. What are you talking about? Am I that violent? Huatian rolled her eyes angrily. Don't worry, after we reach the company, I'll definitely reason with those troublemakers. Si Huan and Bai Ying looked at Hua Tian doubtfully. They secretly made up their mind that after they arrived, they must always take note not to let Hua Tian lose control of her emotions lest she really accidentally killed someone. However, when they arrived at the company, they realized that their worries had been unnecessary. The police had already arrived at the scene and taken control of the situation. The office was in a mess. There were computer fragments and documents scattered all over the ground. There were hooligans who didn't look like good people squatting by the wall, and the police handcuffed them one by one. A few people were sitting on the sofa in the lounge area. 2 doctors were bandaging the injured people's wounds. Ding Chen was also injured, but he was in a much better condition than the other 2 employees who were bleeding. He only had a small wound on the corner of his mouth, and the doctor was applying medicine to the wound. The other boss, old Zhu, was explaining the situation to the police. He looked up and saw 3 students who were supposed to be in school standing at the company entrance. "Why are you guys here?" Old Zhu hurriedly walked towards Hua Tian and the other 2. Tian, is your phone still connected to your uncle's alarm device? Oh right, did you also call the police to report a case? Hua Tian avoided old Zhu's question and asked, "What happened? Are you guys okay? Are your injuries serious?" Old Zhu smiled helplessly and stopped trying to persuade her to disconnect from Ding Chen's alarm device. "Don't worry. Even if the police didn't come, we could have dealt with these hooligans." No one was seriously injured, except for the 2 young men who didn't pay attention and had their arms slashed by those hooligans. I've already sent someone to accompany them to the hospital to get their stitches. Your uncle was just punched at the start. When he came back to his senses, he didn't get injured anymore. Ding Chen happened to walk over as well. He said with a vague smile, "At first, I didn't even want to get into a conflict with them. When I saw them coming, I even asked them in a friendly manner who they were looking for. Who knew that this group of people would be so shameless? They didn't care about morality at all and attacked me without even a greeting. That's how I got punched." Hua Tian was relieved to see that Ding Chen was walking normally and did not seem to be injured. "Uncle, it's good that you're all right. When I was in school, I suddenly noticed that your alarm rang. It gave me a shock." Ding Chen glared at Hua Tian. "You didn't listen to me when I asked you to cut off the connection to my alarm device the other time, right?" Hua Tian pouted, feeling a little guilty and also a little dissatisfied. Although she knew that she was being unreasonable, she still muttered softly, "If I cut off the connection, I won't be able to help you call the police in time today. There are so many people in the company." When they saw the hooligans coming to cause trouble, they had called the police 4 or 5 times. "Is there a need for a student like you to worry?" Ding Chen nagged at her for a while. Seeing that Hua Tian still looked unconvinced, he could not do anything to this stubborn niece of his. "Forget it, I'll save you some face. Let's talk about this when we get home." The police officers on the other side were busy at work and took their statements. He then walked up to Ding Chen and old Zhu. "We've got a rough understanding of the situation. We'll bring these troublemakers back and interrogate them. You guys should also carefully consider if you've offended anyone during this period of time. If there are any new developments, let us know immediately." Old Zhu and Ding Chen thanked the policeman repeatedly. The police's attitude was also very friendly. They exchanged a few polite words with them and then suddenly remembered something and asked, "When we were taking statements just now, your employees said that after the first attack, a very sharp alarm suddenly rang out, causing the hooligans to be stunned for a few seconds. Only then did they not cause more damage. Can you tell us about the alarm device?" Ding Chen recalled the scene from before and could not help but reveal an expression of having survived an ordeal. He took out the simple necklace around his neck and then took out a thin card from the inside pocket of his clothing. He handed these 2 things to the police to check, then pulled Hua Tian over and proudly introduced her to the police. "That alarm was made by my niece. These are the sensor devices for the alarm. Usually, these sensor devices are placed at the frail parts of the human body. As long as these parts are attacked, the device will let out an extremely piercing sound. Chapter 69, Worth It. Chapter 69, Worth It. After giving the police officers a simple explanation of the working principle behind the alarm device, Ding Chen sighed and said, "Those people are definitely not ordinary hooligans. They really want to cause death. I saw them taking out their knives. If it wasn't for the sudden ringing of the alarm, causing them to be stunned for a while and buying me time to dodge, I might have already been stabbed in the stomach by someone. I knew it. If it wasn't an especially serious danger, your dot wouldn't have turned into such a bright orange-red color." Hua Tian anxiously walked around Ding Chen. "Are you sure you didn't suffer any other injuries? If you're injured and not coming clean with it, I'll tell Mom on you. Your uncle isn't a fool. If I was injured, I would definitely go to the hospital for treatment. Why would I hide my injuries?" Ding Chen was a little amused and also a little touched. He reached out and touched his niece's hair. "What's up with that little dot you mentioned?" Hua Tian obediently let her uncle pet her a few times. She took out her phone and opened the alarm device's app. "My phone is connected to the alarm device that you and Mom have. Usually, the dots that represent each of you are all green. If you encounter an ordinary level of danger, they will turn yellow. If you encounter a very serious danger, they will turn red." The two police officers were also listening to Hua Tian's explanation and nodding while listening. They were still holding Ding Chen's sensors in their hands and flipping it over and over, looking at it non-stop. In the end, the police handed the sensor device to Ding Chen, then pulled Hua Tian to ask, "Student, your uncle just said that you made this alarm device yourself. Is there a way to mass-produce this?" Hua Tian nodded. "It should be possible to mass-produce it. Uncle and Uncle Zhu are the ones in charge of this aspect. I'm not too sure about the exact situation." When old Zhu and Ding Chen heard the police's inquiries, they exchanged glances with each other excitedly. They quickly took the opportunity to step forward and interject, "This police officer, our Tian Tian, is still a student and her responsibilities are only her studies and research. Things like patent applications and mass production of products are what this boss Zhu and I are jointly responsible for." Ding Chen spoke confidently in front of the police in all seriousness, but even the scar on his lips could not hide his excitement. After all, he had already sensed from the police officer's attitude how popular the alarm device would be after it was introduced into the market. The slightly older police officer sighed wearily. "Perhaps you hadn't noticed it before, but we know that although society has improved, there are still many violent incidents that will result in death. Girls, especially, are easily exposed to danger." The other police officer added, "Some girls will be tailed by bad people when they walk at night. Some girls who live alone will encounter burglary. Even some girls who go out for a morning run might go missing. When they're discovered again, they've already become a corpse. If your alarm device can be mass-produced, it'll probably give those girls a chance of survival." This was a very heavy topic and everyone fell silent. After a long while, Hua Tian said gloomily, "This is just an alarm device that can make loud noises. Actually, it doesn't deal much damage. If we really encounter brutal criminals, this alarm device won't be able to fend off their invasion." Hua Tian still wanted to add some damage-inducing functions to the alarm device, such as releasing electric currents or tear gas when danger was detected. However, when she interacted with Bai Ying and Si Huan previously, both of them stopped Hua Tian from having such dangerous thoughts. Si Huan even gave Hua Tian a criminal law book the next day, instructing her to remember those laws well. Although Hua Tian was filled with disdain when she received this gift, she still flipped through the criminal law book. She also understood that it was impossible to make alarm devices into lethal weapons. Therefore, she didn't voice her thoughts in front of the police. However, the police officers only thought that the reason Hua Tian was unhappy was that the alarm device couldn't protect all the victims. The police liked the sense of justice she showed and consoled her with a smile. There's nothing perfect in this world. Even if the alarm device you sell can only save one person, it's still worth it for the victims and us police. Student, you're doing an amazing thing. We'll thank you for everything you're doing on the behalf of those who might be harmed. The police officers left with the troublemakers, but Hua Tian's mind kept replaying what the middle-aged police officer said at the end. She was feeling very complicated right now. She felt joy from being acknowledged, but she also felt at a loss as to what to do when someone thought too highly of her. However, overall, it felt wonderful to be thanked with a sincere attitude. Chapter 70 Farce. Chapter 70 Farce. Hua Tian, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune as she helped her uncle clean up the mess in the company. Seeing how happy she was, Si Huan was also influenced by her emotions and a faint smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. Si Huan smiled and asked, "Is being praised by the police officers something worth being happy over to this extent?" "Of course." Hua Tian swayed her head proudly. "Even if I'm a genius, I hope to be recognized and supported by others. I hope to be able to receive positive feedback from others." Bai Ing and Si Huan both laughed. When Hua Tian frankly revealed her thoughts, she was like a child reaching out her hands to an adult to ask for candy. Although she was a little willful, she could easily be liked by others. Bai Ing looked down at his legs. Under the broad fabric was a pair of prosthetic limbs made of machinery. However, if he didn't reveal them on his own accord, no one would have thought that such agile legs were a pair of prosthetic limbs. Even Bai Ing would occasionally forget that he was a disabled person with his legs amputated. Many years after his legs were amputated, Bai Ing once again felt what normal people could feel. This was all thanks to Hua Tian. Of course, Bai Ing was filled with gratitude towards Hua Tian. He even swore to stand by her side forever and support her in everything she did. However, it was only now that Bai Ing realized that he had never formally expressed his gratitude to Hua Tian before. Unlike Bai Ing, who was used to silence, Si Huan was better at expressing his emotions. He took Hua Tian's hand solemnly and looked her in the eye. He said firmly, "Hua Tian, I don't think I've ever expressed my thoughts formally before." Hua Tian was a little stunned by Si Huan's sudden action and didn't manage to break free from his grip for a moment. She looked at Si Huan, who was half a head taller than her, with a blank expression. "Actually, every time I see you, I feel like I'm watching the birth of a miracle. Although I'm not a genius like you and Bai Ing, when I walk beside you, I feel like I'm in the midst of surpassing this era. One day, the whole world will know your name and will worship you." Under Si Huan's gaze, which seemed to contain some kind of power, Hua Tian felt her heart beat faster and faster, her cheeks slowly flushed red. However, she couldn't tell if this abnormality stemmed from her shyness from being too close to Si Huan or from her excitement from yearning for the future scene Si Huan had portrayed. Ding Chen tidied up his damaged office equipment and had gone downstairs to throw some trash. When he came back, he saw Si Huan holding his niece's hand and the two of them were looking at each other lovingly. Ding Chen, who could calmly deal with more than 10 hooligans earlier, now felt his blood pressure increase and anger rushed to his head. "Si Huan!" Ding Chen let out an agitated roar. "You damned brat! How dare you lay a hand on our Tian Tian? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Ding Chen's face turned red from anger. He rolled up his sleeves and looked around, wanting to find a suitable weapon. In the end, he picked up the broom in the corner and walked towards Si Huan angrily. After a moment of silence, Si Huan quickly let go of Hua Tian's hand. He took a few steps back and waved at Ding Chen, explaining, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. It isn't what you think between Hua Tian and me. You bastard, who allowed you to call me uncle?" Si Huan's explanation did not have the slightest effect of calming him down. Instead, it infuriated Ding Chen, who was eager to protect the child. Seeing that Si Huan still dared to dodge, he became even more furious and swung his broom at Si Huan. Seeing that things were about to go out of control, the employees of the company only dared to hide far away and watch. No one actually dared to step forward to stop the fight. Hua Tian looked at Ding Chen, who was burning with anger, and felt a little afraid. In the end, it was Bai Ying who relieved Si Huan of his crisis. Bai Ying said calmly, "Uncle Ding, Si Huan was just boasting to Hua Tian. If you really beat Si Huan up, you have to be prepared to have the largest shareholder withdraw his investment." The scenes of how Si Huan would sign off the checks every time without any hesitations flashed past in Ding Chen's mind. The broom that was originally swinging towards Si Huan stopped in midair. Although Si Huan was dishonest and had laid his hands on Tian Tian when he wasn't around, he was indeed an impeccable business partner. Most importantly, if Si Huan really withdrew his initial investment in the company, their technology company, which was still in its initial stages of development, would have to be disbanded. How could Ding Chen let so many people's efforts be wasted? However, if he didn't teach this brat a lesson, Ding Chen would feel that he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as an uncle. In the end, he said to Hua Tian in pain and guilt, "Tian Tian, Uncle has let you down. Uncle can't help you teach this brat a lesson." Chapter 71, Something Happened to Ding Rong. Chapter 71, Something Happened to Ding Rong. The expressions on Ding Chen's face were so vivid that even Hua Tian, who was usually bad at judging people's expressions, could not help but stare at him strangely for a long time. Ding Chen felt a little strange under Hua Tian's probing gaze. He could not help but ask, "Tian Tian, why are you looking at Uncle like that?" Hua Tian did not know the art of tactful speech at all. She said with a smile, "Uncle, I'm just looking at your expression, which seems to say that you're swallowing humiliation and bearing a heavy burden. It feels so funny." Ding Chen's expression became extremely stiff in an instant. After a while, he gritted his teeth and hit Hua Tian on the head once. "You silly girl. You're really a heartless one. Isn't Uncle doing this for you?" "What do you mean for me?" Hua Tian could tell from Ding Chen's movements that he did not use much force when hitting her, so she could not be bothered to dodge. She let Ding Chen's slap land on her back and continued to look at him in confusion. Si Huan and Bai Ying, who were watching their conversation, couldn't help but turn their eyes away and not look at this uncle who had thought too much into things and the niece who didn't understand anything. In the end, it was only when Si Huan saw that Ding Chen seemed to have calmed down that he explained, "I was just encouraging Hua Tian to use her skills and knowledge to work hard to change the world. Even if I have feelings for Hua Tian, it's just the admiration and respect a fan has for his idol." "Uncle, you've misunderstood." Looking at Si Huan's serious expression as he explained, Ding Chen also realized that he had been too paranoid. No matter if Si Huan had feelings for his niece or not, just by looking at Hua Tian's ignorant expression, he knew that she had yet to develop feelings of love for the opposite sex. However, Ding Chen did not want to admit that this farce had been caused by his misunderstanding. After all, he had to save his pride in front of the company's employees. "Hence," he said awkwardly, "it's all your fault. Don't you know that people of the opposite sex should avoid physical contact? Why did you get so close to our Tian Tian? Moreover, who allowed you to call me uncle?" Si Huan gave Ding Chen a way out of the awkward situation at the right time. He shrugged and said, "All right, it's all my fault for not abiding by men's morals. I got emotional and had physical contact with Hua Tian." Not far away, there were a few stifled laughs coming from the employees' resting area who had been sneaking looks. Ding Chen could not help but laugh and scolded him, "You look like a serious guy, but I didn't expect that you can joke around too. All that talk about men's morals." The office atmosphere on this floor was finally relaxed and happy. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, an extremely familiar sharp sound suddenly rang out from Hua Tian's pocket. The employees, who had relaxed and were snacking, were given a shock. They thought that Ding Chen's alarm had rung again and rushed out of the resting area. However, they didn't see a second group of troublemakers. The thing that rang was not the watch in Ding Chen's hand, but Hua Tian's phone. Hua Tian only took one look at her phone screen and her face turned ghastly pale. Bai Ying and Si Huan both had solemn expressions, Si-hwan immediately reacted to the situation. I'll inform the bodyguards at home right now and get them to drive over directly to pick us up and bring us to the Ding family's house. Bai-ing nodded. I had asked for the number for the neighbor, Auntie Lu, before. I'll call her to ask what's going on. Ding Chen, who was at the side, was at a loss. He looked at the pale Hua-tian, then at the solemn Bai-ing and Si-hwan. He was influenced by their emotions and could not help but feel nervous. What exactly happened? Tian, why did an alarm suddenly ring from your phone? What has this got to do with your mother? Hua-tian gripped her phone tightly and her eyelids drooped slightly. She explained in a soft voice, my phone is only connected to yours and Mom's alarm devices. This means that the alarm on Mom's end has been activated. Moreover, the dot that represents Mom is a dark red color. This means that Mom is going through a very dangerous situation. Ding Chen became nervous too, his face was as pale as Hua-tian's, and his limbs started to turn weak. He could not make a complete sentence. Tian, your mother is at home alone now. We aren't with her. What should we do? Hua-tian did not know what to do now. There were no flying devices in this world that were fast and convenient as the ones from hundreds of years later. She could not rush to Ding Rong's side in time. The only way to rush to Ding Rong's side quickly now was to get Si-hwan's chauffeur to send them back. Just as the few of them were anxiously waiting for the car to arrive, Hua-tian's phone rang again. This time, it was a normal ringtone. Hua-tian looked at the caller ID on her phone screen. The words Mom were clearly written on it. Her expression appeared even more solemn than before. Hua-tian didn't say anything after picking up the call. She waited for the other party to speak first. A few muffled groans from a woman came from the other end of the line. Ding Chen heard it as the loudspeaker was on. It was his sister, Ding Rong's voice. His limbs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. It was Bai-ing, who was beside him, who quickly supported him. Chapter 72, 500 million. Chapter 72, 500 million. Hua-tian tried her best to remain calm, and her expression even relaxed a little. What she was certain of now was that the criminal who had barged into the Ding family had not killed Ding Rong directly but was trying to use her as a bargaining chip to get something. No matter what, in Hua-tian's opinion, as long as Ding Rong's life was not in danger, nothing else was important. She asked calmly, "Who are you guys and what do you want?" A malicious and hoarse male voice rang out from the phone. "Little girl, you're very smart to be able to guess that the person who called isn't your mother. Cut the crap and tell me your motive. Little girl, you're really impatient at such a young age." The man laughed softly. "We brothers have all done something wrong. We won't be able to survive if the police catch us. We've been hiding in the old district for several days and heard some stories about your family. Little girl, you used to be a rich young miss, right? Even if you've returned to your biological mother's side now, your rich adoptive parents should have given you some money that you can rely on." Although it sounded like those people were only doing this for money, Hua-tian trusted her intuition more. She felt that things weren't that simple. However, with Ding Rong's life at stake, Hua-tian did not probe deeper into the kidnappers' true intentions. Instead, she went along with their words and said, "How much money do you want? As long as you don't harm my mother's life, I'll satisfy you." The kidnappers laughed. Another person smiled and said, "Why is this woman so lucky?" Her biological daughter had been a rich young miss for more than 10 years and brought back money that her family would never be able to earn in their entire lives. However, her biological daughter is also stupid. She doesn't hesitate to give up the money for her biological mother, whom she had only spent a few days with. Another voice sneered, "How do you know that this is luck and not something that she had planned long ago? In television dramas, don't they have plots where some nannies deliberately swap their children with their masters so that their children can enjoy the best education and method of nurturing, while they order and abuse their children like slaves? Isn't it too vicious to be deliberately swapping the two children's identities? The kidnappers seemed to have forgotten that they were calling to ask for the ransom. Instead, they were excitedly discussing what they thought the truth was. It was just an irresponsible guess, but those people seemed to think that Ding Rong had switched her biological daughter to a wealthy family like the Hua family. A man slapped Ding Rong without hesitation and cursed, F***ck, I hate selfish people like you the most. What's the difference between you and a human trafficker? A voice laughed and said, human traffickers can't earn so much from stealing a child. Hey, how much money did your precious daughter bring back from her adoptive parents? Tell us so that we can decide on your ransom. The people on Hua Tian's side could hear a ripping sound through the loudspeakers, like the sound of tape being ripped off. Then, they heard Ding Rong gasp uncontrollably. Ding Rong could speak now, but she didn't follow the kidnappers' request to reveal how much wealth Hua Tian had brought back from the Hua family. Instead, she tried her best to yell into the phone, Tian, hurry up and call the police. Don't come back. Leave mom be. F***ck. You stinky B***tch. A man cursed angrily. Then, the sound of kicks and punches rang out on the other end of the line. Ding Rong seemed to be trying her best to hold in her cries of pain, but she still let out a few uncontrollable moans. These sounds were like actual damage, striking at Hua Tian and Ding Chen's hearts time and time again. Ding Chen tugged at Hua Tian's arm in a daze. Tian, we have to save your mother. We mustn't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, uncle. Mom will be fine. Hua Tian consoled Ding Chen softly, then spoke into the phone receiver coldly, I can satisfy any of your requests and give you all the money I brought from the Hua family. This is a total of 50 million yuan, enough for you guys to flee to anywhere you wish. 50 million? There was a sharp gasp on the other end of the line. A man said, oh my god, this is 50 million. Big brother, the big deal we did previously only gave us 6 million yuan. The man called Big Brother was calmer, but Hua Tian could still tell that he was agitated from his accelerated speech. 50 million? Little girl, you're really good at joking. A great tycoon like your adoptive parents would be willing to pay tens of millions for a watch. Could they bear to give you only this little? Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Hua hadn't given her 50 million yuan. They only gave her an IOU of 20 million yuan. Hua Tian knew that now wasn't the time to test these kidnappers' psychological states. She asked directly, how much do you want? The leader of the kidnappers asked for an exorbitant price. I want 500 million. As long as you give me 500 million, I'll let your mother go. Chapter 73, Negotiation. Chapter 73, Negotiation. Hua Tian took in a deep breath and deliberately tried to sound a little nervous. But I don't have 500 million. You don't? Then go ask your adoptive parents for it. And your classmates are also either rich or noble. All right, I heard that you have a fiancé who's richer than the Hua family. How about you ask him to help you pay this? Hua Tian looked at Si Huan and realized that he was also looking at her. Their gazes met and it seemed like they had exchanged some information that only they could understand. Si Huan nodded at Hua Tian and mouthed silently, agree to it. Hua Tian said to the kidnappers, I'll agree to your conditions, but you'll have to give me some time. I need to convince my fiancé. After all, 500 million yuan is not a small sum. Ha ha ha, little girl, you're gutsy to be willing to give us 500 million just like that. But don't be joking around with us brothers. If I find out that you're lying to us, you can forget about your mother's life. Of course, I won't joke with my mother's life. But you have to let me confirm my mother's current condition. I think this request isn't too much, right? The leader laughed. Little girl, although you're young, you're quite reliable. Of course, we will follow the rules to let you feel at ease before we get the money. Hua Tian said, then turn on the camera and let me talk to my mom. Don't worry, little girl. We have requests too, the leader said. I want to see what's going on over on your side. Who knows if you've called the police? Sure, Hua Tian agreed without hesitation. Can we turn on the camera now? The kidnappers hung up the phone and sent her a video call request. Hua Tian picked up the call without hesitation. Ding Rong's face appeared on the screen. There was a cut on her forehead, and blood flowed down her fair cheek. There were no other obvious wounds on her face, but her tightly furrowed brows indicated that she was still enduring immense pain. Ding Rong seemed to have seen Hua Tian too, but her mouth was sealed again. She could only struggle and shake her head at the camera as if she wanted to stop Hua Tian from taking the risk to save her. After seeing Ding Rong's condition clearly, Hua Tian felt slightly relieved. She took out her phone and turned around to let the kidnappers see her surroundings clearly. The office that had just been tidied up was empty and there were only Ding Chen, Si Huan, and Bai Ying. The kidnapper asked with a dark expression, "Who are those people?" Hua Tian replied calmly, "They are my uncle, my fiancé, and my classmate. I need a few minutes to convince him now. Then you guys have to discuss this carefully. Later, you'll come back alone to pay the ransom. As long as we get the money, we'll let your mother go on the spot." Ding Rong let out an even louder whimper on the other end of the line. Even though she couldn't speak, she was still trying to think of a way to remind Hua Tian not to take the risk. Hua Tian hung up the phone and Si Huan immediately said, "I feel that these kidnappers aren't just trying to get money. However, saving Auntie Ding's life is the most important thing. I'll get someone to go through the funds that we can use." Ding Chen's legs had gone weak long ago, and he had to lean on Bai Ying to prevent himself from falling. He looked at Si Huan with a complicated expression. Are you really willing to take out 500 million yuan to save my sister?" Hua Tian opened a simple page from her phone and kept tapping on it. Without looking up, she said, "Si Huan, prepare a car for me and put some cash in the car. There's no need to prepare too much. I just need to be able to deal with those kidnappers in front of the camera." Ding Chen was slightly relieved when he heard that Si Huan was willing to take out this sum of money to save his sister. Now that he heard that Hua Tian was planning to take the risk alone, he became nervous again. Tian, you mustn't go meet those kidnappers, let alone use such a method to deceive them. If they do anything to you and sister in a fit of anger." Ding Chen felt suffocated just thinking of that scene. He could not let his sister and niece be in such a dangerous situation. Tian, I'm your uncle. I should be the one to do such a dangerous thing." Hua Tian shook her head. "Uncle, don't worry. Mom and I will not be in any danger." Ding Chen was about to say something when Bai Ying's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and explained, "It's our neighbor, Auntie Lu. I asked her earlier if she had noticed anything wrong with the Ding family's house. She's calling back now." After the call went through, everyone heard the neighbor auntie lower her voice and say in a soft voice, "Little Ling, it's a good thing that you reminded me to be careful and not to go to the Ding family's house directly to see what happened. I pretended to be passing by and glanced at the tailor shop. A fierce-looking man kept staring at me. It was really scary." Bai Ying said, "Thank you, Auntie Lu. We already know. Please inform the other neighbors that they must stay at home and close the door and windows. Also, don't be curious about what's happening at the Ding family's house." Chapter 74, Risking Death to Live Broadcast. Chapter 74, Risking Death to Live Broadcast. Bai Ying instructed Auntie Lu on some things and was about to hang up. However, Hua Tian suddenly said, "Wait, Auntie Lu, your youngest son seems to have gone over the wall and entered our backyard. He's secretly taking pictures with a camera." Auntie Lu jumped in shock and ran to check her son's room. Only then did she realize that her son, who had been playing with his phone in the room, had disappeared. Auntie Lu was instantly frightened out of her wits. She said with a sobbing tone, "What should we do?" It's all my fault for saying that a group of vicious and evil kidnappers seem to have come to the Ding family's house. This brat is really daring. How could he dare to go up at such a time? At this moment, Si-Huan also received a call. He whispered the latest news he had received. That Auntie Lu's youngest son is probably an internet anchor. Not only is he filming the kidnapper's kidnapping scene, but he also did a live stream on a certain platform. Some netizens are already spreading the news. The police should be able to receive the report very soon. Auntie Lu, who was on the other end of the line, almost burst into tears when she heard Si-Huan's description. Fortunately, she realized that she mustn't let the kidnappers next door hear her and quickly covered her mouth. Tian, you can't ignore my youngest son. He's been implicated by your family matters. If he's caught by those kidnappers or if he's harmed by them, I'll definitely find you to take revenge. This was clearly unreasonable. Usually, Auntie Lu was a passionate and generous neighbor. Although she had some habit of gossiping and being greedy for small advantages, she had a good reputation. However, as a mother, when her child was in danger, she would do everything she could to protect her child. Even though Ding Rong was facing death, she wanted to stop Hua Tian from going back to meet the kidnappers. Even though Auntie Lu had cast away her morality and honor, she only wanted to find someone to protect her son. Hua Tian's voice was very calm. Auntie Lu, don't worry. I guarantee you that both my mother and your son will be fine. Si-Huan's car with the money was parked downstairs. Hua Tian got in and contacted the kidnappers. She showed the heavy boxes of cash in the vehicle and let the kidnappers have a clear look at the environment inside. After ascertaining that Hua Tian was the only one in the vehicle, the kidnappers all looked as if they had gotten their hands on the 500 million yuan worth of cash. All of them were so happy that their faces turned red. After hanging up the video call, the leader of the kidnappers sat in front of Ding Rong and said emotionally, "You've really raised a good daughter. To think that she can really get 500 million from your future son-in-law to save you. That young man should really like your daughter, but it's a pity." The leader shook his head and sighed, but he said something that made Ding Rong feel despair easily. "It's a pity that your daughter is not fated to be with her fiancé. They can only become a husband and wife in her next life." Ding Rong glared at the kidnapper and struggled hard. She seemed to want to pounce on the kidnapper and bite his throat. However, her entire body was tied to the chair and her mouth was gagged. She struggled and fell to the ground. Her tears wetted her blood-stained face and landed on the dusty ground. The surrounding kidnappers looked at the scene of Ding Rong struggling helplessly and laughed out loud. At this moment, in the Ding family's backyard, Auntie Lu's youngest son was nervously and excitedly hiding behind a tall green plant. He did not dare to speak, afraid that he would make a sound that would attract the kidnappers' attention. He was still very careful and did not dare to take the camera to take pictures of the scene in the tailor shop. He placed the small camera on the ground and carefully pushed the camera to a corner not far from the back door of the tailor shop with a long stick. Although the camera could not capture the scene in the tailor shop and could only capture the kidnapper's feet moving back and forth through the gap between the curtain and the ground, the small microphone could also vaguely collect the kidnappers' voices. Later on, Ding Rong struggled and fell to the ground, and the camera captured Ding Rong's despairing face. Little Lu was a small-time broadcaster who wasn't very famous. He had been filming some old-fashioned videos previously. Although he gained some fans, there were more people doubting him. Little Lu ignored the voices criticizing him. After all, site traffic was what mattered. As long as he could get attention, he did not care if those people were scolding him or not. Today, after he heard that a group of kidnappers had arrived at the Ding family's house next door, Little Lu sensitively realized that if he could film this kidnapping case, he would definitely become famous. It was possible for him to become a top internet celebrity, gaining tens of millions of followers overnight. This was why Little Lu dared to risk his life to do a live broadcast. Those netizens who followed Little Lu saw that he had opened a live stream room with the title #neighbor auntie next door who is still charming got kidnapped. The reason turned out to be Both his anti-fans and fans thought that this was just a fake title that was out to attract attention. Some people even scolded him. Loo Jun, you asterisk shoal, you're really willing to do anything just to gain site traffic. Chapter 75, Live Stream Room. Chapter 75, Live Stream Room. When the netizens realized that Loo Jun had come up with such a live stream title, their first reaction was of course that he was doing some negative hype again. After all, in the past, Loo Jun would even do things like fighting over bottles with old people who collected scraps for a living, as well as playing pranks on beggars for his live streams. The topics he chose were without any moral limits. However, the situations during those times were turned around in the end. Loo Jun and the old man competed to see who could pick up more bottles. In the end, all of the money earned from selling the bottles were given to the old man. Although he pranked a beggar, it was eventually exposed that the beggar was a swindler who pretended to be disabled to beg. From the final results, Loo Jun didn't cause any social damage, but many people still find this to be very shameless and disliked him for using various vulgar topics to gain site traffic. Therefore, Loo Jun had always been an internet celebrity with a mixed reputation. When netizens who were paying attention to Loo Jun saw the title of his latest livestream, they thought that it was just another vulgar publicity stunt. Some of them even thought that Loo Jun had written a vulgar script for a story like a middle-aged woman suffers revenge after cheating on her husband. As the live broadcast went on for a long time, the audience realized that Loo Jun hadn't spoken at all during the entire time. Instead, he had used a kind of peeping perspective to crawl into his neighbor's courtyard. Only then did the audience realize that things weren't that simple. A small sports camera was connected to the live stream. The netizens saw pairs of feet moving back and forth through the gap in the curtain and could vaguely hear the conversation between a group of men and a woman in the room. The live broadcast this time was not as the netizens had imagined. Loo Jun did not arrange for a middle-aged woman who got into an extramarital affair because she couldn't stand the loneliness, and then her husband or lover ended up taking revenge on her. Instead, she was kidnapped for money. At first, the netizens thought that the kidnapping plot was fake too. They all sent out mocking comments. Loo Jun, how many extras did you hire this time? It must have burst your budget, right? It looks quite realistic. I heard the sounds of someone getting hit and that woman kept crying too. It gave me goosebumps. Don't you guys think that this is a real kidnapping? In the past, those live streams that Loo Jun made with scripts were always fake and boring. This time, just looking at the feet of those people walking back and forth feels very real. However, when the netizens heard that the kidnappers had asked for a ransom of 500 million yuan, they were almost certain that this wasn't a real kidnapping. After all, the kidnappers were not stupid. Why would they ask for such a high ransom? If they had kidnapped those wealthy people who were worth billions, it would be fine. However, looking at the environment of this courtyard through the camera, it was clear that it was a family with moderate or even low income. It was weird to ask for a ransom of 500 million yuan from such a family unless the kidnappers' accounts were from the Hell Bank. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly became relaxed. The netizens cursed Loo Jun from time to time, wanting him to come out and speak. Some netizens also felt that the angle that Loo Jun had filmed from this time was quite interesting to be able to make such a fake plot look as if it was real. Just as the netizens were discussing fervently, a new commotion appeared in the camera. With a dull thud, the netizens could see a woman fall to the ground through the gap in the curtain. The woman was tightly tied to the chair. She struggled but could not move at all. As she struggled, the netizens also saw her face clearly. This was indeed a beautiful woman. Loo Jun's description of her as still charming was simply an insult to her. Although there were traces of age at the corners of her eyes, no one could say that this woman was old. Time had loved her so much that her skin was still fair, her hair still black and thick, and her eyes as lively as a young girl's. However, her beauty had been destroyed by violence. There was a wound on her forehead, and red blood flowed onto her face. Her hair was pulled into a mess, and her eyes were filled with tears of pain and despair. Although she was tightly tied up and knew that she was wasting her energy, the woman continued to put up a struggle. At this moment, the live stream room was silent. After a long while, someone tried typing this. It doesn't seem to be an act. Should we call the police? Let's call the police. I vaguely heard the kidnappers say that they were going to kill her and her daughter. That can't be. Even if this kidnapping is real, I don't believe that there will be a murder case. Let's not take any chances. I've already called the police. If it's true, the police will go and save the hostage. If it's fake, then let the police lock Lu Jun up and teach this shameless guy a lesson. All the viewers in the live stream agreed to call the police. The police also received several calls. The police were more alert and discerning than the audiences in the live stream. Although they also felt that the 500 million yuan ransom made this kidnapping seem like a joke, they didn't dare to take any chances and immediately took action. Huo Tian was wearing an earphone. Si Huan had been paying attention to the situation in the live stream and was reporting the situation to Huo Tian through the earphone. Chapter 76 Rescue in Progress. Chapter 76 Rescue in Progress. Huo Tian drove so quickly that it looked like the vehicle was going to fly. She gave instructions to Bai Ying through her earphone as she drove. Bai Ying sat in front of the computer, his fingers typing furiously on the keyboard. He followed Huo Tian's instructions and started programming. He connected all the robot toys and some semi-finished machines they had left in the workshop to an app that Huo Tian had just completed on her phone. Programming was an extremely complicated job to begin with, but now, Bai Ying did not have any chance to correct his mistakes. His mind raced as he wrote the corresponding program according to Huo Tian's simple instructions. Bai Ying's head was covered in cold sweat. A quick-witted company employee was wiping his sweat from time to time, in case the sweat blinded his eyes. Bai Ying's fingers were moving so fast that there were afterimages. He even felt that his hand was about to spasm, but he did not dare to stop for a moment. Bai Ying finally heaved a sigh of relief after typing the last line of code. He said to Huo Tian through the earphone, "I've already completed it, but I don't know if this program will work." Huo Tian's calm voice rang out through the earphone. "Bai Ying, I believe in you and myself. This program was written by the two of us together. It's impossible for it to fail." Bai Ying took a deep breath and clicked the installation button. He looked at the progress bar on the screen and said, "The program has been installed on your phone, but the hardware of mobile phones can't meet the operation speed of the program now. You just need to run the program once and the phone will immediately be scrapped. You have to rush to the signal reception range of those robots and find the right time before you press the confirmation button." Huo Tian took a glance at it. There was a bright green button on the phone as if waiting for her fingers to land on it. Huo Tian said, "How to choose the right timing will depend on Si Huan." Two computers were placed in front of Si Huan. One of them had Lu Jun's live stream on it, and the other computer had information gathered by a professional team from different places. Si Huan said, "The police have already received a report. Police officers from the nearby police station have started to head to the scene to understand the situation. They will be at your house in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That's enough time." Huo Tian turned the steering wheel hard and the vehicle made a hurried turn, leaving the spacious road and driving into a dark alley. This alley that had a lot of turns and corners was connected to several districts. There was even a slope filled with stairs. Huo Tian drove the vehicle and landed on the flat ground from the top of the slope. The uncles and aunties who liked to chat idly by the roadside were so frightened by the vehicle that they almost fainted. They thought that there was a car accident, but the vehicle didn't stop and drove off. The uncles and aunties were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. An old man trembled as he said, "They're filming a movie, right? Are there still such exciting martial arts movies nowadays? When this movie is released, I'll definitely get my grandson to bring me to the cinema to watch it." While the uncles and aunties were talking about this non-existent movie, Huo Tian's vehicle had already entered the urban village. She had long understood the complicated alleys in the urban village very well and drove quickly as she calculated the fastest route to her place. At this moment, the kidnappers in the Ding family's house were in a good mood, filled with anticipation as they waited for the arrival of the 500 million yuan ransom. They discussed excitedly how they were going to spend the money after getting it, not caring about Ding Rong, who was squirming with great difficulty on the ground. However, an uneasy feeling suddenly flashed across the leader's heart. He frowned and carefully thought about his plan, wanting to find the point that made him feel uneasy. An underling was chatting with someone when he suddenly said something with great emotions. "Our luck is not bad. When we were forced into a corner, we barged into the urban village. We originally wanted to hide here and find an opportunity to flee to Southeast Asia. Who knew that we would be so lucky to encounter such a big business? In the future, we can go to the most developed country and become a tycoon just like that. Great cars and beauties, just thinking about a life like that feels amazing to Euro." The kidnappers' leader seemed to have suffered a blow to the head and was instantly enlightened. He understood what the problem was. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and cursed in a low voice with an ugly expression. "Damn it, we should have fallen into someone else's trap." "Boss, what trap?" Another underling didn't take it seriously and persuaded him with a smile. "We didn't interact much with other people on the way." "How did we fall into a trap?" The kidnappers' leader gave him a slap. The underling covered his reddened face and fell onto the person beside him. For a moment, the kidnappers did not dare to raise any more doubts. They kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak, afraid that they would anger their temperamental boss. The leader's cold and bloodthirsty eyes scanned the surroundings and finally landed on Ding Rong, who was on the ground. Chapter 77, Police. Chapter 77, Police. It must be an enemy of this woman. Think about it. We were about to be caught by the police, but there was a sudden traffic accident that prevented the police from pursuing us. This is why we had a chance to escape to this urban village. The people in the urban village are from different backgrounds together, and there are many people here. Many new things happen every day, but there's someone happened to talk about the Ding family's daughter, who had been raised by a wealthy man for more than 10 years. They were clearly trying to attract our interest. A smart subordinate finally understood. "Boss, you mean that we were forced to the urban village from the start so that we could lay our hands on the Ding family?" Another underling said doubtfully, "I don't think so. This family looks very ordinary. Why would they have such a huge feud with someone else and for them to want to eliminate them in such a roundabout way?" The Ding family's daughter was switched with the daughter from the wealthy family. They had been raising each other's daughter for more than 10 years. This isn't an ordinary matter, to begin with. Perhaps the wealthy family felt that this matter was embarrassing and wanted to get rid of this family? The leader of the kidnappers said in a low voice, "No matter what, those people are making use of us. It's fine if they just want us to kill people, but those black-hearted fellows actually don't want to pay. How can we let them get away with such wishful thinking?" An underling said hesitantly, "Boss, do you mean to release this woman? Are we still going to get the 500 million yuan ransom?" Ding Rong had been listening to their conversation, and when she heard this, she could not help but feel a trace of hope. She looked at the kidnappers' leader with teary eyes, hoping that he would spare her daughter's life. When a beauty like her made such an expression, some of the kidnappers who did not have enough self-control could not help but feel ripples in their hearts. However, the kidnappers' leader continued to wear a cold-blooded expression. His reply left Ding Rong in complete despair. "Although we were led into doing this business, that 500 million yuan is real. Who would complain about having too much money? As for this woman and her daughter, we can't spare them either. They've already seen how we look. If we keep them alive, wouldn't that be bringing trouble onto ourselves?" Ding Rong's expression turned dim. The pleading gaze in her eyes turned to become bone-deep hatred, as if she wanted to firmly remember the appearances of these kidnappers. Even if she died and became a ghost, she would not forgive these criminals who wanted to harm her daughter. The kidnappers continued to wait for Hua Tian's arrival, but they weren't feeling as relaxed as before. From time to time, they would have to check the time anxiously. Then they heard a shout from the streets outside. "Auntie Ding, are you at home?" The kidnappers looked at each other and tiptoed to the door. The kidnappers' leader grabbed Ding Rong's hair and pulled her up, threatening her in a soft voice, "Ask who is the one knocking on the door. If it's someone unrelated, deal with them and get them to leave. If they attract other people's attention, I'll kill everyone on this street." Regardless of who the person shouting outside was, Ding Rong treated them as her life-saving buoy. She wanted to ask for help from the person outside the door, but after hearing what the kidnapper said, she calmed down instantly. Two thoughts were fighting non-stop in her mind. On one side were her neighbors, whom she had interacted with for many years. They would help her when she was in trouble but would also sometimes gossip behind her back. On the other side was her biological daughter, who had just been home for a few months. Like other girls her age, Tian Tian was innocent, happy, and kind-hearted. Moreover, everyone said that Tian Tian would be a genius who could change the era. Ding Rong knew that if she wanted to find a chance of survival for her daughter, this was the most suitable opportunity. As long as she reminded the person outside the door to leave quickly and stop Tian Tian, who was driving over, her daughter might be able to keep her life. However, was she really going to use the lives of all the neighbors in exchange for her daughter's chance of survival? Instantly, Ding Rong's face was covered in tears. The kidnapper had ripped off the tape on her mouth and placed a knife on her neck. If Ding Rong showed any signs of wanting to call for help or warn the person outside, the knife would slit her throat. Ding Rong tried her best to maintain her composure. "Who is it?" It was a young man's voice from outside the door. "Auntie Ding, it's little Wang. My mother came here previously to have her measurements taken and asked you to make a qipao for her. Have you started making it? How many more customers are there before her?" Ding Rong's heart was pounding. She could tell that this voice belonged to a police officer who was from the police station not far away. It was true that little Wang stayed nearby, but his mother had already divorced his father and had gotten married overseas. Therefore, it was impossible for her to come to her tailor shop to have her measurements taken and to order a dress. It was obvious that the police had discovered the situation and sent little Wang over to probe. Ding Rong suppressed her excitement and said in a calm tone, "Business has been too busy these past 2 days. There are still 6 or 7 customers waiting for me to alter their clothes. Your mother will need to wait a little while for her qipao." Chapter 78, Killing the Hostage in Advance. Chapter 78, Killing the Hostage in Advance. Just like any other ordinary person in this residential area, little Wang was wearing a loose-fitting singlet, shorts, and flip-flops. His feet were propped up on the ground as he casually sat on the scooter and talked to Ding Rong, who was in the house. He acted as if he didn't notice anything amiss and said casually, "It's all right, Auntie Ding. Slow work yields fine products. My mother isn't in a hurry either. Auntie Ding, I'm in a hurry to go drink with my colleagues, so I won't be going in to greet you." Ding Rong raised her voice as she usually did and said, "All right, little Wang, go and have fun." The sound outside the door gradually disappeared. The kidnapper who had been hiding by the window and observing in the dark turned around and nodded at the leader. "It's a young man on a scooter. There doesn't seem to be any problem." The scooter made a turn and the slightly roguish little Wang immediately looked solemn. The scooter stopped beside a police car and little Wang immediately said, "There are about 6 or 7 kidnappers in the house. They have a hostage in their hands. I'm afraid to agitate them, so I didn't dare to enter directly." In such a situation, ordinary police officers did not dare to take the risk either. They could only contact the armed police to deal with it. The police were still carefully observing in the dark, but they did not know that their probing had already alerted the kidnappers. The kidnapper's boss frowned and thought about it for a moment. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "I have a bad feeling the euro." His underlings were confused. "What's wrong, big brother?" That person earlier gave me a very strange feeling. Just in case, we can't wait anymore." His underlings all understood what he meant. He clearly didn't want to take the risk of waiting for Hua Tian to send the ransom over. Instead, he wanted to kill the hostage and leave. Ding Rong understood their words and felt relieved. Regardless of why these kidnappers were suddenly leaving, as long as Tian Tian did not encounter them, her life would not be in danger. As for her, now that things had reached this point, Ding Rong no longer had any hopes of saving her life. Although the underlings were a little dissatisfied with their leader's decision, they didn't dare to challenge his authority. Hence, they started to take care of the aftermath. They pulled the chair with Ding Rong tied to it and dragged her to the backyard. They placed her on an open space near the tap, holding a machete in their hands, waving it back and forth as if they were venting their anger. Lu Jun, who was hiding behind the plants, was so frightened that he almost stopped breathing. He was just a few steps away from the kidnappers and could clearly see the distorted and malicious expressions on their faces. The leader spat on the ground, stared at Ding Rong, and said viciously, "Don't blame us for being unreasonable. If you want to blame someone, blame the mastermind who led us here, or blame yourself for having a bad life." As the leader spoke, he went up and moved Ding Rong's hair away in a rough manner, revealing a fair neck. Lu Jun hadn't dared to believe that they would kill the hostage. He felt that there was no way that a murder would take place. Now, he finally realized that these kidnappers really dared to do such a heartless thing. He was so nervous that his entire body was trembling. He tried hard to curl up and hide behind the green plants, afraid that he would attract the attention of these kidnappers. However, there was a saying that went like this: the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Lu Jun did not realize that his back had touched the leaf of a green plant, and the leaf rustled. The leader of the kidnappers looked up warily. "Who's there?" The Ding family's courtyard was not big and was also tidied up neatly by Ding Rong, who liked to be clean. There was no junk in the courtyard at all, and the only things that could hide someone were the 2 rows of tall green plants on the south side. The leader gave his followers a look and they carefully walked towards the green plants. Lu Jun's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He prayed silently in his heart, "Don't find me, don't find Maya Euro." However, the 2 kidnappers who came to check still approached Lu Jun's hiding place step by step. They looked like they were about to reach out and pull away the wide leaves in front of Lu Jun. However, the people in the courtyard suddenly heard the sound of tires rubbing against the ground coming from the street outside. The kidnappers immediately became alert. They could not be bothered to check what was hiding behind the green plants anymore. They surrounded their leader and asked anxiously, "Boss, someone is coming. What should we do?" The leader of the kidnappers was still very calm at this moment. "Only one car came. It doesn't look like the police. The 2 of you go and check out the situation. The others stay on guard." Ding Rong, who had been quietly waiting for death to arrive, suddenly thought of a possibility that she hated to see the most. It could be because of her intuition as a mother or because she was telepathic with her daughter. Perhaps the person who had stopped the vehicle outside was her daughter, Hua Tian. Ding Rong immediately started struggling without any care. She looked toward the back door of the tailor's shop and moaned in despair. The leader of the kidnappers saw Ding Rong's performance and an exaggerated smile appeared on his lips. "You think your daughter is back? That's great. You and your daughter can finally reunite." Chapter 79, Discovering Lu Jun. Chapter 79, Discovering Lu Jun. However, the kidnappers waited for a long while, but there was no movement in front. The leader lifted the curtain at the back door of the tailor shop and asked, "What's going on?" The underling who was leaning against the window to observe the situation outside said, "Brother, that vehicle has been parked outside and hasn't shown any signs of movement. No one has come down from the car either." The leader did not know what was going on either. He walked back and forth in frustration and his gaze accidentally landed on the green plant that had just made a sound. He suddenly met a pair of horrified eyes. The leader of the kidnappers was shocked. He thought that he had been ambushed. However, after calming down, he moved the wide leaves away and saw a young boy who was trembling in the shadows. The young man who was discovered was Lu Jun, who was hiding here. After Lu Jun was discovered, his mind was blank and his limbs were soft. The kidnappers grabbed him by the collar and brought him to an empty space in the courtyard. Lu Jun was so frightened that he felt weak all over and didn't have any strength to resist. Once the kidnapper let go, he collapsed onto the ground. The leader ripped the tape off Ding Rong's mouth and kicked Lu Jun, who was in front of Ding Rong. "Do you know this person? What is with him?" Ding Rong said in surprise, "Little Lu, why are you here?" Lu Jun's voice was trembling. I don't know. Can you guys let me go? I'm just a passerby." The kidnappers had already searched Lu Jun's body and found his phone in his pocket. In order to confirm if Lu Jun had called the police, the kidnappers' leader said in a deep voice, "Unlock your phone." Lu Jun didn't dare to let the kidnappers see his phone screen. It was his live stream room. He had been checking the images that came from his camera through the live stream room. The camera was currently in the shadows by the steps of the back door of the tailor shop and hadn't been noticed by the kidnappers. If the kidnappers knew everything that he had done, Lu Jun believed that he would definitely be killed before Ding Rong. The kidnappers had already brought the phone in front of Lu Jun. Lu Jun's body was trembling as he pushed himself against the ground to hide. No, I don't know anything. Please, big brothers, let me go. I'm begging you, I won't say anything." The leader got impatient. He swung the machete down and it stood upright on the wooden table behind Lu Jun. Lu Jun thought that the kidnapper was going to chop off his head. He subconsciously grabbed his head with his hands and cried loudly, "I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go. I said, unlock your phone. If you don't listen to me, I'll chop off your fingers one by one and see if I can unlock it with your fingerprint." Even if it didn't take his life immediately, Lu Jun couldn't tolerate the pain of his fingers being chopped off. He cried and hesitantly reached out his right index finger. An underling grabbed his finger and pressed it firmly on the fingerprint unlock button. His phone was unlocked and the underling saw the densely packed comments on the screen. He looked at it for a long while and finally understood what it was. He immediately ran to his boss with a pale face. "Boss, this is bad. This brat has plotted against us. He had been live streaming just now and had captured all of us in the live stream." The kidnappers all went over to look at Lu Jun's phone and saw that the environment was exactly the same as the courtyard they were in. Their faces also appeared on the screen. The internet had already memorized their faces. Even if they could escape, who knew how long they could hide for? Damn it, this damned guy. One of the kidnappers was so angry that his face turned red. He walked over in 2 or 3 strides, grabbed Lu Jun's collar, and lifted him. He picked up the machete on the table with one hand and raised his arm, pressing the machete against Lu Jun's neck. "Tell me, when did you start the live stream?" How could Lu Jun remember when he had started the live stream? He trembled as he desperately tried to find a way out. Sorry, big brothers. I really didn't mean to go against you. The site traffic of my live stream is very bad. No one likes to watch my live stream. Those people all think that I'm just filming a joke. They all think that there's a script involved. As long as you don't kill me, the netizens won't suspect anything." At this moment, after a careful search, a few other kidnappers had found the camera that Lu Junjun had pushed to the side of the stairs with a stick. The black camera was very small and hard to find without looking carefully. These kidnappers did not dare to let the camera capture their faces. They immediately stepped on it the instant they found it, destroying it. Ding Rong saw this scene and suddenly laughed. "Little Lu, Auntie wants to thank you. You broadcasted all of this. Tian Tian must have seen it. Tian Tian knows that these people want to kill us after getting the ransom. She's so smart, she must have thought of a way by now. Lu Jun's horrified gaze shifted to Ding Rong's face. He realized that Ding Rong was still smiling, and there was no trace of fear on her face. He could not help but cry out loud. Chapter 80 Death Moment. Chapter 80 Death Moment. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Auntie Ding, I thought this was just a joke. I just want to get people's attention. Why did things turn out like this? A kidnapper went forward and gave Lu Jun a big slap. You damned guy, do you think we're tools to attract sight traffic? You're simply courting death. The leader of the kidnappers instructed in a deep voice, since this brat is so blind to bump into our brother's guns, we won't be polite anymore. Let's take care of him as well. Even if we can't escape today, it isn't too bad to have these two people die together with us. These kidnappers understood that they had no way out and thus went all out. They even started to play rock paper scissors excitedly. Only the last two winners could be the executioners and to send Ding Rong and Lu Jun on their way. Lu Jun couldn't help but bawl. Why am I so pitiful? I'm only 21 years old and I've never had a girlfriend. I'm still a virgin and I haven't earned money to be filial to my mother. I really don't want to die. What Lu Jun didn't know was that although the kidnappers had damaged the camera's lens, its audio recorder was still running. The live stream room wasn't closed. Although the netizens in the live stream couldn't see what was going on, they could understand the situation in the small courtyard through the sounds. They had heard with their own ears that the kidnappers had decided to take Ding Rong and Lu Jun's lives. They were even using a joking manner to decide who'd be the ones to kill them in the end. They had also heard Lu Jun's miserable cries. The netizens listened in fear, but at the same time, they could not help but want to laugh. At the same time, they also kept worrying about why the police had not arrived. Their moods were like a roller coaster. The netizens heard that the kidnappers in the livestream had already decided on the last two winners through rock paper scissors. Some of the more cowardly netizens did not dare to continue listening and quickly left the livestream. Some others still looked forward to the last moment when the situation would reverse. However, in the end, they could only hear Lu Jun's miserable cries before he died. Don't come over. At this moment, Lu Jun's miserable cries stopped abruptly. The netizens were stunned for an instant, and some of them cried. They all thought that Lu Jun had been killed. However, the next second, a commotion rang out in the live stream room, as if something had broken through the wooden door. Then, the cries of the kidnappers rang out. What the hell are these? Big brother, what should we do? How would the leader of the kidnappers know what to do? He had never seen such a situation before either. Earlier on, the kidnapper who had won against Lu Jun walked towards Lu Jun with his machete in hand. Lu Jun's legs turned weak and he collapsed onto the ground. He used his hands to support himself on the ground and moved backward until he reached the wall. The kidnapper had arrived in front of him, so he could only close his eyes and cry while waiting for the machete to fall. However, the pain that Lu Jun expected didn't come. He only heard a thud, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that the machete had landed on the space between his legs. If it had been a little off, he might not be able to have any offspring in the future. Lu Jun looked up in a daze. The kidnapper's blood landed on his frightened face. Lu Jun wanted to scream, but his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. The kidnapper who wanted to kill Lu Jun was now rubbing his throat in a daze. There was a hole pierced through it by a black metal object. The cold wind gushed into the kidnapper's throat and blood from his aorta kept spurting out. The kidnapper could only let out hee-hee sounds before his knees went soft and he dropped to his knees in front of Lu Jun, falling onto him with his face toward Lu Jun. Fortunately, Lu Jun had already fainted. Otherwise, who knew how scared he would be when he saw this scene? When the kidnappers in the courtyard saw the scene, they were all shocked and stood rooted to the ground. It was an extremely agile robotic arm installed on the wall that had pierced the victim's throat. The end of the robotic arm was connected to three things that looked like octopus limbs. At this moment, the three metal limbs were like three long whips that could extend and shrink as they swung at the kidnappers. The kidnappers could almost hear the sound of the whips breaking through the air. They also thought of how their comrade who had his throat pierced and did not dare to face these long whips head-on. All of them tried to dodge these attacks. However, the whips were not targeting these kidnappers. After pushing back the kidnappers beside Ding Rong, they wrapped themselves tightly around Ding Rong's body, then shrank back, placing Ding Rong under the robotic arm. Oh no, we're in trouble without the hostage. The leader of the kidnappers was the first to react. With Ding Rong brought over by this strange robotic arm, how were they supposed to negotiate with the police if they were without a hostage to threaten the police? The others also thought of this and pounced over in Ding Rong's direction. They wanted to snatch Ding Rong back. As long as they had a hostage, they would have a chance of survival. Chapter 81, Have a Good Time. Chapter 81, Have a Good Time. However, to the kidnappers' surprise, they no longer had any opportunity to negotiate with the police. Through Hua Tian's earphone, Si Huan was reporting the situation in the Ding family's small courtyard to her. When Hua Tian found out that Ding Rong had been saved, her lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Without any hesitation, she pressed the green confirmation button on her phone. These kidnappers' cultural standards were not high. They did not know that the three mechanical limbs that reached out from the wall were technological creations. In their eyes, these looked more like a supernatural phenomenon. It was precisely because of this that these people who had done too many guilty things felt exceptionally afraid. However, when the kidnappers were unable to do anything to the robotic limbs and could only dodge, something that made them even more afraid occurred. On the second floor of the Ding family's house, in the small room at the end that had the door and windows sealed, loud banging sounds suddenly rang out. The sounds grew louder and louder as if something was continuously pounding on the door. "Big brother, what's inside there?" a kidnapper asked with a trembling voice. The leader of the kidnappers was holding a machete in his hand. His entire face was distorted and he looked fierce. "Who cares what it is? As long as it dares to find trouble for us, we'll make sure that it won't be able to return." Another kidnapper tried to console himself as he muttered, "Ghosts are afraid of the evil and ghosts are afraid of the evil. As long as we are more ferocious than them, ghosts will be afraid of us." In the eyes of these kidnappers, everything that happened in this small house was caused by the non-existent ghost. However, they dismissed this thought the next second. With a few thuds, the door that was being slammed continuously upstairs finally broke. Some things flew out of that room. They were not big, but they moved quickly, hitting the kidnappers directly. Only then did the kidnappers see that there were many small things made up of machines. Some of them were traditional robots, while others were strange-looking. One of them even looked like a human leg. The kidnappers were relieved. As long as it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon, they wouldn't feel afraid. However, it was still too early for them to feel at ease. Although these mechanical devices were not equipped with very advanced weapon systems like in the movies, allowing them to fire bullets or lasers, they did cause a lot of trouble for the kidnappers. Their accuracy was very precise, with every single one of them targeting the kidnappers' faces. Moreover, these robots' movements were very vicious. As long as they were given a chance, they would use any sharp part of their bodies to pierce the kidnappers' eyes. After two kidnappers had their eyes hurt consecutively, the leader also discovered the movement pattern of these robotic objects. He quickly blocked a small robot that was charging at his eyes, threw it to the ground, then stretched out his leg and stomped the robot into pieces. The leader shouted fiercely, "Everyone, pay attention. Don't let these things get onto your faces. They will blind you." With their leader's reminder, the other kidnappers frantically covered their faces. Two of them even pulled their tops up and covered their heads. With this, they were unable to see their surroundings clearly and could only wave their hands and dance around, trying to hit anything that got close to them. Outside the Ding family's tailor shop, Hua Tian, who was sitting in the car, looked at the scrapped phone. Then, she heard the commotion coming from the courtyard and knew that this program that they had come up with under short notice had taken effect. Only then did Hua Tian slowly heave a sigh of relief. Si Huan's happy voice also rang out through the earphone. Through the analysis of the audio from the live stream, we can now confirm that Auntie Ding has temporarily been out of danger and that the armed police will be able to rush to the scene very soon. For now, you just need to wait for the armed police to arrive. Hua Tian reached out to take the baton from the front passenger seat and stretched her shoulders, which had been in a nervous state for a long time. Her calm voice was filled with suppressed anger. Wait for the police to come and save those kidnappers? No, I won't let them off so easily. Hua Tian. Si Huan's voice suddenly raised. His heart was pounding and he took several deep breaths. In the end, he could only suppress his worry and remind her, Hua Tian, you have to be careful. Also, you can keep a grasp to be within reasonable means, right? Hua Tian chuckled. Si Huan, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I've already memorized the criminal law book you gave me. Moreover, my mother is still there. I believe she won't be willing to see my hands stained in blood. After all, in my mother's eyes, I'm just an innocent, kind, and delicate little girl. Si Huan was choked by her words and didn't answer for a while. In the end, he could only say dryly, it's good that you know the limits. The armed police officers' cars have entered the urban village and will reach the scene in about 5 minutes. I hope you have a good time. Chapter 82 Enemies Meeting Face to Face. Chapter 82 Enemies Meeting Face to Face. Hua Tian laughed and happily took off her earphone. She picked up her baton and strode towards her house. By now, the kidnappers were already exhausted from the robotic objects running around in the courtyard. In the end, they could not be bothered to grab Ding Rong, who was well protected by the robotic arm, and they could only choose to retreat temporarily. Hence, the kidnappers, who had slowly retreated to the tailor shop one after another, came into Hua Tian, who had kicked the door open. The kidnappers' leader, who was carrying a machete, was walking in front. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Hua Tian. Are you that woman's daughter? You came at the right time. With that, the kidnapper's boss walked towards Hua Tian with the machete in hand. He didn't look like he wanted to kill Hua Tian directly. Instead, he wanted to capture her alive and use her as a hostage to threaten the police who might come later. Hua Tian also realized his intentions and sneered in her heart. She put on a panic front and asked, "Are you guys the bad guys who had kidnapped my mother? I've already brought the money over. It's in the vehicle outside." The kidnappers' leader looked out through the open door and saw an ordinary-looking van. He was happy. The most important thing now was not whether they had money in the van or not. As long as they had this van, they had a higher chance of escaping. The leader of the kidnappers said, "It seems like you kept your promise. As long as you bring us to check if the notes are real, the deal will be over and you will be able to see your mother." Is that so? That's great. Just as the kidnappers' leader had expected, although this little girl appeared very calm when talking to him on the phone and had a mature feeling that exceeded her age, if she were to really face vicious kidnappers like themselves, this little girl would still show some naivety. Upon hearing that her mother could be released, the girl's face lit up in joy. She didn't even suggest checking if the hostage in her hand was safe before handing over the ransom. However, in the next second, the naive girl in the eyes of the kidnappers' leader revealed a devilish smile. The girl raised the baton in her hand and giggled. "Uncles, there's a van outside with 500 million yuan in it. If you can successfully drive the van and escape, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the future. But there's a prerequisite." Hua Tian got into her stance and swept her sharp gaze across the crazy-looking kidnappers. She said slowly, "The prerequisite for all of this is that you can defeat me, or rather, for you to escape from this room." The moment Hua Tian finished speaking, the back door of the tailor's shop was slammed shut. The kidnapper at the very back was given a shock. He subconsciously reached out to push the back door, but he felt that the door was extremely heavy. No matter how hard he tried to push and bang it, the door refused to budge. In the Ding family's backyard, a palm-sized robot spent a great deal of effort to cut the rope binding Ding Ron's wrist. Thereafter, the small robot seemed to have used up all its power and landed on Ding Ron's knee with a thud. Ding Ron's hands trembled as she caught the small robot. It took her a long while before she dared to look at the kidnapper whose throat had been pierced. Her entire body was limp. Even though the ropes on her body had been released, she still rested on the chair for a long while before she had the energy to move. After taking some deep breaths and mentally preparing herself, Ding Ron used all her strength to move the kidnapper who had fallen on Lu Jun. She did not even dare to check if the kidnapper was still breathing, and could only place more of her attention on Lu Jun. Ding Ron's hands trembled as she touched Lu Jun's chest. Only after she realized that his heart was still beating did she heave a sigh of relief. She slapped Lu Jun's cheeks and pinched his cheeks hard. In the end, Lu Jun was woken up by the pain. Lu Jun, who had just woken up, sat up abruptly and panted heavily. When he saw Ding Ron squatting in front of him, Lu Jun immediately cried. "Auntie Ding, are we dead?" Ding Ron shook her head and replied weakly, "We're not dead. But I clearly saw that kidnapper raising the machete at me earlier. How can I not be dead?" Lu Jun touched his neck in a panic. He did not know if it was because of psychological reasons or something else, but he felt a throbbing pain in his neck. It was as if someone had really slashed it. Ding Ron shook her head and pointed next to Lu Jun. "The kidnapper who wanted to kill you is here. You just fainted from shock. We're really not dead." Lu Jun's gaze followed Ding Ron's finger and slowly moved to an object beside him. The originally tall and strong kidnapper was now lying stiffly on the steps. Lu Jun's gaze slowly moved up and eventually landed on the kidnapper's throat and face. There was an irregular hole in the kidnapper's throat, and the edge of the hole was splattered with blood. The kidnapper's face was fixed in a stunned expression, and his round pupils contracted, looking up at the sky with empty eyes. Chapter 83, Fight to the Death. Chapter 83, Fight to the Death. Lu Jun's finger trembled as he put it under the kidnapper's nose. What his finger felt was cold, and even after a long time, he could not feel a single breath. Lu Jun finally realized that the kidnapper who had been about to kill him was really dead. However, what Lu Jun felt first was not joy, but fear. He looked at Ding Ron with a pale face, unable to speak properly. "Auntie Ding, he's dead. He is not breathing anymore. What should we do?" Although Ding Ron was a woman, she was calmer than Lu Jun. However, she did not dare to look at the kidnapper anymore. She pulled Lu Jun to stand up and walked away from the corpse. "We should be fine now. Those kidnappers won't be able to hurt us anymore." Probably because someone was accompanying him, Lu Jun gradually calmed down. As long as he didn't look at the kidnapper who had died a strange death, Lu Jun could maintain his composure. He and Ding Ron found a quieter space, holding onto a shovel and a wooden rod respectively. Their eyes were fixed on the back door of the tailor shop. At this moment, the back door was tightly sealed by the robotic arm's 3 metal limbs. In the courtyard, Lu Jun and Ding Ron's hearts couldn't help but tighten every time they heard the sound of something slamming against the door. They held their weapons tightly in case the kidnappers broke out from the tailor shop. However, the 3 metal limbs were very firm. No matter how the people in the tailor shop knocked on the door, it didn't budge at all, giving Lu Jun and Ding Ron a sufficient sense of security. Lu Jun heaved a sigh of relief and said to Ding Ron, "Auntie Ding, it seems like we don't have to worry too much. The netizens in my live stream room should have already called the police. The police will be here soon. As long as those kidnappers can't come in, we'll be safe for the time being." Ding Ron did not say anything. Lu Jun looked at her in confusion and realized that Ding Ron was looking at the door worriedly. "Auntie Ding?" Ding Ron's face was pale. She pursed her lips and said, "I just heard a voice earlier." that person inside seems to be my daughter. Isn't your daughter only 18 years old and still in year 2 of high school? Lu Jun was very surprised. But I heard the commotion in the tailor's shop. That person seems to be an expert and is on par with those few kidnappers. If Lu Jun could see the scene in the tailor's shop, he would correct his mistake. The current situation in the tailor's shop could not be described as evenly matched. The side with the fewer in number had the advantage. The electricity generated by the baton was not enough to cause casualties, but it could impede the kidnappers' movements. Hua Tian's movements were agile. Although the weapons in her hands were not as sharp as the machetes in the kidnappers' hands, the kidnappers' originally vicious actions were slow and messy in Hua Tian's eyes. Although she often stayed up late, didn't have regular meals, and did not do any physical training, Hua Tian's physique was definitely better than most people in this era. Therefore, she could easily deal with the kidnappers' attacks. While dodging the blades that were slashing at her, Hua Tian's baton mercilessly struck the kidnappers. It just so happened that Hua Tian had been studying the human body's meridians and acupoints during this period of time. Hence, she could always impede the kidnappers' mobility as quickly as possible. After a while, a lot of the kidnappers in the tailor shop collapsed, leaving only the leader, who started dodging Hua Tian's attacks after he realized that the situation wasn't in their favor. Looking at his underlings who were groaning non-stop on the ground and no longer had any offensive power, the kidnappers' leader looked at Hua Tian warily. "Little girl, it seems like you're not a simple person either. Are we really going to have to fight to the death today?" Hua Tian sneered, "Fight with me to the death? You're just a pitiful guy who doesn't know that you've been used by others. Do you think you're worthy of that?" A cold and malicious hatred flashed across the leader's eyes. "Do you know who's the one using us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the kidnappers also reacted. "You know that those people's ultimate goal is for us to kill you and your family. They must be your enemies. You must know their true identities, right?" "Of course I know who they are." The leader of the kidnappers took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "In that case, you know that we didn't provoke you on purpose. Why are you bent on doing us in? The moment you placed the blade on my mother's neck, your fate was already decided." Hua Tian got into her horse stance and held her baton. After she got into position, she looked at the kidnappers' leader coldly. "I know you're just a tool to those people, and you're also the stupidest one. If it weren't for you, there would still be someone else. However, you'd already chosen to kidnap my mother. Not only that, but you also wanted to kill her. From the moment you made the first wrong choice, your fate has been decided." Upon hearing Hua Tian's judgmental words, the expression of the kidnappers' leader gradually became deranged. "What do you know? You're just a lucky bitch who was raised by a rich man for 18 years. Even if you eventually return to your biological mother's side, you still have the huge amount of wealth that the rich man gave you." Chapter 84 End. Chapter 84 End. The kidnapper bellowed and complained about how unfair life was. "You don't have to do anything and can live a carefree life. But what about us? We just want to live on. We didn't do anything wrong. First of all, I want to clarify something. Although I've been raised by wealthy people for 18 years, they didn't give me a huge amount of wealth. They only gave me a 20 million yuan IOU. What does 20 million yuan mean to you? It is an amount of money that you can't get even if you were to rob a bank. At the age of 18, I'm already carrying a 20 million yuan debt." Hua Tian dodged an attack and swung her baton at the kidnapper's ribs. She continued unhurriedly, "Secondly, you guys don't just want to live. You guys want to use the easiest method to become rich like my adoptive parents. Do you think you're being forced into a corner? No, you guys are just lazy to live an honest life. You guys just want to take a shortcut, but you didn't expect that the end of the shortcut is a dead end." Hua Tian flashed behind the kidnapper and hit him hard on the back. The kidnapper stumbled a few steps, turned around, but pounced on Hua Tian even more ferociously. Since it's a dead end in front of me, I must drag a few people down with me. If you don't want to let me live, then you can die first. The kidnapper thought that he was incomparably ferocious at that moment, but the attack in which he gave it his all was easily neutralized by Hua Tian. Hua Tian agilely attacked the kidnapper's wrist and the machete in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. The next second, the kidnapper felt an electric current spread from his chest to his entire body. He trembled and collapsed to the ground. Hua Tian kicked away the machete on the ground and gathered all the weapons the kidnappers had dropped together, preparing to throw them outside the tailor shop. While Hua Tian and the kidnappers were engaged in a fight, several police cars had stopped outside the tailor shop. Armed police officers in bulletproof vests and holding guns carefully approached the tailor shop. When they heard the door of the tailor shop creak, the armed police officers subconsciously raised their guns and aimed at the door. At the same time, they shouted, "Police! Don't move!" They thought that they were about to face a group of vicious, murderous, and unscrupulous criminals, but the person who appeared in front of them was a skinny and weak-looking young girl who looked overly pale. Both sides looked at each other. In the end, it was Hua Tian who spoke up first. "Hello, policeman uncles. My name is Hua Tian. The one who was kidnapped was my mother. My mother is out of danger now and I've also subdued those kidnappers." The armed police officers were all puzzled. Then, several machetes were handed to them. The police officers subconsciously took a step back, not daring to let their guard down. Hua Tian threw the machetes onto the ground and said, "These are the weapons I've confiscated. Those kidnappers are unable to move now. After you guys enter, you can take them away directly." A few armed police officers carefully entered the tailor shop and saw the kidnappers lying on the ground. They knew very well what the kidnappers had gone through. They had clearly been electrocuted and had temporarily lost their mobility. The police officers handcuffed the criminals effortlessly and went to push open the back door of the tailor shop, only to find that it couldn't be opened at all. They looked at Hua Tian, who walked to the door with a calm expression. She knocked on the door and shouted, "Mom, it's me. I'm with the police now. Those bad people have been subdued." "Tian Tian?" A cry rang out in the courtyard. Upon hearing her daughter's voice and confirming that she was safe, Ding Rong finally couldn't help but break down in tears. She had been maintaining her strong and calm side previously, but now, she started crying without any qualms. As she cried, she staggered and made her way towards the door. "Tian Tian, how can you be so foolish?" Ding Rong wanted to pull open the door, but she was unable to go against the power of the three metal limbs. "Tian Tian, the door can't be opened. What should we do?" Hua Tian quickly consoled her, "Mom, don't be anxious. Calm down. As long as you switch off the robotic arm like usual, it'll be fine." Under her daughter's calm coaxing, Ding Rong seemed to have finally found her support. She switched off the robotic arm's switch and the door immediately opened. The mother and daughter pair sized each other up. Seeing that Hua Tian was unscathed without even a slight wound on her body, Ding Rong's tears fell again. "Tian Tian, I'm so glad you're okay." Hua Tian looked at the disheveled Ding Rong, her gaze landing on the wound on her forehead. "Mom, I came late. You've suffered so many injuries." The two of them were already hugging each other. Hua Tian's heart ached so much that when she was wiping Ding Rong's tears, she carefully avoided her wound. However, Ding Rong did not care at all. She just kept stroking Hua Tian's cheeks. "As long as you're fine, Mom will be fine." Chapter 85, Follow-up. Chapter 85, Follow-up. Ding Rong's tears kept falling. She recalled the earlier moment when she was being held hostage by the kidnappers. Hua Tian had agreed to the kidnappers' request without hesitation and was preparing to bring the ransom over by herself. Those few minutes were the most despairing moment Ding Rong had ever felt in her life. It almost made her heart ache so much that she was about to die. At this moment, she couldn't help but thank the gods and Buddhas from the bottom of her heart, thanking them for letting her daughter escape this calamity. The police did not disturb the post-disaster reunion between the mother and daughter. They checked every corner of the shop in a well-trained manner and then went to the backyard. The corpse in the backyard shocked all the police officers, especially after they checked the cause of the kidnapper's death. They then became even more unsettled. Regarding this unexpected situation, the police naturally needed to ask the witnesses who were present, Ding Rong and Lu Jun. Perhaps it was because of his stress reaction. When Lu Jun recalled the moment the kidnapper died, he felt that the scene was still magical. He could not remember the exact details. I don't know either. I only remember that they wanted to kill me with a machete. I retreated to a corner, and when I closed my eyes and waited for death, I suddenly heard the kidnapper drop the machete. Then, I felt the kidnapper's blood spray on me. I don't know what happened. When he recalled that impactful scene, Lu Jun's body trembled and his face turned pale. He couldn't even speak properly. Police officer, could it be some kind of supernatural event? Back then, in the small courtyard, other than the kidnappers, there were only me and Auntie Ding. There was no one else at all. How did the kidnapper suddenly die? The police draped a blanket over Lu Jun. This gave him a little sense of security. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't let your thoughts run wild. You have to believe in science. After the police learned everything from Lu Jun, they placed their attention on Ding Rong. Compared to Lu Jun, who had fainted from shock midway, Ding Rong knew more details. However, when Ding Rong described the actual situation, she was a little nervous. She kept glancing at Hua Tian from the corner of her eye. Hua Tian also noticed Ding Rong's gaze and nodded at her. "Mom, it's okay. You can tell the police directly." Only then did Ding Rong reveal the entire process without any reservation. However, the police clearly didn't believe her. Although compared to the supernatural phenomenon Lu Jun mentioned, the theory that the robotic arm had saved the hostages at the critical moment was more reliable. This wasn't a movie. How could something like this happen? With a skeptical attitude, the police checked the robotic arm installed on the wall. They managed to collect blood at the end of the metal limbs connected to the robotic arm. Although they had to go put the sample through a test to prove that the blood belonged to the kidnapper, the police were able to confirm that Ding Rong hadn't lied through their observation of the direction of the blood splatter. That was why the police were even more puzzled. Since this robotic arm is so smart, why didn't it save the hostage from the start? Why did it wait until the kidnappers were about to silence them before taking action? How does this make sense? The police officers were puzzled by this question and came to ask Ding Rong. However, Ding Rong could not answer them. She could only look at Hua Tian questioningly. Hua Tian explained, because the robotic arm was installed to move things. At first, I didn't install such metal limbs on the robotic arm at all. I only installed hooks. They're not lethal at all. I switched the hooks to metal limbs through remote control. The police officers didn't understand the technical difficulties involved either. They only nodded half-understandingly. I see. More importantly, I don't want to scare my mother. Hua Tian looked up and her gaze landed gently on Ding Rong. Then, she turned around and explained to the police, the robotic arm is very smart. After installing the metal limbs, it was equipped with a very strong lethality. If we rely only on them to protect Mom, these kidnappers will very likely be dead. Unless necessary, I don't want Mom to see a scene like that. The police glanced at the kidnapper who had a hole in his neck and imagined a scene in which all the kidnappers in the courtyard could end up like this corpse. To be honest, that scene would definitely be very scary. The police officers also turned pale and shuddered. A police officer sighed and said, "That's right, that's right." If that really happened, even us police officers who came after the event would be mentally unstable, not to mention the hostages who would watch the whole process. The police officers learned more about the series of events from Hua Tian. She told them the entire process of how she had found out through the alarm device that Ding Rong was in danger, how she had negotiated with the kidnappers, and how she had rushed over to the scene and fought against the kidnappers. Chapter 86 – Destructive Weapon. Chapter 86 – Destructive Weapon. Hua Tian also solved all the police's doubts. The program that was used to connect all the mechanical products I left in the workshop was written at the last minute. In order to ensure that the processes will run smoothly, I need to drive the van close to these machines to allow them to successfully receive the orders. The mechanical products I left in the workshop are harmless. They can only cause some minor problems for the kidnappers. As she spoke, Hua Tian's expression became a little depressed. She frowned and glanced at the police officer, saying unhappily, "It's all my friend's fault for insisting on giving me a criminal law book. I knew a lot of things that I couldn't do after reading the criminal law book. That's why I didn't create destructive weapons. That's also why I was so restrained in such a situation." The policeman who was taking her statement broke out into a cold sweat. "Aren't those metal limbs on that robotic arm considered a destructive weapon?" "Of course not. The 3 metal limbs were designed to make it easier for Mom to move the goods. They can change their shapes and as well as expand and shrink in length at will. Mom only needs to place the goods on the ground and they'll be able to move them automatically. There's no need for Mom to struggle to hang the goods on the hooks." The police were speechless. They even wanted to sigh and say that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, the police had professional ethics, so of course, they couldn't say things that were similar to encouraging crime. In the end, the policeman wore solemn expressions and criticized Hua Tian's dangerous thoughts. "No matter what, making destructive weapons is illegal. You should thank your friends. They were the ones who prevented you from going astray." "I know," Hua Tian sighed gloomily. "I thought I would be a hero who would save the world. I didn't expect to be the target of their strict precautions." "Save the world?" The policemen shook their heads. They didn't understand what children her age were thinking. To think that she had such a strange thought. However, saving the world was better than destroying the world. Thinking of this, the policeman didn't say anything else. After the police finished taking their statements and cleaning up the scene, this kidnapping case came to an end. The police had gentle attitudes toward the Ding family and Lu Jun, who were the victims. "There's nothing much for now. We need to return to the police station to interrogate the criminal. If there are any special circumstances later, we will inform you in time. If you have any new discoveries, you must report them as well." Auntie Lu, who had been waiting outside, pounced on Lu Jun when she saw that things had ended. She raised her hand and slapped him hard on his back. She cried as she hit him. "You brat, why are you so daring? You're even throwing away your life for that so-called live stream. I'll just beat you to death as soon as possible, lest you end up courting death one day." Lu Jun had his arms wide open and wanted to throw himself into his mother's arms, but now, he could only bend over and cover his head to avoid his mother's beatings. He listened to Auntie Lu's heart-wrenching cries and tears flowed down his cheeks. "I'm sorry, Mom. I won't dare to do it again. Mom, stop hitting me. I won't be an internet celebrity anymore. I'll just work hard and have a stable job in the future. I won't dream of becoming famous overnight and earning big money anymore." The police officers around them watched for a long while. When Auntie Lu ran out of energy, they went up to pull her away. Hua Tian even heard a policeman beside her muttering softly, "We should teach such impetuous young people a lesson. They only think of taking shortcuts. How many people can be famous online?" The police left with the kidnappers. Hua Tian saw a mess in the tailor shop and the courtyard. She said to Ding Rong, "Mom, why don't we find a place outside to rest for the night? The house is in a horrible mess." Ding Rong sat on the sofa. She was exhausted, but she shook her head. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. The bedrooms are not damaged. We just need to clean up the courtyard briefly. Now, Ding Rong was more willing to stay in a place she was familiar with. This would bring her a greater sense of security. Hua Tian did not understand why Ding Rong insisted on staying in this small courtyard, but she would not refute her mother's thoughts. Not long after, Ding Chen, Si Huan, and Bai Ying, who had stayed behind in the company, also rushed back. Although they had already informed Ding Chen on the phone that they were safe, Ding Chen still quickly ran over and hugged them when he saw that his sister and niece were unharmed. He then started wailing. Hence, Ding Rong, who had just escaped danger, still had to coax her brother, who was having an emotional breakdown. Even though she still had some lingering fear in her heart, she could not remember anything due to his tears. The bodyguards that Si Huan had brought with him quickly helped the Ding family clean up the tailor shop and the small courtyard. The walls and the ground of the small courtyard had been splashed with blood, but after the bodyguards cleaned them up, nothing could be seen anymore. However, the marks in people's hearts could not be wiped away so easily. At night, Hua Tian squeezed into Ding Rong's bed and the two of them slept together. Ding Rong stroked Hua Tian's hair and back repeatedly. Under her gentle movements, the atmosphere gradually became gentle. Chapter 87, Mother and Daughters Talk at Night. Chapter 87, Mother and Daughters Talk at Night. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua Tian let out a long sigh. Mom's touches feel so good. Ding Rong chuckled, then said sadly, I've never coaxed you to sleep throughout your many years of growing up. Did Mom coax you before? Ding Rong's thoughts drifted far away. After a long while, she said, Yu was a difficult child to raise when she was young. She didn't sleep well every night and only slept when someone stood up and cradled her. She tortured your uncle and me a lot. Hua Tian snorted unhappily, and Ding Rong immediately patted her reassuringly. Tian, I always feel that blood ties are an amazing thing. You didn't grow up by my side, and I didn't do anything for you. I didn't coax you to sleep, nor did I bathe you. Why did you accept me without hesitation? Why didn't you have any resentment and was even willing to face those criminals alone for me? Isn't it the same for Mom? Hua Tian blinked and asked, her voice sounding soft but firm. Mom and I had been separated for 18 years. Didn't you also accept me without hesitation the moment you saw me and gave me the purest maternal love? When you were kidnapped, you could even trade your death for my life without hesitation. Ding Rong's hand paused and she muttered, You're the child I gave birth to after being pregnant with you for 10 months. That's right. You were pregnant with me for 10 months before you gave birth to me. We're related by blood. Isn't this enough to explain the bond between us? Ding Rong smiled. Tian is right. Mom has thought too much into the matter. Unlike the loving relationship between the Ding family's mother and daughter, the Lu family next door was in a mess. Lu Jun wanted to seek the comfort of his family, but he only received beatings from both his parents. Lu Jun burst into tears and swore that he'd become a down-to-earth person in the future, to work steadily, and to never think of becoming an internet celebrity again. Only then did his parents let him off the hook. However, the strange thing about fate was that when you desperately wanted to obtain something, it was usually very difficult for you to obtain what you wanted. When you put down your obsession, you would be able to easily obtain the gift from fate. This saying was very accurate when it came to Lu Jun. After going through a life and death experience, Lu Jun had put down all the unrealistic thoughts he had in the past and was prepared to work hard and earn some stable money. It was enough as long as he could live his life in peace. However, after just one night, when Lu Jun logged into his account and was about to announce his withdrawal from live streaming, he realized that his account had gained almost 4 million followers in just one day. The comments by viewers were all concerned about his safety. When he opened up his social media accounts, almost all social media platforms pushed Lu Jun's livestream to the very top. In this era where information was spreading faster and faster and with there being a hot news topic at every moment, the headlines of this kidnapping livestream not only did not get pushed down, but it also became more and more popular. Looking at the increasing number of followers and the dozens or hundreds of comments that appeared each time the page was refreshed, Lu Jun was stunned. His hands trembled unconsciously. Mom, I'm famous? If it were in the past, Lu Jun would definitely not have been able to control his excitement after experiencing something good like becoming an overnight sensation. In the past, he had thought about what he would do other than becoming an internet celebrity. Maybe he would cherish his hard-earned account and work hard to make videos that would uphold his image. Maybe he would be like some internet celebrities, taking advantage of the short-term popularity to desperately take advertisements and business deals to earn quick bucks. However, after going through a life-and-death situation, Lu Jun's thoughts had changed. He became much more careful and contacted the police before giving any response. The police were also worried that this matter was becoming too well known and it gave the police a lot of pressure. If Lu Jun could give some response to this matter to appease the heated public opinions, it would be a good thing for the police. However, having the police's support was not enough. Lu Jun still had to ask for Ding Rong and Hua Tian's opinions. After all, they were the biggest victims. When he was about to leave the house, Auntie Lu asked nervously, "Little Jun, where are you going?" Lu Jun said, "I'll go to Auntie Ding's house next door to discuss how to respond to the netizens' concerns." Then, Lu Jun saw that his mother's expression didn't seem right. She looked awkward. "Why are you going to her house? Didn't you suffer enough yesterday?" Lu Jun was helpless. "Mom, what happened yesterday was just an accident. A group of vicious and evil kidnappers won't appear at Auntie Ding's house every day. Now, this matter is too hyped up. The netizens are asking me what's going on. I'm just going to discuss with them how to explain this to the netizens. Just explain it the way it should be done. Why do you have to discuss it with them?" Auntie Lu still looked unwilling. Chapter 88 Discussing. Chapter 88 Discussing. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Of course we have to discuss it. After all, it involves the family matters of Auntie Ding's family. Maybe they're unwilling to reveal their privacy. If that's the case, I'll have to consider the extent of my explanation. Humph, you're really heartless. If their family hadn't caused such a huge trouble, why would you have suffered like this? Auntie Lu finally revealed her true thoughts. You were almost killed because of their family. Why are you still getting close to them? Let's stay away from their family in the future. Mom, I was the one who secretly climbed over the wall to do the live stream yesterday. You can't blame them for that, Lu Jun said helplessly. They were also the ones who saved my life at the critical moment. It's fine if you don't thank them, but why are you blaming them? I don't blame anyone else, I only blame you, Auntie Lu threw the rag on the ground indignantly. Do what you want. I can't interfere with this anyway. Lu Jun went to the Ding family's house next door. Ding Chen and Si Huan were the ones who received him. He used to be a carefree young man. Be it when facing an elder like Ding Chen or someone of his age who had an extraordinary aura like Si Huan, he would involuntarily feel nervous. Ding Chen's attitude towards Lu Jun was considered friendly. After hearing Lu Jun's thoughts, he poured him a cup of water and said, "My sister and Tian Tian are still resting. Wait for a while. I'll go call them." Lu Jun nodded hurriedly. After Ding Chen left, only Lu Jun and Si Huan were left. Lu Jun waited uneasily for a long while, but in the end, he could not help but ask, "I took the liberty to live stream the Ding family's matters yesterday. Why doesn't Uncle Ding seem to be very angry at me?" Si Huan glanced at the unsettled Lu Jun and comforted him gently, "You don't have to be so nervous. Although it's an offense to stream other people's affairs without authorization, your live stream provided us with a lot of information. That's how we could accurately grasp the opportunity to retaliate against the kidnappers." Lu Jun didn't really understand what they were saying and could only nod. Is that so? So the live stream also provided you with some help. That's really great. Although Si Huan was already very gentle and polite, Lu Jun was still very uncomfortable when facing him. Fortunately, Ding Chen came back very quickly. Ding Rong and Hua Tian followed behind him. There were faint dark circles under Ding Rong's eyes. It seemed like this kidnapping had left some psychological trauma in her. Because he had faced a life and death situation with Ding Rong, Lu Jun subconsciously felt close to Ding Rong. When he saw that Ding Rong did not seem to be in a good state, he quickly stood up to ask in concern, "Auntie Ding, are you okay now?" A faint smile appeared on Ding Rong's face. "I'm fine now. Little Lu, thank you for your concern." Lu Jun scratched the back of his head uneasily. After an awkward exchange of pleasantries, he explained his intentions. Many people on the internet are paying attention to this kidnapping case. They even brought a lot of pressure on the police. The police have also agreed to let me respond online first to ease the overly seething public opinion. I want to ask Auntie Ding, what opinions do you guys have on this? Ding Rong and Hua Tian had chatted late into the night before falling asleep. They hadn't paid any attention to the discussions online at all. So Hua Tian cast her gaze at Si Huan. However, Si Huan knew about the rumors on the internet very well. After those kidnappers destroyed the camera, the viewers in the livestream could grasp the situation through the sounds. However, after Mr. Lu Jun let out a scream in fright, the livestream was completely closed. Perhaps the kidnappers accidentally damaged the audio receiver. Therefore, the netizens want to know what happened after that. Hua Tian sharply caught on to the main point. That means that the outside world is still unaware of the results of this kidnapping, right? Si Huan nodded. I've already informed the data management team to gather the discussions on the internet. Up till now, most of the discussions on the outcome of this kidnapping are all guesses without any evidence. Hua Tian frowned and thought about it for a moment. She then looked at Si Huan with a sly expression. This means that we can use the information difference to let those people think that we've suffered a huge loss. We can also lure the snake out of its hole. You have the same thoughts as me. Si Huan smiled slightly as if he was satisfied with their telepathy. Ding Rong could feel the congenial and harmonious atmosphere when Hua Tian and Si Huan were talking. This made her feel in a bit of a dilemma, and she could not help but recall how the kidnapper had mentioned Si Huan as Hua Tian's fiancé in front of her. Of course, Ding Rong knew that their relationship was not what the kidnapper had mistakenly thought. However, at the thought of Si Huan being able to fork out so much money without hesitation for his daughter's sake, and how Si Huan had always been supportive of all of Hua Tian's decisions, Ding Rong could not be certain that their relationship was just a pure friendship. Chapter 89, Livestream Response. Chapter 89, Livestream Response. While Ding Rong was still thinking about her own things, Hua Tian and Si Huan had already discussed how to deal with the current commotion on the internet. Lu Jun listened from the side and didn't seem to understand, so Si Huan could only explain to him again. Lu Jun said, "Wait, I still don't understand why you don't want the public to know the true ending of the kidnapping. You want everyone to think that you've suffered a very serious loss, right? But what's the benefit of that?" "Mr. Lu Jun, you don't need to know too much." Si Huan avoided the series of questions Lu Jun raised. "I can't explain too many details to you. You just need to know that we won't harm your interests. We want to create the impression that we've suffered a huge loss in front of the public just to lure out the potential mastermind and find out their true motive." Only then did Lu Jun realize that the kidnapping incident yesterday was not simple. There were actually plots and schemes behind it. He could not help but shudder. It's really too scary. I almost became a small cannon fodder from the conspiracy yesterday. Si Huan smiled. I'm sorry to have implicated Mr. Lu Jun, but the outcome is good now. Even though you accidentally got involved in this plot and were even on the verge of death, you're a good person and thus luck was on your side. Not only did you keep your life, but you also profited from the disaster and gained a large number of fans. I think this will be beneficial for your future career. Lu Jun smiled sheepishly. He did not know why he felt guilty either, but in front of someone like Si Huan who had a powerful aura, he felt that he did not have the confidence to do anything. He instinctively listened to the other party's orders. Okay. I'll do as you say and avoid mentioning the results of the kidnapping case during the livestream. If there's anything you need my cooperation for in the future, you can tell me directly. Lu Jun went home after receiving an answer. He wanted to appease the anxious fans online. The morning hadn't ended but Lu Jun's number of followers had increased by another almost 2 million. His current online followers count had exceeded 7 million, comparable to those who relied on their management companies and had been managing their accounts for a long time. There was no advance notice for this live stream, but the moment it started, close to 1 million fans rushed into the room. The live stream room hung for a long while before the viewers could finally hear Lu Jun finish his sentence smoothly. Lu Jun didn't specially choose a background for the live stream. He did the live stream in his living room. In the background was a messy but very warm living scene. Lu Jun was shocked by the huge number of viewers and was stunned for a long while before he remembered what he was about to say. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to watch my live stream. Lu Jun had just said one line when he saw viewers giving him many gifts. They did this just to ask about what had happened yesterday using the special effects from the gifting. Lu Jun had never seen such a scene before and was so excited that his face turned red. Thank you everyone for your gifts and your concern. Just like what everyone has seen, I'm fine and didn't suffer any serious injuries. The netizens could see a few bruises on Lu Jun's face. Lu Jun also explained the origin of these bruises. These were caused by the kidnappers beating me up after they discovered me. There's no helping it. They're a group of outlaws who dare to stab people with blades. After I was discovered, I had to suffer a little. After chatting with the netizens who sent bullet comments, Lu Junkai then told them what had happened in all seriousness. This kidnapping incident is a real event. The victims of the kidnapping were the auntie, who is my neighbor, as well as her daughter. As for me, I'm just a passerby who was implicated because of my curiosity. Immediately, there were bullet comments that mercilessly revealed his true nature. What curiosity? You're just doing this for site traffic. Lu Jun smiled bitterly and did not refute this statement. You guys are right. When I heard from my mother that there might have been a kidnapping happening next door, my first reaction was that this matter was sufficiently novel. As long as I could film it, I would definitely be able to attract everyone's attention and attract a wave of site traffic. I don't know what I was thinking back then, not taking the danger seriously at all. His attitude was so honest that the netizens could not blame him anymore. The content of the comments also became much more harmonious. Lu Jun continued, for the first half of the kidnapping, I believe that everyone has understood some things from the livestream yesterday. Then I'll tell you what happened after the livestream was disconnected. He raised his hands and showed them to the audience in the livestream, saying with a pale face, when I think back on that scene now, my hands are still trembling nonstop. I suspect that it will become a psychological trauma in my life. Everyone has been guessing that there were casualties. I can prove that this is true. Moreover, it happened when the kidnapper walked towards me with a machete in hand. At that time, I thought that I was going to die and fainted from shock. When I woke up again, I realized that half of my body was splashed with blood. Chapter 90, Huayu. Chapter 90, Huayu. Lu Jun's lips were trembling. Just from his words, the viewers could sense the terror in his heart. I was very useless and fainted from the shock, so I don't know what happened after that. I only know that the neighbor auntie's family had suffered a huge loss, and the police had also captured those kidnappers. This is an extremely bad incident, but the police now have the situation under control. I hope everyone doesn't disturb the police who are handling the case and don't give them too much pressure. After that, Lu Jun answered some questions from the netizens and then went offline very quickly. Although Lu Jun didn't give a detailed description of the kidnapping incident, some people could always get the information they wanted from his words. Many people had their attention to this kidnapping incident that took the entire internet by storm, but Huayu wasn't one of them. Huayu didn't know he used detailed plan, but she could vaguely guess some things. Moreover, based on Huayu's understanding of Hiyu, she could roughly imagine the cruel methods Hiyu would deploy. Hiyu had revealed to Huayu that in order to deal a blow to Si Huan, he was planning to start with Hua Tian and Hua Tian's family. Back then, Huayu had tacitly approved of Hiyu's plan and was mentally prepared for Ding Rong and Ding Chen to be injured or even die because of this plan. Although she had made up her mind, she had been with the Ding family for more than 10 years, so she did have feelings for Ding Rong. Therefore, she hadn't been paying attention to this matter over the past few days. When she realized that the news of this kidnapping had started to spread on the internet, out of avoidance, Huayu cut off her connection to the internet to stop herself from paying attention to the Ding family's news. Therefore, Huayu didn't pay attention to Lu Jun's livestream. She had learned from Hiyu that Ding Rong had been kidnapped and the Ding family had suffered casualties. Huayu took the phone in her hand and sat on the bed in a daze. Her mind went blank for a few seconds before she asked in an uncertain voice, "Did someone really die? Was the person who died Ding Rong or Hua Tian?" Hiyu's pleasant voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Of course someone died. Why would I lie to you? My men saw an ambulance pulling a corpse covered in a white cloth out of the Ding family's small house. As for whether the person who died was Hua Tian or your adoptive mother, Ding Rong, we don't know." The memories of her life in the Ding family seemed to flash through Huayu's mind, and Ding Rong's gentle smile flashed past before her eyes. The next moment, the smile on her face became strange. Blood seemed to be flowing out of her eyes slowly. Huayu's heart raced. In her shock, she picked up a pillow and threw it in front of her. The illusion immediately disappeared. Only then did Huayu realize that it had been her imagination. Hiyu seemed to hear Huayu's rapid breathing. He sneered and said, "Why? Do you regret it now that you know that the one who died might be your dear adoptive mother?" "I won't regret it." As if to establish her confidence, Huayu repeated, "I definitely won't regret it." Hiyu chuckled softly. "That's good. I don't like those business partners who are overly cautious and hesitant." Huayu took a few deep breaths and suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. She said in a low voice, "Can we make a move on Si Huan now? Don't rush it. If we jump out and make a move on Si Huan now, won't it prove that we're linked to this kidnapping incident? Be patient. After the Si family has internal strife, we'll take the opportunity to give Si Huan a fatal blow." Huayu frowned and asked curiously, "How are you sure the Si family will be in chaos?" "Because I expected everything." Hiyu's voice was filled with smugness. The kidnapper asked Hua Tian for a ransom of 500 million yuan. Hua Tian could only ask Si Huan for help, and Si Huan didn't hesitate to help her. According to the information I obtained from the Si family, Si Huan had taken the liberty to access all the available cash on the accounts. Regardless of whether this money can be returned in the end, the Si family will no longer trust Si Huan without any reservations. Once trust is broken, it's very difficult to close. Huayu finally understood why Hiyu was so certain, but there were still things she couldn't figure out. How could you guarantee that the kidnappers will ask for 500 million yuan as ransom? If the amount of ransom isn't high enough, even if Si Huan used the available cash mentioned in the accounts, the Si family won't have any objections, right? Unless your men are amongst the kidnappers. Shush, shush, shush. Good girl, if you're so smart, you'll give me a lot of pressure. Hiyu didn't admit it directly, but his attitude was clear enough. In order to ensure that this plan is foolproof, I've made ample preparations. Even though the ransom amount is just a small detail, I won't overlook it.